Preface to A Common Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance GARNETT, 1861-1946. Preface by Edmund Gosse. It is a disadvantage to Goncharov to be introduced for the first time to English readers who are already acquainted with the writings of his more thrilling and vivid successors, Turgenev, Dostoevsky, and Tolstoy. In the rapid development of the Russian realistic novel, Goncharov takes the second place in point of time. He was the first man to be roused by the example of Gogol, who wrote shortly before he died in 1852, "I have pursued life in its reality, not in dreams of the imagination, and I have thus reached him who is the source of life." So could those later masters whom I have mentioned say. But Goncharov, who came a little before them, and was the first to take up the challenge thrown down by Gogol, if he had not penetrated to the sacred essence of things, could at least maintain that he had studied life in its reality. And this is why, although he is no poet, and cannot rend the heart like the young men who came after him, he is deserving of all recognition as an element in modern Russian literature. Ivan Alexandrovitch Goncharov was born at Simbirsk on the Volga on the 18th of June, 1813. His father, a rich merchant, died when the boy was 3 years old, and left him to the care of his mother and of his godfather, an aged retired officer of the navy. This old salt regaled the child with endless stories of adventures at sea, and awakened in him a longing to sail about the world. At the village school to which he was sent, Ivan learnt French well from the wife of the Pope of the parish, who had married a Frenchwoman. In 1825 he went to the gymnasium in Moscow, where he was a diligent and blameless student. In 1831 he passed on to the University of Moscow, taking philology as his special subject. In 1835 he went up from the maternal house at Simbirsk, very much as Alexander Fedoritch does in A Common Story, to Saint Petersburg, and received at the Ministry of Finance the post of translator. The earliest literary work undertaken by Goncharov was exclusively in the line of translation. He published several Russian versions of well-known foreign novels. As a man of letters he was absolutely the child of a romantic interest in the poet Pushkin. He has recorded the emotion with which he gazed at the poet when he was pointed out to him for the first time in the church of the Nikitsky monastery in Moscow. Several years later, at the shop of the publisher Smirdine, Goncharov was presented to Pushkin, and from this time forth he was in the habit of meeting him frequently, particularly in the studio of Maikov, the painter. At that time Pushkin was the center of all the hopes and the enthusiasm of the youth of Russia. The news of the assassination of the poet in 1837 produced a sort of despair among those whose aspirations he had encouraged and whose thoughts he had led. Goncharov has written, "Never shall I forget the news of the death of Pushkin. I was then a small employee in a public department. I had leisure enough to write a little, to translate, to study the poets, and to dabble in aesthetic. Winckelmann was my great hobby, but Pushkin dominated everything. His works held the place of honor on the bookshelves of my modest room. Every line he had published had been meditated upon and felt by me. And suddenly they come and tell me that someone had killed him, that he exists no longer. At that moment I was seated at my desk in my office. I groped my way out into the corridor, and then, with my face to the wall, I covered my eyes with my hands and wept bitterly. I wept as a lad weeps who receives a message that his mother is dead. 3 days later a portrait of Pushkin appeared in the shop windows, bearing these words: 'The fire is extinguished on the altar.' It was immediately seized and destroyed by the police. The story recalls that of Tennyson's boyish emotion at the news of the death of Byron. To the influence of Pushkin, romantic and inflammatory, succeeded that of Gogol with his new naturalistic ideas. The publication of the first part of Dead Souls in 1842 was an epoch for Goncharov as for so many others. But he was slow in finding confidence to write. It was not until 1847 that he published, in the columns of a Saint Petersburg newspaper, Obyknowenная Istoria, which is here for the first time presented to English readers as a common story. The novel enjoyed a very great success, and in 1848 it was succeeded by a lighter and more comic sketch of bureau life in St. Petersburg, called Ivan Savite Podjabrin. In 1842 the Russian government suggested to Goncharov that he should accompany Admiral Pontiatine, in the capacity of private secretary, on a voyage around the world. To see foreign countries had always been the first desire of his heart, and he accepted the offer with enthusiasm. The special mission of the Admiral was to proceed to Japan to negotiate a new treaty of commerce. The tour, which occupied 3 years, closed with a land journey across the steppes and mountains of Siberia. The events of this memorable expedition were described by Goncharov in 2 large volumes, The Frigate Pallada, 1856 57. To recover from the fatigue of his travels, Goncharov proceeded in 1857 to the baths of Marienbad, and there he wrote in 6 weeks the most famous of all his works, the novel called Oblomov. It appeared in book form in 1859. The rest of the novelist's life presented little that is of interest. In 1870 he published a third novel, Obriv, The Abyss. In 1873 he was made chief director of the General Post Office in St. Petersburg. He published a bibliographical and critical study of the radical and free-thinking critic Belinsky, who died in 1847, his own Souvenirs in 1879, a story, Mark the Nihilist, in 1886, and other minor contributions to literature. He died in his 79th year on the 28th of September, 1891. At the time of the death of Goncharov, the distinguished critic Michel Zagulaev published a study of his work, from which I extract the following passages. More than 40 years ago, replying to the question what was the position of Goncharov in Russian literary life, our great critic Belinsky, with his astonishing prescience of the future, declared, after the publication of Goncharov's first novel, A Common Story, that the author of that book would never be anything but a great artist in words, on account of the complete absence in him of all inclination to deal enthusiastically with any of the social questions of the day. We all know how hard Goncharov strove later on to protest against this verdict in a sort of apologia for his writings, entitled Better Late than Never. After having enriched the literature of Russia with 3 masterpieces, A Common Story, Oblomov, and The Abyss, the great writer attempted to prove that these 3 beautiful books possessed more than mere literary merit, and that he too, like Turgenev, Dostoevsky, and Count Leo Tolstoy, had the right to be considered a commentator on the social life of his age. This interesting point has been the subject of much debate. There are those who are of opinion that the immortal type of Oblomov is a synthesis of a certain condition of intelligent humanity as general as those of Don Quixote and of Hamlet. Others hold that in creating the hero of the most perfect of his 3 great novels, Goncharov has done no more than portray his own character, and that even in Russia this type is not so universal as Dobroliubov supposed when he created the word Oblomovism to characterize the lack of energy supposed to be inherent in our national character. When A Common Story first appeared, we were passing through a period of transition, social as well as literary. The struggle between the new ideas and the ideas imposed on Russian society by the political regime which had been in force since 1825 was only beginning. A vague prescience of some change in the near future created among Russians an instinctive demand for something more than a mere platonic profession of beautiful sentiments. When Goncharov contrasted with the dreaming and sentimental hero of his first novel, the man of action whom he has depicted in Peter Adouev, The public at once perceived the piquancy of the bitter irony of the uncle in face of the nonchalant and effeminate idealism of Alexander Adouev. What was not at first perceived was that the sympathies of the author were really all on the side of the latter. That was more than Russian criticism in those early days could comprehend. The novel was written with an incomparable maestria of style, its author was proclaimed an artist of the first order, and it was taken for granted that he was ironically indifferent to all that was fermenting in the Russian society of that time. Goncharov did not attempt to protest. On the contrary, when, several years later, he participated in the diplomatic mission of Admiral Pontiatine to Japan, he brought back from his voyage around the world nothing but picturesque memorials, in which we may vainly seek for the least trace of a serious interest in the somewhat important political work to which he had been called to contribute. His beautiful work, The Frigate Pallada, is of deep interest in this connection, and we are astonished at the slight notice which has been given to it by the posthumous appreciators of the great writer. It was the novel called Oblomoff which raised the literary reputation of Goncharov to its height. Since the prose writings of Pushkin, the Russian public had never been presented with a work of such technical perfection. The brilliant commentaries of Dobroliubov, in spite of the paradoxical nature of that critic's explanation of the social range of the character of the hero of this novel, of the widespread presence of Oblomovism amongst us, place Goncharov finally in the rank of those Russian writers who have understood their own age the best. When, many years later, The Abyss appeared, Dobroliubov had passed away, and the views which he had defended with so much brilliant paradox were beginning to lose ground. This new novel was admired mainly for its literary qualities, and no attempt was made to study its social aim. Goncharov was so much distressed at this that, in spite of his inveterate hatred of literary polemics, he himself undertook to produce a commentary on his novel, and he published that Better Late than Never, of which we have already spoken. The great writer declared in this essay that his three novels had had but one and the same purpose, that of illustrating the struggle between the new spirit which came from the West in consequence of Peter the Great's reforms, and the instinctive resistance of the national Russian character against this stream of foreign influence. In spite of all his explanations, he scarcely made it plain why, after showing himself a resolute partisan of the new ideas in A Common Story and in Oblomoff, he came to place himself quite as firmly in The Abyss on the side of the past, as against the present and the future. His position, when he had explained it, remained as enigmatical as it was before. The only way in which this enigma is to be solved is, we think, by examining the personality of Goncharov himself. It has generally been held that of all the authors of the first order who adorned that literary pleiad, of which ornaments he unquestionably was one of the purest and most splendid, Goncharov was also the most objective. He has always been represented as an impossible observer, disdainful even to indifference of the facts and the characters which he has depicted in his works. At the risk of seeming paradoxical, I venture to believe that this is a mistake, and that the basis of the three novels of the illustrious writer is nothing else than the permanent inward struggle between diametrically opposed sides of his own character. The two Adouevs of A Common Story, Oblomoff and Stoltz, Raisky and his old aunt in The Abyss, seem to me to be successive incarnations of the two contrasted facets of the soul of the man who created these types. By his temperament, Goncharov was all his life the typical representative of the national Russian laissez-aller against which his cultivated intelligence and his vast and varied knowledge energetically protested. This doubling of the type, so frequent with us Slavs, perpetually weighed down to the ground his great intellect and his beautiful soul. What will render immortal and forever sympathetic to Russian readers the various works of this incomparable writer is the constant recurrence in them of the most typical sides of our national character, the complexity of which is the real cause of all the incoherence of social life in Russia during nearly 2 centuries. When this is definitely understood and established, our critics will waste their time no longer in endeavouring to draw more or less ingenious parallels between Goncharov on the one side and Turgenev, Dostoevsky and Tolstoy on the other. The author of Oblomov will take his place apart, and his works will be studied as a valuable testimony to a condition of mind which explains many of the historical faults which have been made in Russia during the last 50 years. This lucid exposition of the place held by Goncharov among his contemporaries cannot, I think, fail to be of service to those who make their first acquaintance with him in the pages of A Common Story. Edmund Gosse. End of Preface. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 1. In the village of Grahai one summer day, on the estate of Anna Pavlovna, a landowner of moderate means, every one in the house was up by daybreak, from its mistress to the house-dog Barbos. But Anna Pavlovna's only son, Alexander Fedoritch, was still sleeping the sound sleep of a boy of 20. Every one else in the house was bustling and hurrying about, but they all walked on tiptoe and spoke in whispers, so as not to wake the young master. If any one made the least noise or spoke aloud, Anna Pavlovna would rush out at once like a lioness enraged and punish the indiscreet person with a severe rebuke or an abusive epithet, or, when her anger and her energy were equal to it, with a blow. In the kitchen 3 servants were kept busy cooking on a scale fit for a dinner of 10 persons, though the whole family consisted of no more than Anna Pavlovna and her son Alexander Fedoritch. In the coach-house they were rubbing and greasing the carriage. All were busy, and were working with all their might. Barbos was the only one who was doing nothing, but even he took a share in the general activity in his own way. When a groom or coachman came near him, or a maid ran by, he wagged his tail and sniffed the passing figure anxiously, while his eyes seemed to ask, "Are they ever going to tell me why we are all in such a bustle to-day?" The bustle was because Anna Pavlovna was sending her son to Petersburg, to get a post in the civil service there, or, as she herself expressed it, to see the world and show himself. A fatal day for her. This was why she was so broken down and unhappy. Often in her distress she would open her mouth to give some direction, and would suddenly stop in the middle of a word, her voice failed and she turned aside and wiped away her tears, or let them fall into the trunk which she was herself packing with Sashenka's linen. Tears had long been gathering in her heart, they rose into her throat and choked her and were ready to burst out in torrents. But she was saving them up, as it were, for the leave-taking, and did not often waste them drop by drop. It was not only Anna Pavlovna who was grieved at the coming separation. Sashenka's valet, Yevsay, was also terribly distressed. He was to set off with his master to Petersburg, and had to leave the warmest corner in the house, a place on the stove in the room of Agrafena, the prime minister of Anna Pavlovna's household, who was also, a fact of prime importance to Yevsay, in charge of the keys of the stores. Behind the stove there was only room for 2 chairs and a table, which was set with tea, coffee, and eatables. Yevsay had long had a place behind the stove and in the heart of Agrafena. On the other chair she was sitting herself. The relations of Agrafena and Yevsay were by now ancient history in the household. They, like every one else in the world, had been the subject of gossip and scandal, and then, like every one else, they had been dropped. Even their mistress had grown used to seeing them together, and for 10 whole years they had been happy. Can many people, out of all their lives, count up 10 years of happiness? And now the moment of parting was at hand. Good bye to the warm corner, good bye to Agrafena Ivanovna, no more playing cards and coffee and vodka and liqueurs, good bye to it all. Yevsay sat in silence, sighing deeply. Agrafena, with a frown on her face, was bustling about her duties. She showed her sorrow in her own peculiar way. She poured out tea to day with exasperation, and instead of giving the first cup of strong tea to her mistress as usual, she poured it away, as though she could not bear any one to get the benefit of it, and she took all reproof with stolid indifference. She boiled the coffee too long, the cream was burnt, the cup slipped out of her hands. She could not put the tray down on the table without a crash. She could not shut the cupboard or the doors without slamming them. She did not shed tears, but was angry with everything and everybody instead. This, however, was always a prominent characteristic of hers. She was not often contented. Things were mostly not to her taste. She used to grumble and complain of everything. But at this moment, so fatal for her, her character showed its full capabilities. More than anything she seemed to be angry with Yevsay. " Agrafena Ivanovna," he said in a sad subdued voice, quite out of keeping with his tall stout figure. " Well, why did you just sit down there, you booby ?" she asked, just as though he had taken a seat there for the first time. " Get along with you, I want to get out a towel." " Ah, Agrafena Ivanovna !" he repeated lazily, sighing and getting up from his chair, and then at once falling back into it when she had taken the towel. " He can do nothing but whimper. Here the fellow sticks. Good Lord, what a nuisance, there's no getting rid of him." And she dropped her spoon with a loud clank into the slop basin. " Agrafena," broke in suddenly from the other room, " are you out of your senses ? Don't you know that Sashenka is resting ? Have you come to blows, or what is it, at parting with your sweetheart ?"" Mustn't stir for you, have to sit like the dead," Agrafena hissed like a snake, wiping a cup with both hands as though she would have liked to have broken it to pieces. " Good bye, good bye," said Yevsay with a colossal sigh. " It's the last day, Agrafena Ivanovna." " And thank God for it ! The devil's welcome to you for all I care, there will be more room. There, get along, one can't stir a step. You straddle your long legs all over the place." He touched her on the shoulder. How she answered him ! He sighed again, but did not move from his place, and it would have been quite needless if he had. Agrafena did not really wish him to go. Yevsay knew this and was not uneasy. " Who will take my place, I wonder ?" he asked always with a sigh. " The devil !" she answered abruptly. " So long as it's not Proshka. But who will play cards with you ?"" Well, if it were Proshka, what does it matter to you ?" she asked angrily. Yevsay got up. " Don't play with Proshka, for mercy's sake don't !" he said anxiously and almost menacingly. " But who can prevent me ? You, pray, you scarecrow ?"" My darling, Agrafena Ivanovna," he began imploringly, seizing her round the waist I should have said, if there had been any sign of a waist about her. She responded to his embrace by a sharp elbow in his chest. " My darling, Agrafena Ivanovna," he repeated, " will Proshka love you as I do ? Look at him, what an impudent fellow he is ! Not a woman in the house he does not make up to. But me — ah ! you are the only woman in the world for me. If it were not the master's will — oh !" He choked at this point and waved his hand in the air. Agrafena could hold out no longer. Even her sorrow at last found vent in tears. " But will you go away from me, you villain ?" she said weeping. " What are you chattering about, stupid ? Me keep company with Proshka ! Can't you see for yourself that you can never get a word of sense out of him ? He can do nothing but try to put his stupid arms round one." " Did he do that ? Oh, the brute ! And you never told me ? I'd have shown him." " Let him try it on. Am I the only petticoat in the house ? Me keep company with Proshka ! What an idea ! Even to sit by him makes me sick, the pig. And you have always to be on the look out with him, or he's trying to gobble up something on the sly. But you don't notice it, of course." " If such a thing should happen, Agrafena Ivanovna, the devil's too strong for us, you know. Better let Grishka have my place here. At least he's a civil fellow and hard working ; he didn't sneer." " Oh, there's an idea now !" Agrafena fell upon him. " Why do you foist some one on me as if I were like that ? Go away, I say. It's not the likes of me to go and throw myself into any one else's arms. Only with you, you wretch, the devil truly led me into temptation, and I repent it.
The very idea !"" Oh, God bless you for your goodness ! It's a weight off my heart !" Yevsay cried. " You're glad !" she shrieked savagely again. " It is a good thing you're glad at something ! Be as glad as you like !" And her lips grew white with anger. Both were silent. " Agrafena Ivanovna," said Yevsay timidly, after a short pause. " Well, what now ?"" Why, I was quite forgetting. Not a drop nor a morsel of anything have I tasted this morning." " Oh, that's what you're after !"" I couldn't eat for sorrow, my dear." She took from the bottom shelf of the cupboard, from behind a loaf of sugar, a glass of vodka and two huge slices of bread and ham. All this had long before been made ready for him by her own careful hand. She threw them to him as one would hardly throw a bone to a dog. One piece fell on the floor. " Here then, ready for you ; yes, for you, may it choke you ! But hush, don't munch for all the house to hear." She turned away from him with an expression of simulated aversion, but he slowly began to eat, looking doubtfully at Agrafena and covering his mouth with one hand. Meanwhile the coachman appeared at the gates with the three horses and took them under the shelter of the stable. Removing his cap, he took out of it a dirty towel and rubbed the sweat off his face. Anna Pavlovna saw him from the window and she turned pale. Her knees trembled under her, and her arms hung limp, although she had been expecting it. Recovering herself with an effort, she called for Agrafena. " Go on tiptoe quietly and see whether Sashenka is asleep," she said. " He will sleep too long, dear heart, perhaps, and it is the last day, so I shall see nothing of him. But no, you can't do it. You'll be sure to thump into the room like a cow. I had better go myself." And she went. " Go on then, you're not a cow, I suppose," grumbled Agrafena to herself. " A cow indeed ! You'd be glad of a few more such cows." Alexandr Fedoritch himself met Anna Pavlovna on her way — a fair young man in all the bloom of youth, health and strength. He said good morning cheerfully to his mother, but suddenly catching sight of the trunk and packages, he seemed rather disturbed, walked away to the window in silence, and began to draw with his finger on the window pane. After a minute he spoke again to his mother and looked unconcernedly, even with pleasure, at the preparations for the journey. " What made you sleep so late, dearie ?" said Anna Pavlovna. " Isn't your face a little swollen ? Let me moisten your eyes and cheeks with some rose water." " No, I don't want any, mamma." " What will you like for breakfast ? Would tea be best or coffee ? I have ordered some beef cutlets and sour cream fritters. What will you have ?"" It's all the same to me, mamma." Anna Pavlovna went on packing the linen, then stopped and gazed at her son with a look of anguish. " Sasha !" she said after a pause. " What do you want, mamma ?" She hesitated to speak, as if she were afraid of something. " Where are you going, my dear one, and why ?" she asked at last in a low voice. " How, where, mamma ? To Petersburg. Why ? Why to "" Listen, Sasha," she said with great emotion, placing her hand on his shoulder, evidently with the intention of making a last appeal. " It is not too late ; think again and stop." " Stop ? But how is it possible ? Look, my clothes are packed," he said, not knowing what to say. " Your clothes packed, but there, see now they are unpacked." In 3 armfuls she had emptied all out of the trunk. " How can it be so, mamma ? I am all ready, and to change so suddenly, what will they say ?" He looked distressed. " It is not so much for my own sake as for yours that I persuade you not to go. Why are you going ? To try and find happiness. But have you not been happy here, I wonder ? Does not your mother think of nothing else all day long but how to gratify every wish of yours ? Of course at your age now, your mother's devotion alone is not enough for your happiness, and I don't expect it. Well, look round you, every one is eager to please you. And Maria Karpovna's daughter, Sonushka — there, you blushed. Ah, my darling, how she loves you, God bless her. They say she has not slept for 3 nights." " There, mamma, how you talk ! She is so "" Yes, yes, as though I don't see. Ah, and by the bye, she has taken your handkerchiefs to hem. I won't let any one else do them," she said, " I will mark them myself. You see ? What more would you have ? Stay." He listened in silence, hanging his head and playing with the tassel of his dressing gown. " What will you find in Petersburg ?" she continued. " Do you think you will find life as easy there as here ? Oh, my dear God knows what you may have to bear and put up with. You will suffer cold and hunger and want. There are plenty of bad people everywhere, but you won't meet with good ones so easily. As for social consideration, whether you are in town or country, you will be just as much a person of consideration. Suppose you don't see Petersburg society. Still you may think yourself the best in the land living here. And so it is in everything, my dear one. You are a well-educated, fine, good-looking fellow. I am an old woman, and the only happiness left me in this world is the sight of you. You might marry, God might bless you with children, and I could nurse them, and you could live without troubles or anxiety, a peaceful, tranquil life, envying no man. But there, perhaps things may not go well. Perhaps you will remember my words. Sashenka, stay." He coughed and sighed, but did not utter a word. "And look out here," she continued, opening the door on to the balcony. "Are not you sorry yourself to be leaving such a home?" From the balcony came a fresh scent. Round the house, right into the distance, stretched the garden, full of old lime trees, thick wild roses, service berries, and bushes of lilac. And among the trees were beds of bright coloured flowers, and here and there little paths ran zigzagging in and out, while in the distance was a softly splashing lake, on one side golden with the rays of the morning sun and smooth as glass, on the other as dark blue as the sky mirrored in it and stirred by faint ripples. And then an amphitheatre formed by the fields of waving corn, and bordered by a dark forest. Anna Pavlovna, screening her eyes from the sun with one hand, with the other pointed out every object in turn to her son. "Look," she said, "how abundantly God has blessed our meadows. There, from that field of rye alone we shall harvest 4,000 bushels. And there is the wheat and the buckwheat. Only the buckwheat is not as good this year as last. It looks as though it will be poor. And the forest too! How the forest has grown! Think how great is the wisdom of God. The fuel from our share we shall sell for 1,000 at least. And the game too. And you know all this is yours, my dear. I am only your steward. Look at the lake, how splendid! It is really heavenly. The fish are in shoals there. We only need to buy sturgeon. The carp and the perch and the gremilles are simply swarming. We have enough for ourselves and our people as well. Over there are your cows and horses grazing. Here you alone are master of all. But in Petersburg, I dare say, everybody will think himself as good as you are. And you want to run away from all this plenty. You don't even know what you are running to your ruin, perhaps. God help you. Do stay." He was silent. "But you are not listening," she said. "What are you looking at so steadily?" He pointed with his hand silently and thoughtfully into the distance. Anna Pavlovna looked, and her face fell. There between the fields ran a path, twisting like a snake and disappearing into the forest, the path to the promised land, to Petersburg. Anna Pavlovna was silent for some minutes, trying to recover herself. "That's how it is, then," she said at last, sadly. "Well, my dear, God bless you. Go, then, if you are so bent on it. I will not oppose it. You shall not say, anyway, that your mother monopolized your young life. Poor mother! This is all the recompense for your love. Was not this what you expected? Ah, but mothers expect no recompense. A mother's love is without reason, without power of choice. If you are great, renowned, proud, handsome, if your name is on men's lips and your exploits make a noise in the world, then your old mother's head is trembling with happiness. She weeps and laughs and prays long and fervently. And the son, for the most part, does not even think of sharing his triumphs with his mother. If you are poor in mind and spirit, if nature has stamped you with the stigma of deformity, and the pangs of disease torture you body and soul, or if men spurn you from them, and there is no place for you among them, the more place for you in your mother's heart. She clasps her misshapen, deficient child all the closer to her heart, and her prayers are still longer and more fervent. End of chapter 1, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett
1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 2. How can we blame Alexander for egoism because he was determined to leave home? He was 20. From his nursery life had been all smiles for him. His mother idolized him and spoiled him, as mothers do spoil an only son. His nurses all sang to him from his cradle that he would walk in gold and never know sorrow. His teachers declared that he would do something, and, in addition to the adoration of his own household, the daughter of their neighbour smiled on him. And the old cat Vaska seemed to be more amiable to him than to anyone else in the house. Sorrow, tears, trouble, all that he knew of only by hearsay, as we know of some disease, which has not appeared openly, but which lurks hidden away somewhere in men. So the future presented itself to him in rainbow colours. Something beckoned him into the distance, but what precisely, that he could not tell. Seductive phantoms glimmered before him, but he could never catch a close view of them. He could hear mingled sounds, now the voice of glory, now the voice of love, and all moved him to a sweet unrest. The world of his home soon seemed narrow to him. Nature and his mother's fondness, the devotion of his nurses and of all the household, his soft bed and dainty food and purring cats, all these comforts, so dearly prized in the decline of life, he would have gladly exchanged for the unknown, full of alluring and mysterious fascination. Even his love for Sophia, a first, soft, rosy love, did not restrain him. What was this love to him? He dreamed of a colossal passion which should achieve great exploits and triumph over every obstacle. He loved Sophia, meanwhile, with a small love while waiting for the greater. He dreamed, too, of great deeds in his country's service. He studied many subjects, and diligently. On his certificate it was recorded that he had mastered some dozen sciences and half a dozen languages, ancient and modern. Above all, he dreamed of making a name as a writer. His verses were the admiration of his schoolfellows. Before him stretched a number of paths, and they seemed each better than the other. He did not know into which to throw himself. Only the straight path was hidden from his eyes. Had he seen it, even now perhaps he would not have gone away. How could he stay? His mother wished it. That was quite another matter, and very natural. In her heart all feelings had died away except one, love for her son, and it clutched feverishly at this last object. Except for him, what was left for her? Nothing but death. It has long been an accepted fact that a woman's heart cannot live without love. Alexandr had been spoiled, but was not demoralized by his home life. He was so happily formed by nature that his mother's love and the adoration of all around him only influenced him in a good direction, prematurely awakening, for example, his sympathetic feelings, and inspiring in him an excessive confidence in every one. This very fact perhaps tended to kindle ambition in him, but ambition in itself is only a mould. All will depend on what is the substance you pour into it. By far the greatest danger for him was the fact that his mother, for all her devotion to him, could not give him a true view of life, and did not prepare him for the struggle which awaited him and awaits every man in his turn. But this would have needed a master hand, a clear intellect, and a fund of great experience not bounded by the narrow provincial horizon. It would have needed someone who was even able to love him rather less, not to think of him every minute, not to remove out of his way every care and every obstacle, not to weep and to suffer in his place even in his childhood, so as to enable him to feel the approach of difficulties for himself, to meet them with his own forces, and to think for his own future. In a word, to understand that he is a man. How was Anna Pavlovna to know all this, still more to put it into practice? The reader has seen what she was. Would he not like to see more of her? She had already forgotten her son's selfishness. Alexander Fedoritch found her engaged in packing a second time his clothes and linen. In the bustle and the preparations for the journey she had apparently completely forgotten her sorrow. " Here, Sashenka, notice well where I put things," she said. " Below everything, at the bottom of the trunk, the sheets — a dozen. Look, is it right in the list?" "Yes, Mamma." "All with your mark, you see. A.F.A. all our darling Sonushka. Without her our stupid creatures would not have been ready for a long time. What next? Ah, the pillow cases. 1, 2, 3, 4 — yes, all the dozen here. Here are your shirts, 3 dozen. What linen! Look at it, it's Dutch make. I drove myself to the shop, to Vassili Vassilitch's. He brought out the 3 best pieces he had. Mind you count them over by the list, dear boy, every time you get them home from the laundress. They are all brand new. You won't see many such shirts in Petersburg. Very likely they will change them. There are such dishonest creatures, to be sure, who have no fear of God. Socks, 22 pairs. Do you know what I have thought of? To put your pocket book with your money in a sock. You will not need any till you get to Petersburg, so God grant, if anything should happen, they may rummage, but they will not find it. And the letter to your uncle I have put there too. How delighted he will be, to be sure. Here's 17 years gone by, and we've never sent a word to one another. That's a long time. Here are your neckties, and here are the handkerchiefs. 1/2 dozen is still with Sonushka. Don't tear your handkerchiefs, my darling. They are all good cambric. I bought them at Mihaev's at 2¼ roubles a yard. Now, that's all the linen. Now your clothes. But where is Yevsay? Why isn't he looking on? Yevsay!" Yevsay came lazily into the room. "What are your orders?" he asked still more lazily. "What are my orders?" repeated Anna Pavlovna angrily. "Why aren't you looking where I pack the things? But when you want anything on the journey, you will go and turn everything topsy-turvy. He can't tear himself from his sweetheart, such a treasure. The day is long enough, you will have plenty of time. Is this how you mean to look after your master in Petersburg? You had better be careful. Look here. These are the dress clothes, you see where I lay them? And you, Sashenka, be careful of them. Don't wear them every day. The cloth costs 16 roubles a yard. When you go to see the best people, wear it, and don't sit down all anyhow, like your auntie, who never could sit down on an empty chair or sofa, but was bound to go and plump down where someone had put a hat or some such thing. The other day she sat down on a saucer of jam. Such a mess she made. When you go out rather more quietly, wear this coat here. Now, your waistcoats. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 pairs of trousers. Well, there are clothes to last you the next 3 years. Ah, I am tired and no mistake. The whole morning I have been on my legs. You can go, Yevsay. Let us talk a little of something else. Soon our guests will be here, and then there will be no time." She sat down on the sofa and made her son sit down beside her. "Well, Sasha," she said after a short silence, "you are now going to a strange land." "A strange land? Petersburg? How you talk, Mamma!" "Wait a little, wait a little, hear what I want to say. God alone knows what awaits you there, what you will meet with, good and bad. I trust He, our Father in Heaven, will guard you. And you, my dear, above all, don't forget Him. Remember that without faith there is no salvation anywhere or in anything. You will take a good position there, you will mix with people of consequence. Indeed, we are as good as anybody. Your father was a nobleman, a major. All the same, humble yourself before the Lord God. Pray both in good fortune and in bad, and not like the proverb, 'The peasant does not cross himself till he hears the thunder.' There are men who, while they have good luck, don't even go to church, and then when they come to grief they will put up candles at a rouble apiece and will give alms to the poor. That is a great sin. And while we are talking of the poor, don't waste money on them too often, don't give away too much. Why should you spoil them? They won't think any the more of you for it. They will spend it in drink and only laugh at you. You have a soft heart, I know. You would be ready, I dare say, to give away even a sixpenny piece. No, that's not necessary. God will provide. Will you visit the house of God? Will you go every Sunday to Mass?" She sighed. Alexandr was silent. He remembered that while he was studying at the university and living in the capital of the province, he had not been very zealous in going to church. And in the country it was only from desire to please his mother that he had accompanied her to Mass. He was ashamed to tell a lie. His mother understood his silence and sighed again. "Well, I won't compel you," she continued. "You are a young man. How could you be as zealous in the house of God as an old woman like me? Perhaps your official duties now will hinder you, or you will be staying late at some grand houses and will oversleep yourself. God will have pity on your youth. Don't be troubled, you have a mother, she will not oversleep. So long as there is a drop of blood left in my body, so long as my tears are not dried up in my eyes, and God has compassion on my sins, I will crawl, if I have not the strength to walk, along the road to church. I will give my last breath, I will shed my last tear for you, my dear. My prayers shall win you health and position and decorations and heavenly and earthly blessings. Can it be that He, our Father in heaven, will despise the prayers of a poor old woman? For myself I want nothing. Let Him take everything from me, health, life, sight, only may He grant you every pleasure, every happiness, and good " She could not finish. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Alexandr jumped up from his place. " Mamma !" he said. " There, sit down, sit down," she replied, hastily wiping away her tears. " I have still a great deal more to talk to you about. What was I going to say ? It's gone out of my head. Oh, you see what a memory I have. Ah, keep the fasts, my dear, that is a great thing, on Wednesdays and Fridays God will pardon it, but Lent — God forbid ! Look at Mihail Mihailitch, he thought himself an enlightened man, but what happened to him ? Festival and fast alike, he eat as greedily as ever. It positively makes my hair stand on end. He gave to the poor, to be sure, but was his charity acceptable to the Lord ? They say he once gave a sovereign to an old man. He took it, to be sure, but turned his back and spat. All bowed to him, and God knows what they said to his face, but behind his back they crossed themselves when they thought of him, as though he were a devil." Alexandr listened with some impatience and gazed from time to time out of window at the distant road. She was silent for a minute. " Take care of your health before all things," she continued. " If you are seriously ill, which God forbid, write. I will make a great effort and come to you. Who would look after you in Petersburg ? Why, they would even seize the opportunity to rob you in your sickness. Don't go into the streets after dark, keep away from ferocious looking people. Take care of your money, save it for a rainy day, spend it reasonably. From money — the accursed thing — comes everything good and evil. Don't be extravagant, don't waste it on needless whims. You will receive from me without fail 2,500 roubles a year. 2,500 roubles is no small matter. Don't spend it on any kind of luxury, nothing of that sort, only don't deny yourself anything you can have. If you want any dainty, don't grudge the money, don't give way to wine. Ah, it is the greatest enemy of mankind. And," here she dropped her voice, " beware of women. I know them. There are creatures so shameless that they will throw themselves on your neck when they see such a " She looked lovingly at her son. " That's enough, mamma. Isn't it time I had my breakfast ?" he asked, almost with vexation. " Directly, directly. Now one word more. Don't set your heart on the wife of another," she went on hurriedly. " That is a great sin. Do not covet your neighbour's wife is written in the Scriptures. If any woman there tries to get hold of you, to marry you — God forbid — don't dare to think of it. They will be ready to entrap you when they see that you have money and are good looking. I dare say at your chief's or at some other distinguished and wealthy grandee's they will set their caps at you and try to make a match for their daughters. Well then it might be, only write to me. I will come somehow and will see that they are not palming off just any girl on you, simply to get rid of her — some old maid or poor creature. Every one will try to make up to a match like you. But if you yourself fall in love, and she proves to be a good girl, well then " here she lowered her voice — "Sonushka need not be considered." The old woman in her love for her son was ready even to act against her conscience. After all, what was Maria Karpovna thinking about ? Her daughter is no match for you. A country girl ! There are others besides her who would be glad to get hold of you." " Sophia — no, mamma, I shall never forget her," said Alexandr. " Well, well, my dear, never mind, I only mentioned it. Work a little in your situation, come home here and then, as God sees fit, there are always plenty of girls. If you don't forget her, well then — but if " she wanted to say more, but had not the heart. And bending to his ear she asked softly, " And will you remember your mother ?"" See what you've worked yourself up to," he interrupted. " Please let them serve what you have, omelette or whatever it is. Forget you
How could you imagine such a thing ? May God punish me !"" Hush, hush, Sasha !" she broke in quickly. " Why are you calling down such things on your head ? No, no ! Whatever happens, if such a thing comes to pass, let me suffer alone. You are young, you are only beginning life, you will have friends, you will marry. A young woman will fill the place of your mother and of every one for you. No, may God bless you as I bless you." She kissed him on the forehead, and so ended her sermon. " But why is it nobody comes ?" she said. " Not Maria Karpovna, nor Anton Ivanitch, nor the priest are come. The mass must be over by now, I should think. Ah, here is some one coming. Anton Ivanitch, I fancy. Yes, it is he. Speak of the devil." Who does not know Anton Ivanitch ? He is a wandering Jew. He has existed always, everywhere, from the most ancient times, and has never become extinct. He was present at the Greek and Roman symposiums, and certainly tasted the fatted calf killed by the happy father on the return of the prodigal son. Among us in Russia he takes various forms. The one in question had 12 serfs mortgaged over and over again. He lived almost in a hut, a kind of queer building resembling a log house, the entrance somewhere behind over some timber, close up to the hedge. But for 12 years he had been continually declaring that in the following spring he would start building a new house. He kept no housekeeper in his house. There was not a man of his acquaintance who had dined, supped, or drunk a cup of tea in his house, but also there was not a man with whom he had not dined, supped, or drunk tea 50 times a year. In days gone by Anton Ivanitch used to walk about in loose pantaloons and a full skirted overcoat. Now he wears on weekdays a surtout and trousers, on holidays a frock coat — of what sort of cut God only knows. In figure he is fat, because he has no sorrows, no cares, no emotions, though he pretends that he spends his whole life in the sorrows and cares of others. But it is well known that the sorrows and cares of others do not make us thin. That is a fact admitted on all hands. End of chapter 1, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, part 3 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, part 3. In reality, Anton Ivanitch was never of use to anyone, yet without him not a single ceremony took place, not a wedding nor a funeral. He was at all the formal dinners and evening parties, and at all family gatherings. No one would stir a step without him. You may imagine perhaps that he was very useful, giving good advice here, arranging some difficulty there. Not a bit of it. No one had ever entrusted him with anything of the kind. He understood nothing, could do nothing, could not manage a matter in the law courts, could not act as go-between or mediator, could do absolutely nothing. But yet they did commission him sometimes to call in and take a polite message from such a one to such a one, and he takes it without fail and seizes the opportunity to get a breakfast there, or to inform such a one that certain papers have been received, but their exact nature they would not confide to him, or to take somewhere a little jar of honey or a handful of seeds with the precept not to spill and not to spoil, or to carry congratulations on some one's birthday. And they employ Anton Ivanitch too in such matters as they consider it unsuitable to leave to a servant. "We can't send Petrushka, he would be sure to make a mistake about it. No, better let Anton Ivanitch go with it. It would never do to send a man, so and so would be offended. Better get Anton Ivanitch to go." So every one would have been astonished if he were nowhere to be seen at a dinner or a supper. " But where is Anton Ivanitch ?" every one would be sure to ask in surprise. " What's wrong with him ? Why isn't he here ?" And the dinner would hardly seem a dinner at all. Anton Ivanitch came in and took Anna Pavlovna's hand. " Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Anna Pavlovna. I have the honour of congratulating you on something new." " What is that, Anton Ivanitch ?" inquired Anna Pavlovna, looking at herself from head to foot. " Why the little bridge at the gates ? You must have only just had it put up. Why, I listened, the planks didn't dance under my feet. I looked, and it was new." He always used, when he met acquaintances, to congratulate them on something or other, either on Lent, or on the spring, or on the autumn. If, after a spell of warm weather, frost had set in, then she would congratulate them on the frost, if the frost had just broken up, then on the thaw. On this occasion there was nothing of this kind to fix on, but he still managed to find something. "Kind regards to you from Alexandra Vassilievna, Matrena Mikhailovna, and Piotr Sergeitch," said he. "Oh, I thank you sincerely, Anton Ivanitch. Are their children well?" "Yes, thanks be to God. I bring you the blessing of the Church. The good Father is just on my heels. But have you heard, ma'am, our good Semen Arkhipitch?" "What is it?" asked Anna Pavlovna in dismay. "Why, he has taken leave of us for ever." "You don't say! When did it happen?" "Yesterday morning. They sent to let me know in the evening, a lad galloped up, and I set off and did not sleep all night. They were all in tears. I had to console them and see to everything. Every one in the house was quite overcome, nothing but weeping. I was all alone." "Merciful heaven!" said Anna Pavlovna, shaking her head. "Such is life. But how could it happen? Only this week he sent us his greetings." "Yes, ma'am. Ah! But he had been ailing a long while, the old man was a good age. The wonder is that he had never been laid up till now." "A good age? He was only a year older than my poor husband. Well, God's peace be with him," said Anna Pavlovna, crossing herself. "I am grieved for poor Fedosia Petrovna, she is left with little children on her hands. It's a serious matter. 5, and almost all little girls. And when is the funeral to be?" "To morrow." "Ah, every heart has its own sorrow, Anton Ivanitch. Here am I seeing my son off." "There's no help for it, Anna Pavlovna. We are all mortal. Man is born to sorrow, as written in the Scriptures." "Well, don't be vexed with me for distressing you a little. Let us sorrow together. You love us like one of our own family." "Ah, Anna Pavlovna, and whom could I love as I do you? Have I many friends like you? You know how precious you are. I have so many cares, and that reminds me of my building. Only yesterday I was disputing all the morning with the contractor, but somehow we could not agree on anything. Yet how, thought I, am I to keep away? What, thought I, will she do without me? She is no longer young. Why, she will be beside herself. God reward you, Anton Ivanitch, for not forgetting us. And indeed I am not myself. My head is in such a whirl. I can see nothing. My throat is sore with crying. I beg you to take a little to eat. You must be tired and hungry." "I thank you sincerely. I confess that I had a drop at Piotr Sergeitch as I was passing, and took a mouthful with him. But that is no hindrance. The father is coming, let him give the benediction. Yes, here he is on the stairs." The priest came in. Maria Karpovna, too, arrived with her daughter, a plump and rosy girl with a smile and tearful eyes. The eyes and the whole expression of face of Sophia said plainly, "I will love simply, without caprice. I will be married like a nursemaid, and will obey my husband in everything, and never think I know better than he. Indeed, and how could one know better than one's husband? It would be a sin. I will be diligent in housekeeping and sewing, I will bear him half a dozen children, and will suckle them, tend them, dress them, and make their clothes." The plumpness and brilliance of her cheeks and the fine contours of her throat confirmed the promise of robust motherhood. But the tears in her eyes and her pathetic smile lent her at this moment a more romantic interest. Before anything else they listened to a prayer, for which Anton Ivanitch called in the domestics, lighted the candle, and took the book from the priest, when he had finished reading it, and handed it to the deacon, and afterwards poured the holy water into a little flask and put it into his pocket, saying, "That's for Agafea Nikitishna." They sat down to table. Except Anton Ivanitch and the priest, they could hardly eat a morsel. But to make up for this, Anton Ivanitch did full justice to the Homeric breakfast. Anna Pavlovna kept weeping and stealthily wiping her eyes. "Don't keep on so, ma'am," said Anton Ivanitch with assumed vexation, pouring out some liqueur for himself. "Why, are you sending him to certain death, do you imagine?" Then he drank up half the liqueur and smacked his lips. "What liqueur? What an aroma it has! Ah, ma'am, you wouldn't find such liqueur anywhere in the district," he said, with an expression of great pleasure. "It is no more than 3 years old," said Anna Pavlovna, sobbing. "It has only to day been uncorked for you." "Ah, Anna Pavlovna, it makes me ill to see you," began Anton Ivanitch again. "I don't know what you deserve." "But only imagine, Anton Ivanitch, an only son, and he going out of my sight. It will kill me and there will be no one to bury me." "And what do we count for? What? Am I a stranger or what? And why in such a hurry to die? More likely to be married than that. I would dance at the wedding. But do give over crying." "I cannot, Anton Ivanitch, indeed I cannot. I don't know myself why my tears will come." "The idea of keeping such a young man shut up! Let him have his freedom, he will find his wings, and then he will do wonders, there he will gain a position." "Good luck to your words! And why have you taken so little pie? Take some more." "Yes, I will have some, just this piece. To your health, Alexander Fedoritch. A lucky journey, and come home quickly and get married." "Why do you blush, Sophia Vassilievna?" "I? Oh, no, I'm so Ah, young people, young people, he he he!" "In your company one cannot feel one's sorrow, Anton Ivanitch," said Anna Pavlovna. "You know so well how to comfort one. God give you health. But do take a little liqueur." "I will drink a little, ma'am, I will indeed. Who would not drink at such a leave taking?" The breakfast came to an end. The coachman had long ago packed the carriage. They brought it round to the steps. The servants ran about one after another. One carried a trunk, another a bundle, a third a little bag, and then ran back after something else. Like flies round a drop of syrup, the servants clustered round the carriage, and every one wanted to have a hand in it. "Better lay the trunk so," said one, "and here the hamper with the provisions." "And where are they to put their legs then?" answered the other. "The trunk's better lengthwise, and the hamper we can fix alongside." "The feather bed will roll off if the trunk goes lengthwise. Better across." "What next? Were the slippers packed?" "I don't know. Who packed them?" "I didn't. Go and see whether they are still upstairs." "You go yourself." "And why not you? I haven't time." "Here, don't forget this," screamed a girl, holding up a small parcel above her head. "Give it here." "Stuff this in somehow into the trunk, it's been forgotten to the last," said another, jumping on the steps and handing in a brush and comb. "Where can one stuff it now?" cried the stout valet angrily to her. "Get away with you! You see the trunk is at the very bottom." "It's the mistress's orders. Doesn't matter a straw to me." "Well, give it here. Look sharp. We can put it here in the pocket at the side." The shaft horse continually lifted and shook his head. The bell every time gave a shrill tinkle, reminding one of partings, but the trace horses stood thoughtfully, their heads lowered as though they understood all the charms of the journey which lay before them, and sometimes lashed their tails or thrust out an underlip at the shaft horse. At last the fatal minute came. There was another little prayer offered up. Be seated, all of you," was Anton Ivanitch's order. "Pray sit down, Alexander Fedoritch. And you, Yevsay, sit down. Sit down, sit down." And he himself just sat for a second on the edge of a chair. "Now let us go, in God's name." At this point Anna Pavlovna broke down and fell upon Alexandr's neck. "Farewell, farewell, my dear," was heard among her sobs. "Shall I see you again?" Nothing more could be distinguished. At this moment the tinkle of another troika bell was heard. A telega flew into the court, drawn by 3 horses. From the telega leaped out a young man, covered with dust, who rushed into the room and threw himself on Alexandr's neck. "Pospyeloff! Adouev!" they exclaimed at the same instant, clasping each other in an embrace. "From where, how have you come?" "From home. I have been galloping day and night on purpose to say good bye to you." "Friend, friend, true friend," said Adouev with tears in his eyes. "To journey 150 miles to say good bye! Oh, there is friendship in the world! For life, isn't it?" said Alexandr, passionately clasping his friend's hand and falling into his arms. "Till death," he replied, pressing his hand still more warmly as he returned his embrace. "Write to me." "Yes, and you too write." Anna Pavlovna did not know how to make enough of Pospyeloff. The departure was delayed for half an hour. At last they were ready. All went on foot as far as the wood. Sophia and Alexandr seized their chance while passing through a dark passage to throw themselves in each other's arms. "Sasha, dear Sasha! Sonitchka!" they stammered, and their words were lost in a kiss. "You will forget me there?" she said tearfully. "Oh, how little you know me! I shall come back. Believe me, and never another. Here, take this quickly. It is my hair and a ring." He quickly put both in his pocket. First walked Anna Pavlovna with her son and Pospyeloff, then Maria Karpovna and her daughter, and lastly the priest and Anton Ivanitch. At some distance followed the carriage. The coachman could scarcely hold in the horses. All the servants surrounded Yevsay at the gates. " Good bye, Yevsay Ivanitch, good bye, old boy, don't forget us," was heard on all sides. " Good bye, brothers, good bye, don't remember ill against me." " Good bye, Yevsushka, good bye, my darling," said his mother, hugging him. " Here is a holy image for you, it is my blessing. Remember the faith, Yevsay. Don't give way to drink or thieving. Serve the master faithfully and well. Good bye, good bye." She hid her face in her apron and went away. " Good bye, mother," said Yevsay lazily. A little girl of 12 rushed up to him. " Say good bye to your little sister," said an old woman. " And where have you come from ?" said Yevsay, kissing her. " Well, good bye, good bye. Run home now to the hut, bare legs." Agrafena stood last of all, apart from the others. Her face was livid. " Good bye, Agrafena Ivanovna," said Yevsay slowly, raising his voice and holding out his hand to her. She let him embrace her, but did not respond to his embrace, only her face worked. " Here's something for you," she said, taking a little bag of something from under her apron and thrusting it upon him. " Well, of course you will walk out with the Petersburg girls, there !" she said, with a sidelong glance at him, and in that glance was apparent all her suffering and her jealousy. " I walk out, I ?" began Yevsay. " God blast me, strike me blind ! May I sink into the earth if I do any such thing there." " All right," muttered Agrafena incredulously, " but inside you — ugh !"" Ah, I'd almost forgotten," said Yevsay, taking from his pocket a greasy pack of cards. " For a keepsake, Agrafena Ivanovna, to you ; you know you could not get any here." She stretched out her hand. " Give it to me, Yevsay Ivanitch !" screamed Proshka out of the crowd. " You ! I'll be damned before I give it to you !" and he put the cards into his pocket. " But give them to me, stupid !" said Agrafena. " No, Agrafena Ivanovna, you may do as you like, but I won't give you them. You would play with him. Good bye." Without looking round he waved his hand and slowly moved off to the carriage, which he looked as if he could have carried off on his shoulders — Alexandr, coachman and horses and all. " Cursed fellow !" said Agrafena, looking after him and wiping away her falling tears with a corner of her apron. At the forest a halt was made. While Anna Pavlovna was sobbing and saying good bye to her son, Anton Ivanitch patted one of the horses on the neck, then took him by the nose and shook him backwards and forwards, with which the horse seemed rather displeased, snorting and showing his teeth. " Tighten the girth on the off horse," said he to the coachman, " you see the pad is on one side." The coachman looked at the pad, and seeing that it was in its place, did not get off the box, but only straightened the breech a little with his whip. " Well, it's time to start, God be with you," said Anton Ivanitch. " Leave off tormenting yourself, Anna Pavlovna. And you take your seat, Alexander Fedoritch. You must reach Shishkov in daylight. Farewell, farewell ! God give you happiness, rank, honours, all things good and happy, every kind of wealth and blessing. Now in God's name whip up the horses ! But see you drive quietly along the slope," he added, turning to the coachman. Alexandr took his seat in the carriage, dissolved in tears, but Yevsay went up to his mistress, knelt down at her feet and kissed her hand. She gave him a 5 rouble note. " See, Yevsay, remember, be a good servant, and I will marry you to Agrafena, but if not " She could say no more. Yevsay got on to the box. The coachman, wearied with the long delay, seemed to revive. He grasped his hat, set it straight on his head and took the reins. The horses set off at first at a slight trot. He whipped the trace horses in turn, one after the other, with a bound they began to draw, and the troika flew along the road to the forest. The crowd of escorting friends stood silent and motionless till the carriage had passed altogether out of sight. Anton Ivanitch was the first to recover himself. " Well, now we must go home," he said. Alexandr looked back from the carriage as long as anything was to be seen, then fell with his face hidden in the cushions. " Do not leave me in my trouble, Anton Ivanitch," said Anna Pavlovna. " Dine here." " Very good, ma'am, I am ready. If you like I will sup here too." " Yes, and you might stay the night as well." " How can that be ? The funeral is to morrow." " Ah, yes, well, I must not keep you. Remember me to Fedosia Petrovna."
Tell her that I grieve from my heart for her affliction, and I should have visited her myself, but God has sent, tell her, sorrow upon me. I have just parted with my son." "I will tell her, I will tell her, I will not forget." "Ah, Sashenka, my darling," she murmured, looking round, "there is nothing to be seen of him, he is gone." Madame Adouev sat the whole day silent, and ate no dinner or supper. Anton Ivanitch talked and dined and supped to make up for her. "Where is he now, my darling?" was all she could utter from time to time. "By now he must be at Nefaeva. No, what am I saying? He is not yet at Nefaeva, but not far off. There he will drink tea," answered Anton Ivanitch. "No, he never takes tea at this time." And so Anna Pavlovna, in spirit, travelled with him. Afterwards, when according to her calculations he must have reached Petersburg, she divided her time between praying, telling fortunes on cards, and talking to Maria Karpovna. And he? We shall meet him again at Petersburg. End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, Part 1. Piotr Ivanitch Adouev, our hero's uncle, had, like him, been sent to Petersburg when 20 years old by his older brother, Alexander's father, and had lived there uninterruptedly for 17 years. He had not kept up a correspondence with his relatives after his brother's death, and Anna Pavlovna had seen nothing of him since then, as he had sold his small property not far from her estate. In Petersburg he passed for a wealthy man, and perhaps not without good grounds. He had an appointment under a certain influential personage, a secretary of special commissions, and had ribbons to wear in his buttonhole. He had a fine suite of rooms in a good street, kept 3 men and as many horses. He was not old, but what is called a man in the prime of life, between 35 and 40. But he did not care to talk of his age, not from petty vanity, but from a sort of deliberate calculation, as though with an idea of insuring his life on the easiest terms. Anyway, there was no sign in his manner of concealing his age, of any frivolous pretensions to pleasing the fair sex. He was a tall, well-made man, with large regular features and a swarthy complexion, a smooth graceful carriage, and dignified but agreeable manners, one of those men who are generally described by the term bel homme. His face too showed dignity, that is, the power of controlling himself, and not allowing his face to be the reflection of his feelings. He was of the opinion that this was improper both for his own sake and for other people's, and behaved himself in public accordingly. Yet one could not call his face wooden, no, it was only tranquil. Sometimes he showed the traces of fatigue, doubtless from overwork. He was known to be both a man of business and a busy man. He always dressed carefully, even stylishly, but only within the limits of good taste. His linen was unexceptionable, his hands were plump and white, with long transparent fingernails. One morning, when he had just waked up and rung his bell, his man brought him in 3 letters, together with the tea, and informed him further of the arrival of a young gentleman, who called himself Alexander Fedoritch Adouev, and him, Piotr Ivanitch, uncle, and had promised to call at 12 o'clock. Piotr Ivanitch listened tranquilly after his wont to this piece of news, only pricking up his ears and raising his eyebrows a little. "Good, you can go," he said to the servant. Then he took one letter and was about to break it open when he paused and reflected. "A nephew from the country? What a surprise!" he muttered. "And I had hoped they'd forgotten me in those regions. Well, why should I trouble myself about him? I will get rid of him." He rang again. "Tell that gentleman when he comes that I set off directly I was up for my works, and shall be back in 3 months." "Yes, sir," said the servant. "And what shall I do with the presents?" "With what presents?" "A man brought them. The mistress, he says, sent them as presents from the country." "Presents?" "Yes, a barrel of honey, a bag of dried raspberries." Piotr Ivanitch shrugged his shoulders. "And 2 pieces of linen and preserves." "Very fine linen, I should imagine." Yes, the linen is fine, and the preserves are of sugar." "Well, you can go, I will see them directly." He took one letter, broke it open, and took a comprehensive look at the page. It was written in a large round hand like print, without punctuation. Adouev began to read in an undertone. "Honoured Sir, having been closely acquainted and friendly with your lamented parents, and having amused you not a little in your childhood, and ofttimes eaten bread and salt in your house, therefore I cherish a warm feeling and an ardent hope that you've not forgotten the old man Vassily Tichovitch, as we here remember you and your parents with every kindness, and we pray God..." "What a rigmarole! Who is it from?" said Piotr Ivanitch, looking at the signature. "Vassily Zayeshaloff? Zayeshaloff? I'll be hanged if I remember it. What does he want from me?" And he began reading further. "But my most humble petition and importunity to you, do not refuse it, little father, to you in Petersburg, unlike us in these parts, all of course is known and everything is in your reach. There has been fixed upon me a cursed lawsuit, and here's the 7th year come and gone, and I cannot shake it off my neck. Do you remember the little copse which lies 1 mile from my property? The court made a mistake in the purchase deeds, and my adversary Medvyedev still persists in it. The point, he says, is a got up one, and this he sticks to through thick and thin. This same Medvyedev is the fellow who always used to be poaching fish from your ponds without permission. Your lamented father drove him away and put him to shame, and would have lodged a complaint with the governor for his impudence, but in the kindness of his heart, God rest his soul, let him off, and he should have not had mercy on such a rogue. Help me, little father, Piotr Ivanitch. The affair is now before the Senate of Appeal. I don't know in what department or under whom, but to be sure they will tell you directly. Go and see the secretary and the senators, incline them in my favour, tell them it's all a mistake, simply from a mistake in the purchase deed that I am suffering. For you they will do everything. While you are there, by the way, kindly trouble to obtain for me a patent of promotion and send it to me. Further, little father, Piotr Ivanitch, there is a little matter of the utmost importance. Give your heartfelt sympathy to an innocently oppressed victim, and aid with advice and assistance. We have in the governor's service a councillor, Droshov, a heart of gold more than a man. He would die before he would betray a friend. In the town I have no lodging but his house. As soon as I arrive I go straight to him, I live there for weeks, and God forbid you should not make yourself at home. He will overwhelm you with good things to eat and drink, and cards from dinner till the middle of the night. And such a man has been passed over without promotion, and now they are forcing him to send in his resignation. Go and see, my dear father, all the grandees there, and suggest to them what a man Afanasy Ivanitch is. If there is work to be done, it goes like a house on fire in his hands. Tell them he has been falsely denounced by an intrigue of the governor's secretary. They will listen to you, and write me by return of post. And go and see my old colleague, Kostyakoff. I have heard from one of your Petersburgers who has arrived here, Studentsin, no doubt you know him, that he is living at Peska. There the street boys will tell you the house. Write by the same post, don't be lazy, whether he is alive or dead, whether he is in good health, what he is doing, whether he remembers me. Get acquainted and make friends with him. He is a capital fellow, an open heart and such an amusing fellow. I conclude my letter with a further request." Adouev ceased reading, slowly tore the letter into 4 pieces, and threw it under the table into a basket, and then stretched and yawned. He took the other letter and began to read it also in an undertone. "Dearest brother, gracious sir, Piotr Ivanitch." "What? A sister?" said Adouev, looking at the signature. "Maria Gorbatov." He looked up at the ceiling, trying to recollect something. "How is it? Some recollection. There, that's good. My brother was married to a Gorbatov. This is her sister. This is... Ah, I remember." He frowned and began to read. "Though fate has severed us perhaps for ever, and an abyss lies between us, years have rolled by..." He skipped a few lines and began further on. "To the day of my death I shall remember that walk together near our lake, when you, at risk of your life and health, went knee deep into the water and picked for me some great yellow flowers among the rushes, and how a kind of juice ran out of the stems and stained our hands, and you fetched water in your cap for us to wash them. We laughed so much at it then. Ah, how happy I was that day! That flower I have still pressed in a book." Adouev stopped. It was clear that this circumstance was not very gratifying to him. He shook his head rather suspiciously. "But have you still kept the ribbons," he continued reading, "that you snatched out of my drawer in spite of my entreaties?"
I snatched out a ribbon?" he said aloud, frowning angrily. He skipped a few more lines in silence and read: "But I was destined for the unwedded state, and have always been happy in it. There is no one to hinder my recalling those happy days." "Ah, the old maid," thought Piotr Ivanitch. "Isn't it astonishing she should still have yellow flowers in her mind? What more is there?" "Are you married, dearest brother, and to whom? Who is that dear unknown friend who smooths the path of your existence? Tell me her name. I will love her like my own sister, and in my dreams her image will be joined with yours, and I will remember her in my prayers. But if you are not married, now what is the reason? Write me frankly. No one will tear your secrets from me. I shall bury them in my bosom, and they shall be torn from me only together with my heart. Do not delay. I am burning with eagerness to read your words, so incomprehensible — no, it's your words that are so incomprehensible," thought Piotr Ivanitch. "I did not know," he read, "that our dear Sashenka had suddenly decided to visit the splendid metropolis. Happy boy! He will see the magnificent houses and shops, will enjoy the luxuries of town, and will press his adored uncle to his bosom. But I, meanwhile, shall be shedding tears over the memory of my own happy days. If I had known of his departure, I should have worked day and night and have embroidered a cushion for you. A negress with 2 dogs. You would not believe how often I have wept looking at that pattern. What is more sacred than friendship and fidelity? Now I am possessed by one only thought. I shall devote my days to it. But I have no wool here good enough, and so I am venturing to beg you, dearest brother, to send me some like this pattern which I have enclosed, of the very best English wool, as soon as possible from the first shop. But what am I saying? What an awful thought arrests my pen! Perhaps you have already forgotten me, and how should you remember the poor sufferer, who can but weep secluded from the world? But no! I cannot think that you are a monster like all men. No! My heart speaks and tells me that you have kept your old sentiment towards me, towards all, in the midst of all the pomps and pleasures of the great metropolis. This thought is a balm for my suffering heart. Forgive me, I cannot write more, my hand trembles. I remain till death yours, Maria Gorbatov. P.S. Have you, brother, any good books by you? Send me some if you have any to spare. On every page I should remember you and weep, or get me some new from a shop if they are not too dear. They say the works of Mr. Zagoskin and of Mr. Marlinsky are very good. Let it be those. And I have seen in the papers the title of Prejudices by Puzin. Send me that. I can't endure prejudices. Having read it through, Adouev was just going to get rid of that letter, but he stopped short. "No," he thought, "I will keep it. There are people who make a speciality of such letters. Some of them have whole collections. Perhaps someone would be glad to have it." He threw the letter into the beaded basket which hung on the wall, then took up the third letter and began to read it. "Dear brother-in-law, Piotr Ivanitch, do you remember how 17 years ago we were preparing for your departure from us? Now it has pleased God to send my own son on the same long journey. You will be delighted with him. He will remind you of our dear lamented Fedor Ivanitch. Sashenka is his father over again. God alone knows what my mother's heart has suffered in letting him go away to strange parts. I send him, my dear brother-in-law, straight to you. I was not willing he should lodge anywhere except with you." Adouev again shook his head. "Silly old woman," he muttered, and read on. He might, in his inexperience, I dare say, have put up at the inn, but I knew that his uncle might feel hurt by that, and I bade him go straight to you. How delighted you will be when you see him! Don't let him want for advice, brother-in-law, and take him under your wing. I give him into your hands." Piotr Ivanitch paused again. "Of course you are all he has," he went on reading. "Look after him. Don't spoil him too much, and don't be too severe with him. He is sure to get severity from someone, and strangers will be hard upon him, but he has no one to pet him except his kinsman. And he is such an affectionate boy. You have only to see him, and then you will not part with him. And tell the chief, in whose office he will be, to take care of my Sashenka and to treat him tenderly before all things. He has been tenderly cared for with me. Keep him from wine and cards. At night — you will no doubt sleep in the same room — Sashenka has a way of lying on his back. From this he is apt, dear heart, to toss and groan in his sleep. You must rouse him gently and turn him over, he will go off again at once. but in summer cover his mouth with a handkerchief, he is apt to sleep with it open, and the tiresome flies are so troublesome in the morning, and don't let him want either in the matter of money." Adouev frowned, but his face quickly brightened again when he read further. "But I am sending what is needful, and I have just put into his hands 1,000 roubles. Only don't let him waste it on trifles, and don't let sharpers get hold of him. To be sure, one hears there are so many rascals and unscrupulous creatures of every sort in your metropolis. And in conclusion, excuse all shortcomings, dear brother-in-law. I have quite got out of the habit of letter writing. I remain, your respectful and affectionate sister-in-law, A. Adouev. P.S. I send with this some presents from the country. Some raspberries from our garden, some white honey, as clear as teardrops, some linen for 2 dozen shirts, and some household preserves. Eat and wear them, and may they do you good, and when they are done I will send more. And keep an eye over Yevsay. He is a quiet fellow and sober, but I dare say in time he will be spoiled. If he is, you must let him have a whipping." Piotr Ivanitch laid the letter deliberately on the table, still more deliberately took up a cigar, and after rolling it in his hands began to smoke. He deliberated a long while on the trick, as he mentally called it, which his sister-in-law was playing upon him. He began to analyse closely what they were doing with him and what he ought to do himself. He resolved the whole incident into the following propositions. His nephew he knew nothing of, and consequently cared nothing about, and therefore his heart imposed on him no obligations of any kind to him. The matter must be judged simply by the light of reason and common justice. His brother had married, he had entered upon married life for his own pleasure. Why should he, Piotr Ivanitch, be burdened with the responsibility of his brother's son, he who had enjoyed none of the advantages of matrimony? There was obviously no reason. But a point presented itself on the other side. The mother had packed her son straight off to him, to his protection, not knowing whether he was willing to undertake this responsibility, not even knowing whether he was in a position to do anything for his nephew. Granted this was absurd, still, if the deed was done and his nephew in Petersburg without assistance, without acquaintance, without even letters of recommendation, young and quite inexperienced, would he be doing right to leave him uncared for, to throw him on the world without advice and warnings, and if anything should go wrong with him, would he not feel answerable to his conscience? At this point Adouev chanced to recall how 17 years ago his dead brother and Anna Pavlovna had dispatched him to Petersburg. They certainly had not been able to do anything for him in Petersburg, he had made his own way, but he remembered her tears at the leave taking, her blessing, quite maternal, her fond caresses, her pies, and last of all her parting words: "Ah, when our Sashenka, then a child of 3, is grown up, perhaps you, brother, will be good to him." Here Piotr Ivanitch stood up and went with quick steps into the hall. "Vassily," he said, "when my nephew comes, don't send him away, but go and find out whether the apartment above here has been taken that was to let not long ago, and if it has not been let yet, say that I will retain it for myself. Ah, these are the presents. Well, what are we to do with them? The man from our shop saw them just now, as they brought them upstairs. He inquired if we could let him have the honey. 'I will give you a good price,' said he, 'and the raspberries should he take.' Good, give them to him. Well, and where are we to put the linen? Wouldn't it do for chair covers? Put away the linen then, and put away the jam. We could eat that. It looks good." End of chapter 2, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 2. Piotr Ivanitch had just settled himself to shave when Alexander Fedoritch appeared. He was just going to throw himself on his uncle's neck, but the latter, holding his soft youthful hand in his powerful one, kept him at some distance from him, ostensibly to get a good look at him, but apparently more with a view of preventing this demonstration and confining him to shaking hands. "Your mother writes truly," he said. "You are the living image of my late brother. I should have known you in the street. But you are better looking. Well, I will go on shaving without ceremony,
and you sit here opposite me so that I can see you, and let us have a talk." So saying, Piotr Ivanitch continued what he was doing as though none were present, and began to soap his cheeks, stretching them with his tongue, first one and then the other. Alexandr was overwhelmed with confusion at this reception, and did not know how to begin the conversation. He attributed his uncle's coolness to the fact that he had not taken up his quarters with him at once. "Well, how is your mother? Is she quite well? I suppose she begins to feel her age?" asked his uncle, making various grimaces before the glass. "Mamma is well, thank God. Auntie Maria Pavlovna desires to be remembered to you," said Alexandr timidly. "Auntie charged me to embrace you for..." He got up and went up to his uncle to give him a kiss on the cheek, or the head, or the shoulder, or whatever part of him he could get at. "It's time your aunt had more sense at her age, but I see she is just as foolish as she was 20 years ago." Alexandr went back to his seat in bewilderment. "You received a letter, uncle?" he said. "Yes, I did." "Vassili Tihovitch Zayeshalov," began Alexandr, "earnestly begs you to examine his affair and interest yourself in it." "Yes, he writes so to me. Such lunatics are not extinct among you yet, then?" Alexandr did not know what to think. He was completely dumbfoundered by these remarks. "Forgive me, uncle," he began at last in trepidation. "What?" "Forgive me for not having come straight to you, for having put up at the Diligence Hotel. I did not know your rooms." "What is there to apologize for? You did very properly. Your good mother — heaven knows what she is thinking of — how could you have come to me without knowing whether I could put you up or not? Mine are bachelors' quarters, as you can see, for one only — a hall, a drawing room, a dining room, a smoking room, and a study, a wardrobe room, and a dressing room. There isn't a room to spare. I should have been in your way and you in mine. But I have found a lodging here for you in the house." "Ah, dear uncle," said Alexandr, "how can I thank you for this kind service?" And he leaped up again from his seat with the intention of showing his gratitude both in word and deed. "Gently, gently, don't touch me," said his uncle. "The razors are very sharp. I'm afraid of your getting cut or cutting me." Alexandr perceived that in spite of all his efforts he would not succeed that day in even once embracing and pressing to his heart his adored uncle, and put off this project for a future occasion. "The room is pretty cheerful," began Piotr Ivanitch. "The look out from the windows is rather on to walls, but of course you won't want to be always sitting at the window. When you are at home you are always busy with something and haven't time to be gaping at a window. And it is not dear — 40 roubles a month. There is an anteroom for your man. You must accustom yourself from the very beginning to live alone, without a nurse, to conduct your own little household — I mean to board at home, in a word to have a corner of your own, un chez soi, as the French say. There you will be able to entertain whom you please. However, when I dine at home you are welcome, but on other days — young men here generally dine at an eating house — but I advise you to send out for your dinner. At home you will be quieter, and you won't be exposed to mixing with God knows who. Eh?" "I am very grateful, uncle." "What is there to be grateful for? Aren't you a relation? I am only fulfilling my duty. Well, I will leave you now. I am going out, I have my official work and also a factory." "I didn't know you had a factory, uncle." "Yes, glass and porcelain works. But I am not the sole proprietor, there are 3 of us partners." "Is business good?" "Yes, fairly so. Our sales are chiefly at the markets in the inland provinces. The last few years have been far from bad. If we have 5 years more like this, well and good. One partner, to be sure, is not very trustworthy; he does nothing but spend money, but I know how to keep him in check. Well, good bye for the present. You go now and take a look at the town, stroll about and dine somewhere, but come and have tea with me in the evening. I shall be at home, then we can talk a little. Here, Vassili, you show the room and help to get it ready." "So this is how it is here in Petersburg," thought Alexandr, sitting down in his new dwelling. "If my own uncle is like this, what will others be?" Young Adouev paced up and down his room, deep in thought, but Yevsay talked to himself as he set the room to rights. "It's a queer way of living here," he muttered, in Piotr Ivanitch's kitchen. "I hear there's a baking once a month, the servants have their meals out. Ugh! My word, what people! A pretty thing! And they call themselves Petersburgers. Among us every dog has his own saucer to lap out of." Alexandr seemed to share Yevsay's opinion, though he was silent. He He went up to the window and looked out upon a view of water pipes, roofs and brick walls of houses, black and filthy, and he compared it with what he had seen, just a fortnight before, from the window of his home in the country. His heart sank. He went out into the street. All was confusion, every one running in different directions, occupied only with his own affairs, scarcely glancing at those who passed. He remembered the little town which was the capital of his province, where a meeting with any one, whoever it might be, was always interesting in one way or another. Here Ivan Ivanitch would be going to see Pyotr Petrovitch, and every one in the town knows the reason why. Here is Maria Martinovna coming home from vespers, and there Afanasy Savitch going out to fish. There a gendarme from the governor's would gallop past like mad for the doctor, and every one knew that Her Excellency's confinement was expected, though in the judgment of the various gossips and old women it was not proper to be aware of this fact too soon. Every one would be asking boy or girl, and the ladies were all making caps worthy to celebrate the occasion. Here Matvai Matvyitch would come out of his house with his thick stick at 6 o'clock in the evening, and every one knew that he was going to take his evening constitutional, without which his digestion would suffer, and that he would infallibly stop at the window of the old councillor who, they also knew, would be drinking his tea at this hour. If you met any one, no matter who, there would be a bow and a word or two, and even if there is any one you don't salute, at least you know who he is, and where he is going, and why. And in his face it is written, "I too know who you are, and where you are going, and why." And if it should ever happen that two people meet who don't know each other, directly they see one another, the faces of both assume an expression of inquiry. They stand still and look round twice, and when they get home they describe the dress and appearance of the unknown personage, and conjectures and discussions will follow as to who he is, and where he is from, and what is his object. But here with scarcely a glance they push along the way as though they were all enemies. To begin with, Alexandr gazed with provincial curiosity at every one he met, and every respectably dressed man he took for either a minister or an ambassador or an author. "Isn't he?" he thought, "and isn't that one?" But soon he was weary of this. Ministers, ambassadors, authors met him at every step. He looked at the houses and grew still more gloomy. He was depressed by the monotonous piles of stone, which stretched like colossal tombstones one after another in one unbroken mass. "Here the street will end, and there will be open space to rest my eyes," he thought, "or a hill, or greenness, or a broken down wall. No, there the stone ramparts begin again of houses all identical, with 4 rows of windows. And that street ended, again there was something to shut one in, another row of the same houses. You look to the right, to the left, on all sides hemming you in like ranks of giants, houses, houses and houses, stone and stone, all the same and the same again. No freedom, no outlet for the eyes, cramped in on all sides. It seemed as though men's thoughts and feelings too must be cramped by it." The first impressions of a provincial in Petersburg are disagreeable. It is all strange and depressing to him. No one notices him, he feels lost here. Even the novelty, the variety of the crowds fail to please him. His provincial egoism is up in arms against everything he sees here, and has not seen at home. He grows meditative and is carried back in thought to his own town. What a soothing vision! A house standing alone with sharp pointed wall and a small avenue of acacias. Against the wall a kind of shed, a pigeon house. The merchant Izumin is a devoted pigeon fancier. This was his reason for taking the house and building the pigeon house against the wall. And every morning and evening he stands under the wall in his nightcap and dressing gown, a stick in his hand with a rag tied to the end of it, and whistles and waves the stick in the air. The house is exactly like a lighthouse. On all 4 sides it is all windows flush with the walls, a house of ancient construction. It seemed as though it were always going to fall down. Next it is the small grey house of the surgeon, spread out in semicircle with 2 wings like sentry boxes, and all hidden away in the green foliage. The next house has turned its back on the street, the next is shut in by a mile of fence, from behind which rosy cheeked apples peep from the trees and tempt the schoolboys. The houses all stand back from the church at a respectful distance, and all round it the fresh grass is springing up between the tombstones. The Government offices are such that there is no mistake about their being Government offices. No one dare come near them except on business. But here in the capital you cannot distinguish them from private houses. And what's more, shameful to say, they even have shops in the same building. And there in the provincial town you need only walk through 2 or 3 streets, and you feel the fresh air of the country, and the hedges begin, and the market gardens, and then open fields of spring corn. And the peace, the unchanging monotony, even in the street and in the people you find the same blessed stagnation. And all live unconfined, with space to move in. No one is cooped up. Even the cocks and hens can run about in the streets, while the goats and cows nip the grass and the children are flying kites. It is even more painful for the provincial when he comes to one of those homes with a letter of introduction. He imagines that they will receive him with open arms, that they will make much of him, give him the most comfortable chair and the best of everything, that they will skilfully sound him as to his favourite dishes, how he will be embarrassed by their warmth, and how finally he will throw aside all ceremony and embrace his host and hostess, will call them thou, as though they had been friends for 20 years, how all would drink together, perhaps sing songs in chorus. When he is there, they hardly look at him, and frowning, excuse themselves on the plea of engagement. If they have a business, then it begins at a fixed hour, and then they do not dine or sup, and of taking nips they know nothing, not even vodka and biscuits. The host retreats from his embrace and looks in a strange way at his guest. In the next room he hears the clatter of knives and forks. They should invite him in there, but they try to avoid his skilful hints. Everywhere there are closed doors, everywhere bells. Isn't it pitiful? And such cold, inhospitable faces. But away at home one may venture to walk in. If they have finished dinner, why they will dine again with their guest. The samovar is on the table from morning till night, and there are no bells even in the shops. They embrace, they kiss every one who comes. A neighbour there is really a neighbour, they live hand in hand and heart in heart. A kinsman is so much a kinsman, he would die for one of his own people. Ah, it is depressing. Alexandr went as far as the Admiralty Square and stood there quite overwhelmed. He stopped in rapt enthusiasm before the statue of Peter the Great. He gazed at the Neva and the buildings surrounding it, and his eyes sparkled. He felt suddenly ashamed of his preference for shaky bridges, little gardens, and tumble-down fences. He grew happy and light-hearted. Even the bustle and the crowd all took a different significance in his eyes. His aspirations, which had been overclouded for a time by painful impressions, grew bright again. A new life seemed to open its arms to him and tempted him to the unknown. His heart beat violently. He dreamt of noble effort, of lofty aspirations, and stepped proudly along the Nevsky Prospect, considering himself a citizen of a new world. Full of such dreams he returned home. In the evening at 11 o'clock his uncle sent up to summon him to tea. "I am only just home from the theatre," said his uncle, lying down on the sofa. "What a pity you did not tell me sooner, uncle. I would have gone with you." "I was in the stalls. Where would you have been? Sitting on my knee?" said Piotr Ivanitch. "Go by yourself to morrow." "It's so depressing to be alone in a crowd, uncle, to have no one to share your impressions with." "And why should you? You will have to learn to think and to feel, in fact, to live alone. It is necessary now. But you ought to be suitably dressed before you go to the theatre." Alexandr looked at his clothes and wondered at his uncle's words. "In what way am I unsuitably dressed?" he thought. "I have a blue coat and blue trousers." "I have a lot of clothes, uncle," he said, "made by Königstein. He makes for our governor." "Never mind. Still, it will not do. In a day or two I will send you to my own tailor, but that's a detail. We have something more important to talk about. Tell me, why did you come here?" "I came... to live here." "To live? Well, if you understand by that term to eat, to drink, and to sleep, then it was not worth the trouble of coming so far. You will not be able either to sleep or to eat here, as you can there at home. But if you meant something else, please explain yourself." "To enjoy life, I meant to say," said Alexandr, blushing all over. "I was tired of the country, it is always the same, and "" Ah, that's another thing. What, You want to take a flat in the Nevsky Prospect, set up a carriage, make a large circle of acquaintances, and have reception days." " But would not that cost a great deal ?" remarked Alexandr naively. " Your mother writes that she has given you 1,000 roubles. That is not much," said Piotr Ivanitch. " An acquaintance of mine came here not long ago, he too was tired of the country. He wanted to enjoy life, so he brought 50,000 and will receive as much every year. He will certainly enjoy life in Petersburg, but you — no, you did not come up for that." " From your words, uncle, it seems to follow that I don't know myself why I came." " Exactly so ; that's well said, that's the truth, only I don't quite approve of it. Did you not, when you prepared to come here, put to yourself the question, ' Why am I going ?' That would not have been inappropriate." " Before putting to myself the question I had the answer ready," replied Alexandr with pride. " Then why did you not tell it ?"" Well, why ?"" I was carried along by an irresistible yearning," said Alexandr, " by a thirst for noble activity, a longing burned within me to illustrate and to realise." CHAPTER III Part 3 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Piotr Ivanitch rose a little from the sofa, took his cigar out of his mouth and pricked up his ears. " To give effect to the aspirations," went on Alexandr, " which surged "" Don't you write verses ?" asked Piotr Ivanitch suddenly. " Yes, and prose too, uncle. Shall I fetch some ?"" No, no, some future time, I only asked." " And why ?"" Because you talk so " "Badly?" " No, perhaps very well, only strangely." " Our professor of æsthetics talked like that, and he was considered the most eloquent of the professors," said Alexandr in confusion. " And what did he talk about in that way ?"" About his subject." " Ah ! How am I to talk then, uncle ?"" Rather more simply, like every one else, and not like a lecturer in æsthetics. However, it is impossible for you to change all of a sudden, later on you will see for yourself. You mean to say, it appears, so far as I can recall your university jargon and translate your words, that you came here to make a career and a fortune. Isn't it so ?"" Yes, uncle, a career." " And fortune," added Piotr Ivanitch. " What is a career without a fortune ? The idea is very fine, only — it was a mistake for you to come." " Why so ? I hardly think you say that from your own experience," said Alexandr, looking around him. " That's neatly said. Certainly I am well off, and my business is pretty fair, but I only consider, you and I, there's a great difference." " I never ventured to compare myself with you." " That's not the point ; you are perhaps 10 times as wise and good as I, but your nature, I fancy, is not capable of adapting itself to a new standard, and your standard at home — oh, oh ! You have been petted and spoiled by your mother. How are you to put up with what I put up with ? You are bound to be a dreamer, and a dreamer is nowhere at all here. People like us come here to work." " Perhaps I am fit for work of some sort, if you will give me the benefit of your advice and experience." " Advise you ? I am afraid to do it. I could not answer for your countryman's nature ; things would go wrong and you would reproach me. But as for telling you my opinions — well, I will not refuse, you may listen or not as you please. But no, I don't expect success. You have your own way of looking at life in the country. How are you to work it in ? You country people are mad over love and friendship and the delights of life and happiness, you imagine that life consists only of this. Oh and oh ! You weep and sob and make love and do no work. How am I to break you of all that ? It's a difficult task." " I will try, uncle, to adapt myself to the ideas of the time. Already to day, while gazing at the immense edifices and the ships that bring us gifts from far away lands, I thought of the achievements of humanity in this age. I grasped the significance of this multitude moving in brain directed activity, and was ready to flow with it." Piotr Ivanitch during this monologue contracted his brows expressively and looked steadily at his nephew. The latter stopped. " The fact is simple enough, I fancy," said his uncle, But these country people, goodness knows what ideas they take into their heads. Brain directed activity indeed! Certainly you had done better to remain in the country. You would have had a splendid life there, you would have been the cleverest of all of them, and have been looked on as a poet and an eloquent talker, you would have believed in eternal and unchanging love and friendship, in the family and in happiness, you would have married and have reached old age without noticing it, and you would have been in reality happy after your own fashion. But you will not be happy after our fashion. Here all these ideas must be turned upside down." "How, uncle, are love and friendship, these sacred and lofty emotions, not the same here as at home?" "Oh, we have love and friendship here, of course, they are cheap enough to be plentiful everywhere. Only it is not the same as those in your home. In time you will see for yourself. But before everything you must forget these sacred and heavenly emotions and look at facts more simply as they are. Indeed, it would be better, then you will talk more simply too. However, it is not my business. You have come here and will not go back. If you don't find what you looked for, you have only yourself to blame. I will advise you what is good in my opinion and what is bad, and then do as you please. We will try. Perhaps something may be made of you. Ah, your mother asked me to provide you with money. You understand what I say to you: don't come to me for money. That always destroys a good understanding between honourable people. However, don't imagine that I have declined to help you. No, if it should come to there being no other resource, then there is no help for it. Come to me. Anyway, it is better to borrow from an uncle than from a stranger, especially as you would get it without interest. But you ought not to let yourself be driven to this extremity. I will quickly find you a place so that you can earn some money. Well, good bye for the present. Come in again in the morning. We will talk of what and how to begin." Alexandr Fedoritch was going to his room. "Oh, don't you want some supper?" Piotr Ivanitch called after him. "Yes, uncle, I should, perhaps." "I have nothing to offer you." Alexandr was silent. "Why this useless proposal then?" he thought. "I don't have my meals prepared at home, and the shops are closed by now," continued his uncle. "Here is a lesson for you at the very first turn. Accustom yourself to it. At home you go to bed and get up with the sun, eat and drink when nature bids you. If it is cold, you put on a cap with lappets, and no one wants to know anything about it. When it is light, it is day, when it is dark, it is night. At your home all are asleep, but I am still sitting at work. At the end of the month one has to balance one's accounts. You breathe the fresh air there all the year round, but here even that enjoyment costs money, and the same with everything. It's a complete antipodes. Here they do not even eat supper, especially at their own cost, or at mine either. This, perhaps, will be an advantage to you. You will not toss and groan at night, and I haven't the time to turn you over." "That one can easily get accustomed to, uncle." "Good, if it is so. But with you everything is still in the old style. You can still, I suppose, arrive at a friend's at midnight, and they will begin to get supper ready for you directly." "Why, uncle, I should think you could not find fault with that in us. The kind-heartedness of Russians " "Stop! What sort of kind-heartedness is there in it? You are so bored that you are glad of any creature who turns up. You are welcome, eat as much as you like, only employ our idleness in some way, help us to kill time, and let us look at you. Anyway, it is something new, and we don't grudge you your entertainment, it costs us nothing here. Poor sort of kindness." So Alexandr went to bed and tried to conjecture what sort of a man his uncle was. He remembered the whole conversation. Much of it he did not understand, and the rest he did not altogether believe. "I don't talk properly," he thought. "Love and friendship are not undying. Surely my uncle must be laughing at me. Can this be the way they live here? What was it Sophia liked so especially in me but the gift of eloquence? But is her love really not undying? And is it possible they really don't have supper here?" He lay tossing uneasily in his bed for a long time, with his head full of disquieting thoughts and his stomach empty. He could not get to sleep. Piotr Ivanitch became every day more contented with his nephew. "He does not intrude," he said to one of his partners at the factory, "never comes to see me without an invitation, and when he notices that he is de trop he goes away directly, and he does not ask for money. He is a well behaved boy. He has his peculiarities, sidles up to kiss you and talks in a high flown style. Well, he will get out of that. And what a good thing it is he does not come to me for everything." Alexandr considered it his duty to love his uncle, but he could never get used to his character and ways of thinking. " My uncle seems a good hearted man," he wrote one morning to Pospyeloff, " very intelligent, only he is utterly prosaic, for ever absorbed in business, in calculations. His soul seems chained to earth and is never lifted up into the pure ether, far remote from earthly sordidness, and we shall never, I fancy, be altogether one in heart. When I came here, I imagined that as my uncle he would give me a place in his heart, that in the midst of the cold world here he would cherish me with all the warmth of affection and friendship. And friendship, you know, is a second providence. But he is nothing else than this world individualized. I expected to spend my time with him, never to be away from him for a minute, but what was my welcome ? Cold advice, which he calls common sense, but I would rather it were not common sense, but full of warm, heartfelt interest. He is not exactly proud, but he is averse to all sincere outbursts of feeling. We do not dine nor sup together, and go out nowhere together. On my arrival he never told me how he was or what he was doing, and he never tells me even where he is going and why, who are his acquaintances, what are his likes and dislikes, and how he spends his time. He is never specially angry, nor affectionate, nor sad, nor cheerful. His heart is a stranger to all transport of love and friendship, all yearnings after the sublime. He does not believe in love, etc., says that there is no such thing as happiness, that nobody has guaranteed it to us, and that life is a simple matter, which is divided equally into good and bad, into pleasure, success, health and ease, and then into pain, failure, anxiety, disease and so on, that we ought to look at all this simply, and not to fill our heads with useless matters. And what do you suppose are useless matters ? Why the problems of why we were created and to what we are striving, that is not our business, and that it hinders us from seeing what is before our noses, and from minding our business. He is always talking about business. One sees no difference in him whether he is absorbed in some enjoyment or in prosaic business at his accounts. And at the theatre he is exactly the same. He receives no powerful impression from anything, and I think does not care for art. It is foreign to his nature. I fancy he has not even read Pushkin." Piotr Ivanitch unexpectedly appeared in his nephew's apartment and came upon him writing a letter. " I came to see how you were settled in here," said his uncle, " and to talk a little of business." Alexandr jumped up and quickly covered something with his hand. " Hide it, hide your secret," said Piotr Ivanitch, " I will turn my back. Well, have you put it away ? But what is it has fallen out ? What is this ?"" That, uncle ? Oh, nothing," Alexandr was beginning, but he grew confused and stopped speaking. " A lock of hair it looks like ; is it really nothing ? Come, I have seen one, so show me the other thing you are hiding in your hand." Alexandr, like a schoolboy caught, unwillingly opened his hand and showed a ring. " What is this ? Where did you get it ?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. " These, uncle, are the material tokens of immaterial relations." " What ? Pass me these tokens." " They are the pledges." " I suppose you brought them from the country." " From Sophia, uncle, a keepsake at parting." " So that is what it is. And you brought this 1,500 miles with you." The uncle shook his head. " You would have done better to bring a bag of dried raspberries, that at least you could have sold at a shop, but these pledges." He looked, first at the lock of hair, then at the ring. He sniffed at the hair contemptuously, but the ring he weighed in his hand. Then he took a sheet of paper from the table, wrapped both the tokens up in it, screwed it all into a compact pellet and threw it out of the window. " Uncle !" screamed Alexandr furiously, seizing his hand, but too late. The pellet flew into the corner of the opposite wall, fell towards the canal on the edge of a barge of bricks, jumped off and leaped into the water. Alexandr gazed in silence with an expression of bitter reproach at his uncle. " Uncle !" he repeated. " What is it ?"" How am I to describe your action ?"" As a throwing out of the window into the canal of some immaterial tokens and various odds and ends of rubbish, which there was no need to keep in the room." " Rubbish ? That rubbish ?"" Why, what do you regard it as ? A piece of your heart ? I came to him about business, and what do I find him busy over ? He is sitting thinking about some stuff and nonsense." " Does that interfere with business, uncle ?"" Very much so. Time is slipping away, and you have not so far talked to me of your plans, whether you do want a government clerkship, or have you adopted some other occupation. You haven't said a word to me, and this is all because you have Sophia and her keepsake in your head. There, I do believe you are just writing a letter to her, aren't you now?" "Yes, I was just beginning." "But have you written to your mother?" "Not yet. I meant to to morrow." "Why to morrow? To your mother to morrow, but to Sophia, whom you must forget within a month, to day." "Sophia? Can I ever forget her?" "You will have to. If I had not thrown away your keepsakes, what would you have gained, pray? You would have remembered her a month longer for nothing. I did you a double service. In a few years these keepsakes would have reminded you of a folly at which you would blush." "Blush at such a pure, such a sacred remembrance? That shows you do not recognize the poetry." "What poetry is there in what is foolish? Is there poetry, for instance, in your aunt's letter? Yellow flowers, a lake, some mystery or other. When I was reading it, it made me feel sick beyond description. I was almost blushing, and yet I am not easily in the habit of blushing." "That's awful, awful, uncle. It must be that you have never loved." "I could never bear keepsakes." "It is a sort of wooden life," said Alexandr with great feeling. "It is vegetating, not living. Love, sacred passion." "I know the sacred love you talk about. At your age you need only see a curl, a slipper, a garter, or touch a hand. Through your whole body you feel a thrill of sacred sublime love. But let it have its way, and it's a different matter. Love is before you, more's the pity. You can't run away from it, that's certain. But serious business will run away from you if you don't devote yourself to it." "But is not love a serious business?" "No. It is an agreeable distraction, only you must not give yourself up to it too much, or some harm will come of it. That's why I am afraid for you." His uncle shook his head. "I have almost found you a position. You really do want to get into an office?" he said. Alexandr rushed up and kissed his uncle on the cheek. "Ah, he has succeeded at last," said his uncle, rubbing his cheek. "Why wasn't I on the look out for it? Well, now listen. Tell me, what do you know, what do you feel yourself fit for?" "I know theology, civil, criminal and international law, and jurisprudence, diplomacy, political economy, philosophy, aesthetics and archaeology." "Stop, stop! But you do know how to write Russian correctly? At the present moment that is more necessary than all." "What a question, uncle! Do I know how to write Russian?" said Alexandr, running to his bureau and beginning to take from it various papers, but his uncle meantime picked up a letter from the table and began to read it. End of chapter 2, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 4 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 4. Alexandr returned with his papers to the table, and saw that his uncle was reading his letter. His papers fell out of his hand. "What is it you are reading, uncle?" he said in dismay. "Why, a letter that was lying here. To a friend it must be. I beg your pardon. I wanted to see how you write." "And you have read it?" "Yes, almost. Only 2 lines more. I shall have done with it directly. Why, what was in it? There are certainly no secrets in it, or it would not have been lying about like this." "What can you think of me now?" "I think that you write fairly, correctly, smoothly." "Then you cannot have read what is written in it?" Alexandr asked eagerly. "No, I fancy I have read all," said Piotr Ivanitch, looking at both pages. "To begin with, you describe Petersburg and your impressions, and then me." "Good God!" exclaimed Alexandr, covering his face with his hands. "Well, what is it? What is the matter?" "And you say this calmly? You are not angry? You don't hate me?" "No. What is there to make a fuss about?" "Repeat it, calm me." "No, no, no. But to read such bitter truths about yourself, and from whom? From your own nephew." "You fancy that you have written the truth." "Oh, uncle, of course I was mistaken. I will correct — forgive me." "Would you like me to dictate what is the truth to you?" "If you would be so good." "Sit down then and write." Alexandr picked out a sheet of paper and took up a pen, while Piotr Ivanitch, looking at the letter he had read, dictated:
Dear friend. Have you got it? Yes. Petersburg and my impressions I will not describe to you. Describe to you, said Alexandr, writing it down. Petersburg has been fully described long ago, and what has not been described you must see for yourself. My impressions will be of no use whatever to you. It is useless to waste time and paper for nothing. I shall do better to describe my uncle, because that is of interest to me personally. To me personally, said Alexandr. Well, you write here that I am good-hearted and very intelligent. I may be so, or may not. Let us rather take a middle course. Write, my uncle is not stupid nor unkind, he wishes me well. Uncle? I know how to appreciate and to feel, said Alexandr, and got up to kiss him. Although he does not fall upon my neck, continued Piotr Ivanitch. Alexandr, who had not yet reached him, sat down again rather suddenly. But he wishes me well, because he has no reason or motive to wish me ill, and because my mother has interceded with him on my behalf, and she was good to him formerly. He says he does not love me, and very reasonably. It is impossible to love any one in a fortnight, and I do not love him yet, even though I maintain that I do. " How is that possible ?" said Alexandr. Right, right. But we are beginning to get used to one another. He even says that it is possible to do without love altogether. He does not sit with his arms round me from morning till evening, because this is quite unnecessary, and he has not the time. Averse to all outbursts of feeling — that may stand, that is good. Have you written it? Yes. Well, what have you next? Prosaic. Write it. While Alexandr was writing, Piotr Ivanitch took from the table a paper of some sort, twisted it up, thrust it in the fire, and lighted a cigar with it, and threw the paper back into the fire, and it burnt up. " My uncle is neither a demon nor an angel, but just a man like every one else," he dictated, " only not altogether like you and me. He thinks and feels after an earthly fashion, he considers that since we live on the earth we must not fly off from earth to heaven, where we are not invited for the present, but must busy ourselves with human affairs, which are our calling. Therefore he analyzes all earthly matters, and especially life as it is, not as we should like it to be. He believes in good and at the same time in evil, in the noble and in the base. He believes also in love and friendship, only he does not think they have fallen from heaven, but he considers that they came into existence together with men and for men, and that they too ought to be understood, and in fact generally that one ought to look at things steadily in their actual bearings and not be carried away God knows where. Among honest men he admits the possibility of a friendliness which from frequent intercourse and habit turns into friendship. But he considers also that from separation habits lose their strength, and people forget one another, and that this is by no means a crime. For this reason he is convinced that I shall forget you, and you me. This seems to me, and probably also to you, strange, but he advises us to accustom ourselves to this thought, so that we shall both avoid being deceived. As to love, this is his view, roughly speaking. He does not believe in eternal and unchanging love, just as he does not believe in ghosts, and he advises us not to believe in it. However, he advises me to think on this subject as little as possible, and I advise you the same. It will come, he says, of itself, without any invitation. He says that life does not consist of love only, that like everything else it has its fitting season, but to dream your whole life of one love is absurd. Those who seek it and cannot do without it a minute, live with their hearts at the expense of their heads. My uncle likes to be busy with work, and advises me to do the like, and I you. We belong to society, he says, which has need of us. While he is busy he does not forget his own interests, his work gains money, and money brings comfort, which he likes extremely. Moreover, he has perhaps plans in consequence of which I shall not probably be his heir. My uncle is not always thinking of his official work and of his factory. He knows by heart not only Pushkin " You, uncle ?" said Alexandr, astonished. " Yes, you will see some day. Write. He reads in 2 languages whatever appears worthy of note in all branches of human knowledge, loves art, has an excellent collection of pictures of the Flemish school — that is his hobby — often goes to the theatre, but he is not in a fuss and fidget, and does not sigh and moan, thinking that this is childish, that one must control oneself, not obtrude one's emotions on any one, because nobody cares about them. He does not speak a strange tongue either, and he advises me not to, and so do I advise you. Good bye. Write to me rather less often, and don't waste time for nothing. Your friend so and so. Now, the day of the month." "How can I send such a letter?" said Alexandr. "Write rather less often." Write that to the man who came over 160 miles on purpose to say a last good bye to me. I advise you so and so and so. He is just as clever as I am. He came out second. No matter, send it all the same, perhaps he will learn something from it. It will lead him to several new reflections. Though you have taken your degrees, your education is only just beginning. "I cannot make up my mind, uncle, to "I never interfere in what doesn't concern me. But you yourself asked me to do something for you. Well, as you like. I only give you my opinion." "Forgive me, uncle. I will obey you," said Alexandr, and at once sealed up the letter. Having sealed up one, he began to look for the other to Sophia. He looked on the table — not there ; under the table — not there either ; in the desk — it was not there. "What are you looking for?" said his uncle. "I am looking for another letter — to Sophia." And his uncle too began to look about. "Where can it be?" said Piotr Ivanitch. "I hope I did not throw it in the fire." "Uncle, what have you done? You actually lighted your cigar with it," said Alexandr in great distress, picking up the charred fragments of the letter. "Is it possible?" cried his uncle. "How did I do that? I did not notice it, only imagine my having burnt such a precious thing. However, do you know what? From one point of view it is positively a good thing." "Oh, uncle, good God! Not from any point of view can it be a good thing," said Alexandr in despair. "I assure you it was a good thing. You will not have time to write to her by this post, and by the next you will certainly be in a different mood. You will be busy with your new work, you will not be at the same stage, and in this way you will commit one folly the less." "What will she think of me?" "Why, what she likes. And I think it will be a gain to her. I suppose you are not going to marry her. She will think you have forgotten her. She will forget you herself, and will have the less reason to blush before her future husband when she assures him that she has never loved any one but him." "You are a strange man, uncle. For you there is no such thing as constancy, no sacred vows. Life is so sweet, so full of charm, of subtlety. It is like a smooth, resplendent lake." "Where yellow flowers grow, I suppose," put in his uncle. "Like a lake," continued Alexandr. "It is full of something mysterious, alluring, hiding within it so much." "Mud, my dear boy." "Why do you bring in mud, uncle? Why do you destroy and put an end to all pleasure, hope, bliss? Why do you look at the dark side?" "I look at reality, and I advise you to do the same. You will not be taken in then. According to your notions, life is sweet in the provinces, where they know nothing about it. There they are not men, but angels. Zayeshalov, for instance, a noble fellow, your auntie, a sublime, sensitive spirit, and Sophia, I fancy, is just such a silly creature as your auntie." "No more, uncle," said Alexandr, driven to fury. "And still more such idealists as you, they go blindfold through life, groping after unchanging love and friendship. For the 100th time I say, it was a pity for you to come." "Will she assure her husband that she has never loved any one?" said Alexandr, almost to himself. "Why, you are back at the same subject again." "No, I am convinced that she will straightway with noble frankness give him my letters and " "And keepsakes?" said Piotr Ivanitch. "Yes, and the tokens of our affection, and will say, 'Here was he who first touched the chords of my heart, about whose name they first vibrated.'" His uncle's brows began to contract and his eyes opened wide. Alexandr stopped. "Why did you cease to touch her chords then? Well, my dear boy, your Sophia certainly is a fool if she commits any folly of that kind." "I suppose she has a mother or somebody who can prevent her. God knows what she will make her husband suspect. I dare say the marriage will even be broken off. And why? Because you gathered some yellow flowers together. No, things are not done like that. Well, since you can write in Russian, we will go to morrow to the office of the department. I have already spoken of you to an old fellow clerk of mine, now the chief of the department. He told me there was a vacancy. We must not lose time. What is that you are pulling out of that pile of papers?" "My university notes. Allow me to read you a few pages from the lectures of Ivan Semenitch about the art of Greece." He was already beginning to turn over the pages in haste.
"Oh, please, spare me," said Piotr Ivanitch, frowning. "But what is that?" "My dissertations. I should like to show them to my chief. Especially one scheme here which I elaborated." "Ah, one of those schemes which have been carried out 1,000 years ago, or which is impossible and useless to carry out at all. You will never write anything worth having in that way, and you will waste time." "What? After having heard so many lectures?" "They are of use to you for a time, but now you must see, read, learn, and do what you are told." "How will the chief understand my qualifications?" "He will understand them soon enough. He is first rate at understanding. And what kind of post would you like to occupy?" "I don't know, uncle, what kind of—" "There are posts of minister," remarked Piotr Ivanitch, "and deputy ministers, directors, vice directors, chiefs of departments, branch chiefs, their assistants, officials of several orders." Alexandr thought a minute. He was abashed and did not know which to choose. "Well, to begin with, the post of a branch chief would do very well," he said. "Yes, very well," repeated Piotr Ivanitch. "I could see something of the work, uncle, and then in 2 months or so I might even be a chief of a department." His uncle pricked up his ears. Of course," he said. "Then in 3 months a director, then in a year a minister. Don't you think so?" Alexandr blushed and was silent. "The chief of the department told you, I suppose, what was the post vacant?" he asked after a pause. "No," answered his uncle, "he did not say, but we had better leave it to him. We should find it difficult, you see, to choose, but he will know what to appoint you to. Don't talk to him of the difficulty you feel in choosing a post, and of your schemes — not a word. I would not advise you to talk of material tokens to the pretty girls here, they won't know how to take you. This is too elevated for them. Even I hardly fathomed it, and they will make faces at you." End of chapter 2, part 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 5. Of a Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, part 5. While his uncle was speaking, Alexandr was balancing a packet in his hand. "What have you there?" Alexandr had been impatiently expecting this question. "This — I have long wanted to show you — poems. You once showed an interest." "I don't remember it at all. I think I did not show any interest." "You see, uncle, I regard official life as a dry occupation in which the soul has no part, but the soul thirsts for self-expression, it thirsts to share with others the overflow of emotions and thoughts which fill it." "Well, what of it?" asked his uncle impatiently. "I feel an impulse to creative work." "Which means you would like some other occupation besides official duties, for instance, some translation. Well, it's very praiseworthy. What is it to be, literary work?" "Yes, uncle, I wanted to ask you if you had a chance of getting anything inserted." "Are you convinced that you have talent? Without it, of course, you can do hack work in literature, but what is the use of it? If you have talent, it is a different matter, you can work. You will do much that is worth doing, and besides, it is capital. It is worth more than your 100 serfs." "Do you measure this too in money? Fame, fame — that is the poet's true reward." "There is no such thing as fame nowadays. There is notoriety, but of fame you hear nothing at all, or perhaps it has taken to appearing in another form. The better a man writes, the more money he gets. However, in these days a decent author lives decently. He is not frozen and starved to death in a garret, though people don't run after him in the street and point at him with their fingers, as though he were a clown. They have learnt that a poet is not a god, but a man, that he looks, walks, thinks, and does silly things just like other people. Why do you look like that?" "Like other people! What will you say next, uncle? How can anyone say such things? A poet is marked off by a special stamp. There are mysterious tokens of the existence in him of higher powers." "Yes, just as in some others — in the mathematician and the watchmaker, or even the manufacturer, like myself. Newton, Gutenberg, Watt
We're also endowed with higher powers, like Shakespeare, Dante, and the rest. If I could manage by some special process to work our Petersburg clay till china could be made of it better than Saxony or Sèvres, do you consider that this would not show the possession of higher powers?" "You are mixing up art with manufactures, uncle." "Oh, God forbid! Art is one thing, manufacture is another, but there may be creative genius in one just as much as in the other, and similarly there may not. If there is not, the manufacturer is simply called a manufacturer, and not a creative genius. And the poet, too, without genius is not a poet but a rhymer. Haven't you been told about this at the university? Pray, what did you learn there?" The uncle began to be vexed with himself for having been led into such an exposition of what he considered commonplace truisms. "It's like a sincere outburst of feeling," he reflected. "Show me, what have you there?" he demanded. "Verses?" His uncle took the papers and began to read the first page. "Whence the cloud of pain and sorrow, swooping sometimes suddenly on the heart with life at conflict." He began to smoke a cigar and continued: "Filling it with passion high, why in time of storm and tempest doth some gloomy dream of ill with unfathomable sadness strike the inmost spirit chill. Of the distant skies the silence fills us now with dread and fright." Dread and fright, one and the same thing. "I gaze upwards, the moon soundless." That's not so bad and not good," he said as he finished it. "However, others have begun worse than that. You can try a little, write, work at it if you have the inclination. Possibly talent may show itself. Then it will be a different matter." Alexandr was very downcast. He had expected a very different criticism. He was a little consoled by reflecting that his uncle was a cold man, almost destitute of soul. "Here is a translation from Schiller," he said. "Well, I will look at it. Have you learnt foreign languages too, then?" "I know French, German, and a little English." "I congratulate you. You should have told me so before. There's a good deal to be made of you. You talked to me long ago about political economy, philosophy, archaeology, God knows what all, but of the most important thing not a word — misplaced modesty. I will get you some literary work at once." "Really, uncle? How good you are! Allow me to embrace you." "Wait till I have got it for you. Will you not show any of my compositions to my future chief to give him an idea of me?" "No, it is not necessary. If there is any need you show it yourself, but perhaps it will not be needed. Do you make me a present of your dissertations and compositions?" "Make you a present of them? By all means, uncle," said Alexandr, who was rather flattered by this request on the part of his uncle. "Would you not like me to make you an index of all the articles in chronological order?" "No, there's no need of that. Thanks for the present. Yevsay, take these papers to Vassily." "Why to Vassily? Surely to your study." "He asked me for some paper to paste on something." "What, uncle?" cried Alexandr in horror, clutching the heap back again. "You gave them to me, you know. And what does it matter to you what use I make of your present?" "You are quite ruthless," he groaned in despair, clasping his manuscripts in both hands to his heart. "Alexandr, listen to me," said his uncle, taking the manuscript from him. "You will not have to blush hereafter, and you will thank me for it." Alexandr let the manuscripts drop out of his hands. "There, take them away, Yevsay," said Piotr Ivanitch. "Well, now your room is tidy and nice, there is no rubbish lying about. It will depend on you whether it is filled with worthless litter or with something sensible. Let us go to the factory for a walk to get a breath of fresh air and to see how they are working." One morning Piotr Ivanitch took his nephew to the office of the department, and while he himself was talking to his friend, the chief of the department, Alexandr began to make acquaintance with this new world. He was absorbed in dreaming of schemes and was cudgelling his brains to think what political question could be put for him to solve, and meanwhile he stood and looked about. "Exactly like my uncle's factory," he decided at last. "Just as there one overseer takes a piece of the soft stuff, throws it into a machine, turns it once, twice, three times, and lo and behold it comes out a cone, an oval, or a semicircle. Then he passes it to another, who bakes it in the fire, a third gilds it, a fourth engraves it, and it comes out a cup, or a vase, or a saucer. And here
A casual petitioner comes in, almost crawling, and with a pitiful smile hands in a paper. An overseer takes it, only just runs his pen across it and hands it to another, who throws it into a mass of thousands of other papers. But it is not lost. Stamped with a number, it passed unharmed through 20 hands, multiplying and begetting more of its own kind. At last, when it is covered with the dust of ages, they disturb it and deliberate over it. And every day, every hour, to day, to morrow, and for all time, the bureaucratic machine works smoothly, without hitch or pause, as though not made of men, but as though it were made of wheels and springs. But where is the intelligence animating and moving this edifice of papers, thought Alexandr? In the books, in the papers themselves, or in the heads of all these men? And what faces he saw here! Such faces seem not to be met in the street, walking in the light of heaven. Here one fancies they were born and reared to manhood in their places, and here they will die. Adouev looked attentively at the chief of the department. Like Jupiter the Thunderer, he opens his mouth, and a Mercury runs up with a copper number on his breast. He holds out his hand with some paper, 10 hands are stretched out to take it. " Ivan Ivanitch !" said he. Ivan Ivanitch jumped up from a table, ran up to Jupiter, and was beside him in the twinkling of an eye. And Alexandr felt overawed, though he could not himself have said why. " Give me my snuff box." With both hands he held the open snuff box to him in a servile manner. " Now examine him," said the chief, pointing to Adouev. " So this is who is to examine me," thought Adouev, looking at the yellow face and threadbare elbows of Ivan Ivanitch. Is it possible that this man could settle questions of state? " Have you a good hand ?" asked Ivan Ivanitch. " A good hand ?"" Yes, a good handwriting. I will trouble you to copy that paper." Alexandr was surprised at this request, but he did so. Ivan Ivanitch made a grimace when he looked at what he had written. " A poor handwriting !" he said to the chief of the department. The latter looked at it. " Yes, it's not good. He can't write fair copies." " Well, let him for a time write out absence permits, and then when he is a little used to it, set him to writing forms for deeds. Perhaps he will do. He has been educated at a university." Very soon Adouev too became one of the springs of the machine. He wrote, wrote, wrote unendingly, and began to wonder how it was possible to do anything else in the morning. But when he remembered his dissertations, he blushed. " Uncle," he thought, " in one thing you were right, cruelly right. Can it be so in everything ? Can I have been mistaken in those inspired thoughts kept to myself alone, and that warm trust in love, in friendship, and in men, and in myself? What is life then ?" He bent over his papers and scribbled all the more zealously, but tears were glistening on his eyelashes. " Fortune certainly smiles upon you," said Piotr Ivanitch to his nephew. "I was in an office a whole year to begin with, without salary, but you have been put on the upper scale of salary at once. Why, it's 750 roubles, and with the Christmas extras it will be 1,000 roubles. It's splendid for the first start. The chief of the department praises you, only he says you are careless, sometimes you don't put in your stops, and sometimes you will forget to write a synopsis of the paper. Pray get out of that way. The chief thing is to pay attention to what is before your eyes, and don't go flying off aloft." The uncle pointed upwards with his hand. From this time he behaved more affectionately to his nephew. " What a splendid fellow my head clerk is, uncle," said Alexandr one day. " And how do you know that ?"" I have made friends with him. Such an elevated soul ! Such a pure, noble turn of mind ! And with his sub too. He is a man, I think, of firm will, of iron character." " You have had time already to make friends with him ?"" Yes, indeed." " Did not your head clerk invite you to go to see him on Thursdays ?"" Yes, indeed, every Thursday. I fancy he feels a special attraction to me." " And he asked his sub to lend him money ?"" Oh yes, uncle, a trifle. I gave him 25 roubles which I had with me. He asked for 80 more." " You have given it to him already." " Ah !" said his uncle with vexation, " I am partly to blame in the matter, for not having warned you beforehand. But I thought that you weren't simple to such a point as to lend money after only a fortnight's acquaintance. There is no help for it now, we will divide the guilt. For 12.5 roubles you may count on me." "Why, uncle, surely he will return it?" "Oh, you needn't reckon on that. I know him. I lost 100 roubles over him when I was in that office. He borrows from every one. Now, if he asks you again, you tell him that I beg him to remember his debt to me. He will soon stop. And don't go to see him." "Why, uncle?" "He's a gambler. He will sit you down with 2 more fine fellows like himself, and they will play into each other's hands and leave you without a penny." "A gambler?" said Alexandr in amazement. "Is it possible? He seems so inclined to sincere outbursts." "But you tell him, as though incidentally in conversation, that I have taken all your money to take care of it, and you will see whether he will be so inclined to sincere outbursts, and whether he will ever invite you to come to him on Thursdays." Alexandr grew thoughtful. His uncle shook his head. "And you imagine that they were angels sitting by you there? Sincere outbursts, special attraction, indeed! So it seems it has never struck you to reflect whether they might not be scoundrels. It was a pity for you to come," he said. "Certainly it was a pity." One day Alexandr was only just awake when Yevsay gave him a large parcel with a note from his uncle. "At last, here is some literary employment for you," was written on the letter. "I met an acquaintance of mine, a journalist yesterday. He has sent you some work on trial." Alexandr's hands trembled with pleasure when he broke the seal of the parcel. It was a German handwriting. "What is it, prose?" he said. "About what?" And he read written above in pencil: "On manures, an article for our column on agriculture. You are requested to return it as soon as possible." A long while he sat gloomily before the article. Then slowly, with a sigh, he took his pen and began to translate it. In 2 days the article was ready and dispatched. "Capital, capital!" said Piotr Ivanitch a few days later. "The editor was very pleased with it, only he thinks the style is a little too ornate, but one can't expect everything at first. He wants to make your acquaintance. Call on him to morrow at 7 in the evening. He will have another article for you by then." "On the same subject again, uncle?" "No, on something different. He did tell me, but I have forgotten. Oh, yes, on potato starch. You must have been born, Alexandr, with a silver spoon in your mouth. I begin at last to suspect that something will be made of you. Soon, perhaps, I shall stop saying to you, 'Why did you come?' A month has not gone by, and already good luck is being showered upon you from all sides. 1,000 roubles from your office, and the editor offers 100 roubles a month for 64 pages of print. That makes 2,200 roubles, you know. No, I did not begin like that," he said, knitting his eyebrows a little. "Write and tell your mother you are provided for, and how. I will answer her too. I will tell her that in return for her kindness to me, I have done all I could for you." "Mamma will be very grateful to you, uncle. And I too," said Alexandr with a sigh. But this time he did not throw himself on to his uncle's neck. CHAPTER III. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3, Part 1. More than 2 years had passed by. Who would have recognized our provincial in the fashionably dressed and easy-mannered young man? He had changed very much and grown manly. The roundness of the lines of his boyish face, the softness and delicacy of his skin, the down on his chin had all disappeared. The bashful shyness and graceful awkwardness of his movement had gone. His features had become mature and grown into a physiognomy, and the physiognomy showed character. The lilies and roses had disappeared, as though under a light covering of sunburn. The down on his face had turned into slight whiskers. His light, hesitating step had become a firm, even gait. His voice had gained some bass notes. From the roughly outlined sketch had come a finished portrait. The boy had turned into a man. In his eyes was the light of self-reliance and confidence. The ecstatic expression of Alexandr's face in former days was toned down by a slight shade of melancholy. The first sign of doubt having stolen into his heart, and perhaps the only consequence of his uncle's lessons and the merciless analysis to which he exposed everything which presented itself to Alexandr's eyes or heart. Alexandr had at last acquired tact, which is the power of adapting oneself to men. He did not throw himself into everybody's arms, especially after the man, inclined to sincere outbursts, in spite of his uncle's warnings, had cleared him out at cards on 2 occasions, and the man of firm character and iron will had borrowed a considerable sum of money from him. Other people too and other incidents worked in the same direction. At one place he noticed how they laughed in their sleeves at his youthful enthusiasm and nicknamed him "the romantic." At another they hardly paid him any attention, because no one could hope to gain or lose anything from him. He did not give dinners, did not keep a carriage, and did not play high. At first Alexandr's heart was sick and sore at these discrepancies between his rose-coloured dreams and the reality. It never entered his head to ask himself, "But what have I done that is distinctive? In what am I distinguished from the common herd? Where are my merits and why ought they to notice me?" But meanwhile his vanity suffered. Then he began by degrees to admit the thought that in life clearly all was not roses, but that there were also thorns which sometimes prick a little, but not seriously and not as his uncle made out. And then he began to learn to control himself, he did not so often betray his emotions and impulses, and more rarely spoke in a high flown language, at least before strangers. But all the same, to the no small regret of Piotr Ivanitch, he was still far from coldly analysing into their first elements all that moves and agitates the heart of man. As for dragging to light all the mysteries and enigmas of the heart, he did not like even to listen to it. Piotr Ivanitch would give him something of a lesson in the morning. Alexandr would listen, be perplexed or deeply thoughtful, and then he would go out somewhere in the evening and come home a different man. The charm and intoxication of the ballroom, the strains of music, the bare shoulders, the ardent glances, the smiles of rosy lips would not let him sleep all night. Visions floated before him of the waist which he had pressed in his arms, of the prolonged languorous gaze which had been cast on him at parting, of the feverish breath which had ravished him in the waltz, or the conversation at the window whispered under cover of the murmur of the mazurka, when the eyes spoke so sincerely, while the tongue was talking of no matter what. And his heart beat. He clutched at his pillow convulsively and lay tossing for hours in his bed. "Where is love? Oh, love, I thirst for thee," he said. "And will love come soon? When will these divine moments come to me, the delicious torture, the shudder of bliss, tears," and so forth. The next day he would make his appearance at his uncle's. "What a party it was, uncle, last night at the Zareyskys'," he said, absorbed in memories of the ball. "Was it a pleasant one?" "Oh, heavenly!" "A pretty good supper?" "I did not have any." "How was that? No supper at your age, when you can get it? But I see you have adopted our ways in good earnest, even more than you need to. Was everything successful then? The dress, the lighting?" "Yes." "Nice people?" "Oh, yes, very nice. Such eyes, such shoulders." "Were there many pretty girls?" "Oh, yes, indeed, but it's a pity they are all so much alike. What one does or says in any special circumstances, you notice the next repeats exactly the same, just as though it were a lesson learnt by heart. There was one, not altogether like the rest, but otherwise there was no sign of independence nor character. Their movements, their looks, all exactly alike. You hear no original thought or flash of feeling. It is all disguised and covered up under the same external polish. It seems as though nothing would make them open out. Is it possible that they will always be locked up and will never come out to any one? Can it be that they wear stays that will always stifle the sigh of love and the groan of the tortured heart? Can no liberty be given to emotion? Everything will come out to their husbands, though if they think like you, at least from what you say, a good many will remain old maids to the end of time. There are some idiotic enough to let what ought to be hidden and stifled come out before it is time. They pay for it afterwards in tears. It's a bad bargain." "Is it a question of bargains in this too, uncle?" "Yes, as in everything, my dear boy. and one who does not reckon the cost of a bargain we call a reckless fool. It is short and clear." "Oh, but to lock up in your breast the generous impulses of the heart." "Oh, I know you will not lock them up. You are ready in the street, in the theatre, anywhere, to throw yourself on your friend's neck and sob." "And why a reckless fool, uncle? You should have said only that he is a man of strong passions, that a man who feels so is capable of everything generous and noble, and incapable of reckoning, that is, reflection," said his uncle. "He is a grand figure. Your man of strong passions, of titanic emotions. How much of it, pray, is merely physical temperament? Transports, exaltations indeed, the man is below the dignity of a man in all that, and has nothing to pride himself upon. We must ask whether he knows how to control his feelings. If he knows how to do that, then he is a man." "According to you, feeling has to be controlled like steam," observed Alexandr, now a little let off, then suddenly stopped, opening a valve and shutting it. "Yes, nature has given man such a valve, and not for nothing. It is reason. And you don't always make use of it, it's a pity. But you're a good sort of fellow." "No, uncle, it's sad to hear you. Better let me go and make acquaintance with that lady who has lately arrived in town." "With whom? Madame Lubetzky? Was she there yesterday?" "Yes, she talked to me a long while about you. Asked after some business matter of hers." "Oh, to be sure. By the way," the uncle took a paper out of a box. "Take her that paper, tell her that only yesterday, and by the merest chance, they let me have it from the office. Explain the matter clearly to her. Of course you heard what I said to the official?" "Yes, I know, I will explain it." Alexandr clutched the paper with both hands and stuffed it into his pocket. Piotr Ivanitch looked at him. "But what made you think of making her acquaintance? She is not very charming, I should suppose, with a wart on her nose." "A wart? I don't remember. How did you notice that, uncle?" "On her nose, and he did not notice it! What do you want from her?" "She is so kind and so distinguished." "Could you not notice the wart on her nose, and yet have found out that she is kind and distinguished? It's very queer. But stop, she has a daughter, to be sure, that little brunette. Ah! Now I don't wonder at it. So that is why you did not notice the wart on her nose." Both smiled. "But I do wonder, uncle," said Alexandr, "how you noticed the wart before the daughter." "Give me back the paper. When you are there, I suppose you will let off all your feeling and altogether forget to shut the valve. You will make some mistake, and there's no telling what you will explain." "No, uncle, I won't make a mistake. As for papers, as you like, I won't give it then, but will go at once." And he vanished from the room. Up to this time business had gone steadily on its usual course. At the office they noticed Alexandr's abilities and had given him a pretty good position. And on the journal, too, Alexandr had become a person of consideration. He undertook the selection as well as the translation and correction of foreign articles, and wrote himself various theoretical articles on agriculture. His income was in his own opinion larger than he needed, though still insufficient for his uncle's ideas. But he was not always working for money. He had not renounced his consoling belief in another higher vocation. His youthful strength was equal to everything. He stole time from sleep and office work, and wrote both verses and stories and historical sketches and biographies. His uncle did not now cover his screens with his compositions, but read them in silence, then gave a low whistle, or said, "Yes, this is better than you used to do." A few articles appeared under a nom de plume. With a tremor of pleasure Alexandr listened to the favourable criticisms of friends, of whom he had a number, at his office and at the coffee house or at private houses. His most cherished dream, after love, was thus fulfilled. The future promised him much that was brilliant, many triumphs. A destiny not altogether ordinary seemed to be awaiting him, when suddenly A few months had passed by. Alexandr was scarcely to be seen, he seemed to be lost. He went less often to his uncle's. The latter attributed it to his being busy and did not disturb him. But the editor of the journal, meeting Piotr Ivanitch one day, complained that Alexandr kept back articles. The uncle promised to take the next opportunity of getting an explanation from his nephew. An opportunity presented itself 3 days after. Alexandr ran in the morning into his uncle's apartment in a state of exaltation. There was a restless happiness apparent in every gesture and movement. " Good morning, uncle. Oh, how glad I am to see you !" he said, and was going to embrace him, but his uncle had time to escape behind the table. " Good morning, Alexandr. Why have we seen nothing of you for so long ?"" I have been busy, uncle. I've been making an abstract from the German economists." " Ah ! why did the editor tell me such fibs then ? He said to me 3 days ago that you were doing nothing for him. There's journalistic morality. Next time I meet him I will let him know "" No, you must not say anything to him," interposed Alexandr. " I have not sent him my work, and that is why he told you." " What is the matter with you ? You have such a holiday face. Have they given you an assistant, pray, or the cross of honour ?" Alexandr shook his head. " Well, is it money then ?"" No." " Then why do you look like a victorious general ? If there's nothing, don't disturb me, but sit down instead and write to Moscow to the merchant Dubasov about dispatching as quickly as possible the remainder of the money due. Read his letter through. Where is it ? Here." Both were silent and began to write. " I have finished !" cried Alexandr in a few minutes. " That's smart ! You're a fine fellow ! Show it me. What is this ? You are writing to me ? Piotr Ivanitch ? His name is Timothy Nikovitch. How 520 roubles ? 5,200 ! What is the matter with you, Alexandr ?" Piotr Ivanitch laid down his pen and looked at his nephew. He reddened. " Do you notice nothing in my face ?" he asked. " Yes, some silliness." " Stop ! You are in love," said Piotr Ivanitch. Alexandr was silent. " It's so then ! I have guessed right." Alexandr, with a triumphant smile and a beaming expression, nodded energetically. " So that's it ! How was it I didn't guess it at once ? So that's why you have grown lazy, and that's why we've seen nothing of you everywhere. The Zareyskys and the Skatchins have been worrying me with ' Where's Alexandr Fedoritch ?' So he's been far away, in the seventh heaven." Piotr Ivanitch began to write again. " With Nadinka Lubetzky," said Alexandr. " I didn't inquire," replied his uncle. " Whoever it may be, they are all as silly as one another. It's all the same." " All the same ! Nadinka ! That angel ! Is it possible you haven't noticed her ? Can you say that she is like the other worldly affected dolls ? You look at her face — what a tender, deep soul lies behind it ! She is not only a girl of feeling, but of thought, a deep nature." His uncle set to work scribbling on a paper with his pen, but Alexandr went on. " In her talk you don't hear the hackneyed commonplace platitudes. How deeply she understands life. You poison life by your views, but Nadinka reconciles me to it." Alexandr was silent for a minute and relapsed completely into reveries of Nadinka. Then he began again. " When she raises her eyes, you see at once what a passionate and tender heart they interpret. And her voice — her voice ! What melody, what softness in it ! But when that voice sounds with an avowal, no higher bliss on earth. Uncle ! What a glorious thing life is ! How happy I am !" Tears were starting into his eyes. He flung himself on his uncle and embraced him with all his might. " Alexandr !" screamed Piotr Ivanitch, jumping up. " Shut up your valves directly, you have let off all your steam. You silly fellow, look what you have done in 1 second. Just 2 idiocies, you have rumpled my hair and spilt the ink. I thought you had quite got out of those ways. You haven't been like this for a long while. Do, for God's sake, look at yourself in the glass. Could there be a more silly countenance ? And not an idiot ?"" Ha, ha ! I am happy, uncle." " That's evident. Well, what am I to do now with the letter ?"" Let me, I will scrape it, and it will not be noticed," said Alexandr. He flung himself against the table with a convulsive shock, began to scrape, to clean, to rub, and rubbed a hole into the letter. The table tottered under the rubbing and shook the what not. On the what not stood an alabaster bust of Sophocles or Aeschylus. The vibration made the respectable tragedian first totter backwards and forwards once or twice on his shaking pedestal, then he was shaken off the what not and was smashed to shivers. " Your third idiocy, Alexandr," said Piotr Ivanitch, picking up the pieces. " It cost 50 roubles." " I will pay for it, uncle, oh, I will pay for it, but don't blame my emotion. It's pure and generous. I am happy, so happy. Good God, how sweet life is The uncle shook his head. " When will you have more sense, Alexandr? Pay for it indeed," he said, " that would be the fourth silliness. You want, I can see, to talk about your happiness. Well, there seems no help for it, so be it, I will give you a quarter of an hour. Sit quietly, don't commit any fifth piece of stupidity, and talk away, and then, after that fresh stupidity you must go away. I have no time to spare. Well, you are happy. How is that? Tell me about it quickly." " I admit it is silly, uncle, but such things cannot be told in this way," replied Alexandr with a modest smile. " I have paved the way for you, but I see you want to begin with the ordinary prelude. That means that the conversation will last a whole hour. I haven't time for it. The post will not wait. You must stop, or better let me tell it myself." " You ? That's amusing." Listen, it is extremely amusing. You saw your charmer yesterday by herself." " But how do you know ?" asked Alexandr, going up to his uncle. " Sit down, for God's sake, and don't come near the table, you will be smashing something. It's all written in your face, I will read it off. Well, you had an explanation," said his uncle. Alexandr blushed and was silent. It was clear that his uncle was right again. " You were both very foolish, as lovers always are," said Piotr Ivanitch. The nephew made a gesture of impatience. " It all began from trifles when you were left alone, from a fancy work pattern perhaps," the uncle went on. " You asked whom she was working it for. She answered, ' For mamma,' or ' for auntie,' or something of that sort, and you shivered as if you were in a fever." " There you have not guessed right, that was no fancy work. We were in the garden," Alexandr blurted out, and relapsed into silence. " Well then, from flowers, I suppose," said Piotr Ivanitch. " Perhaps from a yellow flower, it makes no difference what is before your eyes, provided only it serves to start the conversation. Words don't come too readily to the tongue in such circumstances. You asked whether she liked flowers. She answered yes. Why, you ask? Oh, because, she said, and then you were both silent because you wanted to say something altogether different, and the conversation did not progress. Then you looked at one another, smiled and blushed." " Oh, uncle, how you talk !" said Alexandr in evident confusion. " Then," continued his inexorable uncle, " you began in a roundabout way to talk about a new world having opened itself to you. She looked suddenly at you as though she were hearing something new and unexpected. You, I expect, were at your wits' end, and in confusion, then you said, scarcely audibly again, that only now you understood the value of life, that before you saw her — what her ? Maria or what ?"" Nadinka." " You had already seen her in a dream," you said, that you had foreseen your meeting, that some affinity had brought you together, and that now you dedicate to her alone all your verses and prose. And, I expect, your hands weren't still a moment ; no doubt you were upsetting or breaking something." " Uncle, you must have been listening to us !" shrieked Alexandr, beside himself. " Oh yes, I was there behind a bush. I had nothing better to do than to run after you and listen to all your absurdities." " How then do you know all this ?" asked Alexandr in perplexity. " Wonderful, isn't it ? From Adam and Eve downwards it's the same story for everybody, with little variation. You a writer and surprised at this ! Now you will be walking on air for the next 3 days like an imbecile, throwing yourself on every one's neck. I should advise you to lock yourself in your room till that period is over, and work off your foolishness on Yevsay, so that none else may see it. Then you will come to your senses a little, and will obtain some further favour — a kiss, for instance." " A kiss from Nadinka ! Oh, what a high heavenly reward !" cried Alexandr, almost weeping. " Heavenly ?"" Why, do you call it earthly, material ?"" Well, one must admit a kiss is an electric act. Lovers are just like two electric batteries, both heavily charged ; the electricity is let off in kisses, and when it's fully let off, then good bye to love, the cooling process follows." " Uncle !"" Oh, I forgot, material tokens of immaterial relations are still prominent objects in your brain. You will be collecting all sorts of rubbish again and poring and dreaming over them, and work will be laid on the shelf." Alexandr at once clapped his hand on his pocket. " What, there already ! So you will do exactly what men have done ever since the creation of the world." " Then it is what you too have done, uncle "Yes, it's only a little sillier." "Sillier! Don't you call it silliness just because my love will be deeper, stronger than yours, because I don't make light of my feelings and turn them into ridicule as coldly as you, nor tear every veil off the sacred mystery." "Your love will be just like other people's, neither deeper nor stronger, and you too will tear the veil off the sacred mystery. The only difference is that you will believe in eternal, unchanging love, and will think about nothing else, and that is just what is so silly. You are only preparing for yourself more unhappiness than you need." End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3, Part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. "Ah," said Alexandr, "in spite of your prophecies I will be happy. I will love once and for ever." "Oh no, I foresee you will break a good many more of my properties before you've done. But that does not signify. Love is love, no one hinders you. We don't generally take love in a boy of your age very seriously, only don't let it go so far as to make you neglect business. Love is love, and business is business." "Well, I am making an abstract from the German." "There, there, you are not doing anything of the sort. You are giving yourself up to soft emotions, and the editor will get rid of you." "Let him. I don't depend on him. Can I be thinking now of contemptible money, now when contemptible money, indeed! You had better build yourself a hut upon the mountains, live on bread and water, and sing 'A cottage poor with thee is paradise to me.' Only when you've no more contemptible money, don't come to me. I won't give you." "I don't think I have often troubled you." "So far. I'm thankful to say you haven't. Only it may come to that if you neglect work. Love, too, costs money. You want to be extra smart and lots of different expenses. Oh, love at 20! Come, that's contemptible. Contemptible if you like, there's no sense in it." "What love has sense in it, uncle? Love at 40?" "I don't know what love is like at 40, but love at 37 " "Like yours?" "Yes, if you like mine." "That is, no love at all." "Oh, how do you know?" "Do you mean to say you can love?" "Why not? Am I not a man, or am I 70? Only if I love reasonably. I reflect on myself. I don't smash or upset things." "Reasonable love, a fine kind of love that reflects on itself," remarked Alexandr scoffingly, "that never forgets itself for an instant." "When it is savage, instinctive," put in Piotr Ivanitch, "it does not reflect, but reasonable feeling must reflect. If it does not, it is not love." "What is it then?" "Oh, vileness, as you would call it." "You love?" said Alexandr, looking incredulously at his uncle. "Ha ha!" Piotr Ivanitch went on writing in silence. "Who is it, uncle?" asked Alexandr. "Do you want to know?" "Yes." "The lady I'm about to marry." "You to marry?" Alexandr could scarcely utter the words. He leaped up from his place and went up to his uncle. "No closer, no closer, Alexandr, shut off the steam," said Piotr Ivanitch, seeing his nephew's round eyes of astonishment, and quickly collecting round him the various small objects on the table — busts, figures, clocks, and inkstands. "And you are so calm. You write letters to Moscow, and talk of outside matters, go to your factory and still talk with such hellish coldness about love." "Hellish coldness. That's something new, they say it's hot in hell. But why are you looking at me so strangely?" "You get married!" "What is there astonishing in that?" asked Piotr Ivanitch, laying down his pen. "What indeed? You get married and never a word to me." "Why, I have just told you." "You mentioned it because it happened to be apropos of something." "I try as far as I can to do everything apropos." "No, you should have communicated your happiness to me first. You know how I love you, and how I should participate." "I dislike participation in everything, and especially in marriage." "Do you know, uncle," said Alexandr with animation, "it may be no, I cannot conceal it from you. I am not like that. I must tell all." "Oh, Alexandr, I've no time to spare. If there's another rigmarole, won't it do to morrow ?"" I want only to tell you that perhaps I too am soon to be as happy "" What ?" asked Piotr Ivanitch, pricking up his ears a little. " That's something curious." " Ah, curious ! Then I will torment you, I won't tell you." Piotr Ivanitch took up an envelope with an air of indifference, put his letter in it and began to seal it up. " And I too am going to be married perhaps," said Alexandr in his uncle's ear. Piotr Ivanitch did not finish sealing the letter up, but looked at him very seriously. " Shut off your steam, Alexandr," he said. " You may joke, uncle, you may joke, I am speaking in earnest. I shall ask mamma's consent." " You get married ? And why not ?"" At your age ?"" I am 23." " It's high time indeed. Why, at your age no one marries except peasants who want someone to do the work in their house." " But if I am in love with a girl, and there is a possibility of marrying her, then according to you, ought I not "" I don't advise you at any time to marry a woman with whom you are in love." " What, uncle ? That's a new idea ! I never heard of it before." " I should fancy there are things you haven't heard of." " I always thought that there ought not to be marriage without love." " Marriage is one thing, love is another," said Piotr Ivanitch. " What are you marrying for then ? For your advantage ?"" To my advantage certainly, though not for my advantage. Even you will think of advantages when you marry ; you will look out, will choose among women." " Look out, choose !" cried Alexandr wonderingly. " Yes, choose. For this reason I don't advise you to marry when you are in love. Love, you know, is fleeting. That is the truth that has become a commonplace." " It is the grossest lie and calumny." " Well, there is no convincing you now, you will see for yourself in time. But now only mark my words : love is fleeting, I repeat, and then the woman who has perhaps seemed to you the ideal of perfection shows herself to be very imperfect, and there's no help for it then. Love screens the absence of qualities needed in a wife. But in choosing you consider in cool blood whether such or such a woman has the qualities which you would like to see in your wife, you get the greatest advantage. And if you find such a woman, she is certain to continue to please you, because she answers to what you wanted. And so closer ties spring up between her and you, which afterwards go to make you "" Love one another ?" said Alexandr. " Yes, and suit one another. Marrying for money — that is low ; but to marry without any advantage — that is stupid. But it is not suitable for you to marry at all now. When should I marry ? When I am growing old ? Why should I follow such foolish precedents ?"" You reckon my marriage one ? Thanks." " I did not mean any reflection on you, uncle, I mean it generally. You hear of a wedding, you go to see it, and what do you see ? A lovely, tender creature, who has only been awaiting the magic touch of love, to break into a splendid flower, and suddenly they tear her away from her dolls, her nurse, her childish games and dances. And it's well if it's only from all that. But often they don't look into her heart, which very likely is no longer her own. They dress her up in gauze, in blonde, they deck her in flowers, and in spite of her tears, her paleness, they drag her like a victim to the altar and set her beside whom ? Beside an elderly man, generally unattractive, who has already squandered the strength of his youth. He either casts on her the glances of a passion which is an outrage, or coldly scans her from head to foot and thinks to himself apparently, ' You're pretty, yes, on my word, with your head full of nonsense. Love and roses. I will soon put an end to such folly, it's all silliness. With you, you must give up sighing and dreaming, and conduct yourself more properly.' Or worse still, he is reflecting on her fortune. At the very youngest he is 30 years old, he often has a bald head, though I daresay he has a decoration or star on his breast. And this is the man, they tell her, to whom are consecrated all the treasures of your youth, for him the first throbbing of your heart, the first avowal, his are your looks and words and maiden caresses, his is your whole life. And all round are standing in the crowd those who are her equals in youth and beauty, who ought to have been in the bridegroom's place. They gaze eagerly at the poor victim and seem to be saying, ' Ah, when we have exhausted our freshness and health, when we are bald, we too will get married, and then we too shall carry off such a splendid rose.' It's awful." " High flown "Not good, Alexandr," said Piotr Ivanitch. "Have you been writing now for 2 years on manures and potato starch and other serious subjects, and you still talk in this high flown way? For goodness sake, don't give way to ecstasy." "But, uncle, is not the poet's thought conceived in ecstasy?" "I don't know how it's conceived, but I know that it comes forth finished from the brain, that is when it has been worked up by meditation. It is only then that it is good." "Well, but in your opinion," began Piotr Ivanitch after a pause, "to whom would you give these lovely creatures?" "To those whom they love, who have not yet lost the bloom of youth and beauty, whom one can see to be still full of life, in whose eyes the fire has not yet died away, who would have brought her the gift of a heart full of love for her, able to understand and to share her emotions when nature claims." "Oh, I dare say. You mean to such fine fellows as you. If we were living in meads and forests thick, and such a fellow as you had a wife, much he would get by it. For the first year he would be out of his senses, and then he would either take to hanging about behind the scenes of the theatre, or would give his wife a rival in her lady's maid, because nature's claims of which you talk demand change, novelty. A pretty state of things. And then his wife too, noticing her husband's pranks, would suddenly take a fancy to spurs, parades and masquerades, and would pay him out in his own coin. And without money it is worse still. He comes begging, 'I have nothing to eat.'" Piotr Ivanitch made a pitiful face. "I am a married man," he says," continued he. "I have already 3 children, help me, I cannot keep them, I am a poor man." A poor man ! What degradation ! No, I hope you will not fall into either of these categories." "I shall fall into the category of happy husbands, uncle, and Nadinka of happy wives. I don't want to be married, as the majority of people marry ; they all have the same tale. My youth is over, I am tired of solitude, so I must marry. I am not like that." "You are talking nonsense, my dear boy." "How do you know?" "Because you are just like other people, and I have known other people a long while. Come, tell me, why will you get married?" "Why? Nadinka, my wife!" ejaculated Alexandr, covering his face with his hands. "Well, you see, you don't know yourself." Oh, the spirit swoons at the very thought. You don't know how I love her, uncle. I love her as no one ever loved before, with all the strength of my soul, all is hers." "Really, Alexandr, I would rather have you ranting at me, or even, if it must be, embracing me, than repeating that very ridiculous phrase. How it rolls off your tongue, 'as no one ever loved before.'" Piotr Ivanitch shrugged his shoulders. "Why, do you mean that this cannot be?" "Indeed, when I reflect on your love, I really think it is possible — impossible for any love to be more foolish." "But she says that we must wait a year, that we are young and ought to test ourselves for a whole year, and then "" A year ! Ah, you should have told me that before," interposed Piotr Ivanitch. " Did she make that condition ? What a sensible girl she is ! How old is she ?"" 18." " And you are 23 ! Well, my friend, she has 23 times as much sense as you. I see she understands the whole business. She will amuse herself with you, flirt a little and have a good time, and then — these little hussies have an intuition in such things. Well, so you won't be married then. I thought you wanted to fix it up directly and secretly. At your age such follies are so quickly done that one hasn't time to interfere. But in a year's a different thing. By that time she will jilt you." "She? Jilt? Flirt? Little hussy indeed! She, Nadinka! For shame, uncle! Whom have you lived with all your life, whom have you had to do with, whom have you loved, that you have such black suspicions ?" "I have lived with men, I have loved a woman." "She deceive me? That angel, that very embodiment of sincerity, a woman, whom it seems as if God had for the first time created in all the purity and brightness." " Still she is a woman, and is certain to deceive you." " Will you tell me next that I shall jilt her?" "In time, yes, you will too." "I? Of people you don't know you can conclude what you like, but me — isn't it a sin in you to suspect me of such vileness? What do you imagine me to be?" " A man." " All are not alike. You must know that I, not in jest, but in all sincerity, have given her a promise to love her all my life. I am ready to confirm it upon oath." "I know, I know. No decent man doubts the sincerity of the vows he makes to a woman, but afterwards he changes and grows cooler, and does not himself know how. It does not happen intentionally, and there is no vileness in it, no one is to blame. Nature does not allow of eternal love. And those who believe in eternal and unchanging love do just the same as those who don't believe in it. Only they don't notice it and are unwilling to recognize it. We are above all that, they say. We are not men, but angels. All folly. But how is it there are lovers, married people, who love one another for ever and live all their lives together?" "For ever? If a man's love lasts a fortnight he is called fickle, but if for 2 or 3 years, at once you say it is for ever. Only consider what love is made up of, and then you will see for yourself that it is not for ever. The ardour, the fire and fever heat of that emotion prevent its being continuous. Lovers, married people live together all their lives, no doubt. But do they love each other all their lives? Are they always in the bondage of their first love? Are they seeking one another every minute, constantly gazing at each other, and can they never see enough of one another? In the end what becomes of the little observances, the constant attention, the thirst to be together, the tears, the transport, all the passionate glances? The coldness and awkwardness of husbands has passed into a proverb. Their love has turned into friendship, every one says very seriously. Well then, it's no longer love. Friendship. And what is this friendship? A husband and wife are bound together by general interests, circumstances, then common fortunes, and so they live together. If it is not so, then they separate, make new ties some more quickly than others. Then we talk of fickleness. But if they go on living together, they come to live by habit, which, let me whisper in your ear, is stronger than any kind of love. It is well called second nature. Except for it, men would continue all their lives to suffer from separation from, or the death of, the beloved object. But you see they are consoled in time. Still the everlasting repetition, for ever, for ever, they shout it without thinking. "How is it, uncle, that you are not afraid on your own account? It follows that your wife too, forgive me, will deceive you." "I don't think so." "What vanity!" "It isn't vanity, but prudence." "Prudence again?" "Well, foresight, if you like." "But if she falls in love with someone else?" "One must not let it come to that. But even if she were so misguided, with a little skill one might cool down her feelings." "Is it possible? Is it in your power?" "Very much so." "All deceived husbands would have done so," said Alexandr, "if there were any means." "Not all husbands are alike, my dear boy. Some are very indifferent to their wives. They don't pay attention to what is going on around them, and they don't care to notice it. Others would be ready to from vanity, but are poor creatures. They don't know how to set to work." "How will you set to work?" "That's my secret. One could not instil it into you. You are in delirium." Piotr Ivanitch was silent and went on writing. "But what a life!" began Alexandr. "Not to forget yourself, but always to be thinking, thinking. No, I feel this is not so. I want to live without your cold analysis, not thinking whether trouble and danger are awaiting me hereafter or not, it's all the same. Why should I think of it beforehand and poison " "Why? I have often told you why, but he always comes back to his same point. Because when you foresee danger, obstacles, trouble, then you can more easily oppose them or endure them. You will not go out of your mind, you won't die, and when pleasure comes you won't be dancing about and smashing busts. Is it clear? One tells him, 'Here, this is the beginning, look at it, and judge by it of the end.' But he covers his eyes and turns away his head just as though it were some bogey, and goes on living like a child. You would say live day by day, as men lived sitting at their cottage doors, reckoning your life by dinners, dances, love, and unchanging friendship. Always wanting the golden age. I have told you already that with your ideas it's well to stay in the country with your good lady and half a dozen children. But here one must work at a business. This means that you must incessantly be thinking and remembering what you did yesterday, what you are doing to day, so as to know what you must do to morrow. That is to say, you must live with never flagging control of yourself and your occupations.
It is only in this way we can attain to anything practical. And so But what's the good of arguing with you? You are delirious for the present. Ah, it's just on the hour. Not a word more, Alexandr. Go away, I will not listen. Dine with me to morrow. There will be some few people." "Friends of yours?" "Yes, Konev, Smirnov, Fedorov, you know them, and some few besides." "Konev, Smirnov, Fedorov? But these are the very people you have to do with in business." "Why, yes, these are all indispensable people." "So these are your friends? Certainly I have never observed that you received any one with special warmth." "I have told you before that I consider as friends those whom I associate with oftenest, from whom I gain either profit or pleasure." "I dare say. Would you have me feed them for nothing?" "But I thought before your marriage you would take leave of your true friends, whom you love from your heart, with whom you would talk for the last time of your gay youth over the wine cup, and whom, perhaps, you would press warmly to your heart on your separation." There, 5 of your words contain nothing that exists, or at least ought to exist in life. With what transports your aunt would have thrown herself on your neck! Of course there are true friends wherever there is simply friendship, and a wine cup whenever one is drinking out of bottles and glasses, and embraces on separation when there is no separation at all. Oh, Alexandr! "Don't you feel regret at being separated, or at least seeing less of these friends?" said Alexandr. "No, I never was so intimate with any one as to regret them, and I advise you to follow my example." "So you will be here to morrow?" "To morrow, uncle, What?" "I am invited to a country house." "The Lubetzkys, I suppose?" "Yes." "Ah, well, as you like. Don't forget your work, Alexandr. I shall tell the editor how you are spending your time." "Oh, uncle, how can you? I will finish my abstract from the German economists without fail." "First you had better read them. See, remember, don't come to me for contemptible money as soon as you have quite given yourself up to soft emotions." End of chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Part 1. Alexandr's life was divided into 2 halves. His official duties consumed the morning. He burrowed about in dusty deeds, pondered over facts in no way concerning himself, and reckoned on paper millions of money that did not belong to him. But at times his head refused to think for others, the pen dropped out of his hand, and he was possessed by the soft emotions which made Piotr Ivanitch so angry. Then Alexandr leant over the back of his chair and was carried in thought to a grassy, peaceful place, where there were no papers, nor ink, nor strange faces, nor uniforms, where peace, sweetness and freshness reigned, where in the luxurious drawing room there was the sweet scent of flowers, and the sounds of a piano and a parrot hopping in his cage, and in the garden the waving branches of birch trees and bushes of lilac. And the queen of all this — she. In the morning Alexandr, while he sat in his office, was present unseen in one of the islands, in the country villa of the Lubetzkys, but in the evening he was present visibly in his tangible person. Let us cast an indiscreet glance at his happiness. It was a hot day, one of the few in Petersburg. The sun, which gave life to the fields, seemed to kill the streets in Petersburg, made the granite red hot with its rays, and the rays, reflected from the stone, scorched the people. The people walked slowly, hanging their heads, the dogs with their tongues lolling out. The town was like one of those towns of story in which everything has changed to stone at some magician's sign. No carriages rattled on the flags, the windows were covered with awnings like eyelids closed over eyes, the wooden pavement polished like parquet. It burnt the foot to step on it. All around was weary, asleep. The pedestrian wiping the sweat from his face made for the shade. Stage coaches with 6 passengers slowly crawled into the town, scarcely stirring up the dust after them. At 4 o'clock the government clerks came out from their offices and slowly plodded off to their homes.
Alexandr rushed out, as though the roof of the house was falling in, looked at his watch — it was late, he would not be in time for dinner. He flung himself into a restaurant. " What have you got, quick ?"" Soup julienne and a la reine, sauce a la provencal, a la maitre d'hotel, roast turkey, game, etc., sweet souffle." " Well, soup a la provencal, sauce julienne and roast souffle — only be quick." The waiter looked at him. " Well, what is it ?" said Alexandr impatiently. The man hurried off and gave him what he thought fit. Adouev seemed very content. He did not wait for a quarter of the dishes, and hurried off to a wharf of the Neva, and here a boat and two boatmen awaited him. Within an hour he was in sight of the place of his hopes. He stood up in the boat and bent his gaze on the distance. At first his eye was dimmed with anxiety and uneasiness, which passed into doubt. Then suddenly his face brightened with the light of happiness, like a beam of sunlight. He distinguished a well known dress at the garden fence. Then he was recognised. A handkerchief was waved to him. He had been waited for perhaps a long time. His feet seemed burning with impatience. " Ah, if only one could walk on the water !" thought Alexandr. " They invent all sorts of silly things, and they don't invent that." The boatmen plied the oars slowly, evenly, like a machine. The sweat stood in drops on their sunburnt faces. It was nothing to them that Alexandr's heart was leaping within him, that never taking his eyes from one point, he had already twice in his absorption moved first one leg and then the other up to the very edge of the boat. But they did not care. They went on rowing with the same phlegm, now and then wiping their faces with their sleeves. " Quicker !" he said, " half a rouble for vodka." How they set to work, how they began to rise from their seats ! What had become of their fatigue ? How had they regained strength ? The oars seemed only to tremble in the water. The boat shot along 20 yards in no time. 10 strokes more and the stern had already described an arc, the boat came up gracefully and turned into the very bank. Alexandr and Nadinka smiled from afar off, and did not take their eyes off one another. Adouev leaped out with one foot in the water instead of on the bank. Nadinka laughed. " Gently, sir, wait till I give you a hand," said one of the boatmen, when Alexandr was already on the bank. " Wait for me here," Adouev said to them, and ran to Nadinka. She smiled tenderly at Alexandr from the distance. With every movement of the boat to the shore her bosom heaved. " Nadyezhda Alexandrovna !" said Adouev, almost breathless with delight. " Alexander Fedoritch !" she replied. Involuntarily they rushed towards each other, then stopped short and looked at one another with a smile and moist eyes, and could not say a word. A few minutes passed thus. Piotr Ivanitch could not be blamed for not having noticed Nadinka the first time of seeing her. She was not a beauty, and did not attract attention at once. But if any one looked attentively at her features, he would not readily take his eyes off her. Her face rarely remained at rest for 2 minutes together. The thoughts and emotions of a nature impressionable and susceptible to excess incessantly replaced one another, and the reflections of these emotions played, curiously mingled on her face, giving it every minute a fresh and unexpected expression. Her eyes, for instance, would flash like lightning, glow, and suddenly be hidden under their delicate lids. Her face would grow lifeless and motionless, and she would turn to a marble statue before your eyes. You would expect immediately after again the same piercing brilliance — only not at all. The eyelids would lift softly, and you would meet the mild light of eyes which seemed swimming in the splendour of moonlight. The heart could not but be stirred to a slight throb at such a gaze. In her gestures it was just the same. There was much grace in them, but a grace hardly sylph like. There was much of the untamed impulsiveness in it which nature gives. She sometimes sat in a picturesque pose, then suddenly, at the bidding of some inward impulse, this artistic pose would be broken in upon by some unexpected and equally bewitching gesture. In her conversation the same unlooked for turns — now just criticism, now dreaminess and short answers, then a childish frolicsomeness or subtle dissembling. Everything in her pointed to an ardent imagination, a wilful and inconstant heart. A much stronger man than Alexandr might have lost his heart over her. Only a Piotr Ivanitch could have withstood her, but there are not many like him. " You were waiting for me ! How happy I am !" said Alexandr. " I waiting for you
" I never thought of it," answered Nadinka, shaking her head. " You know I am always in the garden." " You are angry ?" he asked timidly. " What for ? What an idea !"" Well, give me your little hand." She gave him her hand, but he had scarcely touched it when she at once drew it away, and all at once changed completely. Her smile vanished, and on her face appeared something like vexation. " What is that ? Are you drinking milk ?" he asked. Nadinka had a cup in her hands and some sugar. " I am having dinner," she answered. " You are dining at 6 o'clock, and on milk ? Of course it is strange to you to look at milk after a luxurious dinner at your uncle's, but here we are in the country, we live simply." She broke off some bits of sugar with her front teeth and drank the milk, making a delicate grimace with her lips. " I didn't dine with my uncle, I declined yesterday," replied Adouev. " How shameless you are ! How can you tell such stories ? Where have you been up till now ?"" I have been at the office all day, up till 4." " But now it is 6 ; don't tell fibs. Confess, you were tempted by the dinner, by pleasant society. There you have been enjoying yourself very, very much." " On my word of honour, I haven't been to my uncle's." Alexandr began to defend himself with warmth. " If I had, could I be here with you by now ?"" Oh, does it seem so early to you ? You might have come here 2 hours ago," said Nadinka, and all at once, with a quick pirouette, turned away from him and went along the little path towards the house. Alexandr was after her. " Don't come near me, don't come near me," she said, shaking her hand, " I can't see you." " Leave off teasing, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna." " I am not teasing at all. Tell me, where have you been up till now ?"" At 4 o'clock I got out of the office," began Alexandr. " I was an hour coming here." " Then it ought to be 5, but it is now 6. Where were you that hour ? You see what stories you tell." " I had dinner at a restaurant as quick as possible." " As quick as possible ! Only 1 hour !" she said. " Poor fellow, you must be hungry. Don't you want some milk ?"" Oh, let me have that cup," began Alexandr, holding out his hand. But she stopped short all at once, turned the cup upside down, and paying no attention to Alexandr, looked with curiosity at the last drops trickling out of the cup on to the dust. " You are pitiless," he said. " How can you torment me so ?"" Look, look, Alexandr Fedoritch," Nadinka suddenly interposed, absorbed in her occupation. " Shall I make a drop fall on the little beetle that is crawling here on the path ? Ah ! it has fallen. Poor little thing, it will die," she said, then carefully picking up the beetle and laying it on the palm of her hand, she began to breathe on it. " What care you take of a beetle !" said Alexandr in vexation. " Poor little thing, look, it will die," said Nadinka in distress. " What have I done ?" She carried the beetle a little while in her palm, and when it began to stir and to crawl about on her hand, Nadinka gave a shudder, quickly threw it on the ground and stamped on it, saying, " Horrid little beetle !"" Where have you been ?" she asked then. " Why, I told you. Oh yes, at your uncle's. Were there many people ? Did you have any champagne ? Even from here I notice how you smell of champagne." " Oh no, not at my uncle's," interrupted Alexandr in despair. " Who told you so ?"" You just said so." " Why, I should think they are only just sitting down to dinner. You don't know those dinner parties. Would such a dinner be over in 1 hour ?"" You have been dining for 2 hours, 4 till 6." " When was I coming here then ?" She made no answer, but jumped up and picked a spray of acacia, then began to run along the path. Adouev after her. " Where are you going ?" he asked. " Where ? What a question ! To mamma." " Why ? Very likely we shall disturb her." " Oh no, not at all." Maria Mihalovna, the mother of Nadyezhda Alexandrovna, was one of those indulgent and simple mothers who think everything good that their children do. Maria Mihalovna, for instance, would order the carriage to be got ready. " What for, mamma ?" Nadinka would inquire. " We will go out for a drive, it's such glorious weather," said her mother. " How can we ? Alexander Fedoritch is coming." And the carriage would be put off. Another time Maria Mihalovna would be sitting at work, at her everlasting scarf, and beginning to sigh, or be sniffing snuff and plying her bone knitting needles, or else buried in the perusal of a French novel. " Maman, why are you not dressing ?" Nadinka would ask severely. " What for ?"" Why, we are going for a walk, of course." " For a walk ?"" Yes, Alexandr Fedoritch will come after us. Have you forgotten already ?"" Why, I didn't know." " Not know, indeed !" Nadinka would say in displeasure.
Her mother would leave her scarf and her book and go to dress, so Nadinka enjoyed complete freedom and ordered herself and her mamma and her time and her occupations as she pleased. However, she was a kind and indulgent daughter, obedient one could not call her, for it was not she but her mother who obeyed, but at least one could say that she had an obedient mother. " Go in to mamma," said Nadinka when they had reached the door of the drawing room. " And you ?"" I will come afterwards." " Well, then I will come afterwards too." " No, go in first." Alexandr went in and at once retreated, again on tiptoe. " She is asleep in the arm chair," he said in a whisper. " Never mind, go in. Maman, maman !"" Ah ! Alexandr Fedoritch has come." " Ah ! Mr. Adouev wants to see you." " Ah !"" You see how sound asleep she is, don't wake her," Alexandr restrained her. " No, I will wake her. Maman !"" Ah !"" Wake up, Alexandr Fedoritch is here." CHAPTER V Part II of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER IV. Part II. " Where is Alexandr Fedoritch ?" said Maria Mihalovna, looking directly at him and setting straight her cap, which had fallen on one side. " Ah, is that you, Alexandr Fedoritch ? Glad to see you. Here have I been sitting and dropping off into a nap. I'm sure I don't know why. I suppose it's the weather. My corns, too, begin to shoot ; there will be rain. I've been dozing, and in my sleep I thought that Ignaty announced some visitors, but I did not understand who. I listen, ' Are here,' he says, but who I couldn't make out. Then Nadinka called and I woke up at once. I sleep very lightly ; the least sound and I'm looking to see what it is. Sit down, Alexandr Fedoritch, how are you ?"" Very well, thank you." " How is Piotr Ivanitch ?"" Very well, I thank you." " Why does he never come to see us ? I was only thinking yesterday, he might, thought I, come over once some time, but he never has. I suppose he is busy." " Very busy," said Alexandr. " And we didn't see you the other day," continued Maria Mihalovna. " I had been awake a long while, I asked where is Nadinka ? They tell me she's still asleep. Well, let her sleep, I said. The whole day in the open air, in the garden, the weather keeps fine, she's tired. At her age she sleeps soundly, not as I do at my time of life. Such sleeplessness, would you believe, it grows quite a torment. My nerves or something, I don't know. Then they bring me coffee. You know I always drink it in bed, and while I was drinking it I thought, what does it mean, we've seen nothing of Alexandr Fedoritch, can he be well ? Then I got up and I look, it's 11 o'clock. A pretty thing, on my word, the servants never told me. I went into Nadinka, she was still asleep. I woke her. ' It's time, upon my word, my dear, it's nearly 12 o'clock. What's the matter with you ?' You know I am after her the whole day like a nurse. I sent away the governess on purpose to have no strangers about. Trust strangers, they say, and God knows what they will do. No, I undertook her education myself. I look after her strictly, she's never a step out of my sight, and I can say that Nadinka feels this. She doesn't even keep a thought secret from me. I seem to see right through her. Then the cook came up. I talked to him for an hour, then I read a little of the memoirs of the devil. Ah, what a pleasant author Sully is ! How agreeably he writes. Then our neighbour Maria Ivanovna called with her husband, so I never noticed how the morning slipped away. 4 o'clock already, and time for dinner." " Ah, yes, why didn't you come to dinner ? We waited for you till 5 o'clock." " Till 5 o'clock !" said Alexandr. " I never can, Maria Mihalovna ; my office work kept me. I beg you never to wait for me after 4 o'clock." " Well, I said the same, but Nadinka kept on, ' Let us wait a little longer and a little longer.' "" I ? Oh, mamma, how you talk ! Didn't I say, ' It's time for dinner, mamma,' and you said, ' No, we must wait. Alexandr Fedoritch can't be far off, certainly he will be here to dinner.' "" There, there !" said Maria Mihalovna, shaking her head. " Oh, she's a shameless girl ; she puts her own words into my mouth." Nadinka turned away, walked to the flowers and began to tease the parrot. I said, " Well, where can Alexandr Fedoritch be now ?" continued Maria Mihalovna. " It's 4:30." " No," she said, " we must wait, maman, he will be here." I look again, 5:15.
"You may say what you like, Nadinka," said I. "Alexander Fedoritch has certainly gone to some friends. He will not come. I am getting hungry." "No," she said, "we must wait till 5 o'clock." So she plagued me. "Eh, isn't it true, miss?" "Papka, Papka!" was heard from behind the flowers. "Where did you dine to day? At your uncle's?" "What? She has hidden herself," her mother went on. "You see, she's ashamed to face the light of day." "Not at all," answered Nadinka, coming from the flowers, and sitting down at the window. "And after all she wouldn't sit down to the table," said Maria Mihalovna. "She asked for a cup of milk and went into the garden. So she has had no dinner. What? Look me straight in the face, miss." Alexandr nearly fainted with happiness at this narrative. He looked at Nadinka, but she had turned her back on him and was tearing a leaf of ivy into little pieces. "Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," he said, "had I the happiness of being thought of by you?" "Don't come near me," she cried, in vexation that her manoeuvres had been revealed. "Mamma is joking, and you are ready to believe her." "But where are the berries that you had got ready for Alexander Fedoritch?" asked her mother. "Berries?" "Yes, the berries." "Why, you ate them at dinner," answered Nadinka. "I? Please to remember, my dear, you hid them and would not give me any. You will see," she said, "Alexander Fedoritch will come, and then I will give you some too. What do you think of her?" Alexandr looked shyly and tenderly at Nadinka. She blushed. "She picked them herself, Alexander Fedoritch," remarked her mother. "What is all this you are inventing, maman? I picked 2 or 3 berries and you ate those yourself, and the rest Vassilisa Don't believe her, don't believe her, Alexander Fedoritch. Vassilisa has been in the town since the morning. Why make a secret of it? I'm sure Alexander Fedoritch will like them all the better for your having picked them and not Vassilisa." Nadinka smiled, then disappeared again behind the flowers, and appeared with a plate full of berries. She held out the plate to Alexandr. He kissed her hand and took the berries, feeling as if he had received a marshal's baton. "You don't deserve them, to keep us waiting so long for you," said Nadinka. "I stood for 2 hours at the trellis. Only imagine, some one came along, I thought it was you, and waved my handkerchief, and saw all at once it was a stranger, some officer, and he waved back, impertinent wretch!" In the evening guests arrived and went away again. It began to be dusk. The ladies of the house and Adouev were left again alone together. By degrees this trio too broke up. Nadinka went into the garden. Then an unequal duet was kept up between Maria Mihalovna and Adouev. She chatted at great length of what she had done yesterday and to day, and what she was going to do to morrow. He became a prey to insufferable boredom and restlessness. The evening would soon be here, and he had not yet had an opportunity of saying a word to Nadinka by herself. The cook came to his rescue. The benefactor came in to inquire what to prepare for supper, and Adouev was more breathless with impatience than he had been before in the boat. They had scarcely begun to discuss cutlets, a dish of curds, when Alexandr began to beat a skilful retreat. How many manoeuvres he employed only to get away from Maria Mihalovna's armchair! To begin with, he walked to the window and looked out into the court. Then with slow steps, hardly able to restrain himself from running away at his utmost speed, he walked away to the piano, touched the keys here and there, took with feverish tremulousness some music from the desk, looked at it and laid it back. He even had the self-possession to sniff 2 flowers and wake up the parrot. Then he reached the utmost pitch of impatience. The door was near, but to go out of it in any way seemed awkward. He had to stand still for 2 minutes and walk out as though casually. And the cook had already made 2 steps in retreat, another word more, she would be gone, and then Madame Lubetzky would be certain to turn to him. Alexandr could hold out no longer, and gliding like a snake out of the door and jumping down the whole flight of steps without touching them, in a few strides he was at the end of the avenue, on the bank, near Nadinka. "You remembered me at last," she said then with mild reproach. "Ah, what torture I have been enduring!" replied Alexandr, "and you did not help me." Nadinka showed him a book. "That's what I would have called you out for, if you had not come in another minute," she said. "Sit down, maman will not come out now, she is afraid of the damp. I have so much I want to say to you. Ah! And I too, ah!" And they said nothing or almost nothing, something or other they had talked of 10 times before. Usually something like dreams, the sky, the stars, sympathy, happiness. Their conversation made more progress in the language of looks, smiles, and ejaculations. The book lay neglected on the grass. Night came on, or rather no, for what a night! Are there such nights in Petersburg in summer? It was not night. One ought to have some other name for it, as half light. Everything around was at peace. The Neva seemed asleep. Sometimes, as though in sleep, it splashed in a slight ripple on the bank and then sank into silence. And then from somewhere came a belated breeze, and was wafted over the slumbering waters, but could not waken them, and only rippled the surface and fanned a little freshness on to Nadinka and Alexandr, or brought them the sound of singing far away. And again all was silent, and again the Neva was motionless, like a man asleep who at some slight sound opens his eyes for a minute and at once shuts them again. And sleep settles all the heavier on his eyelids. Then from the direction of the bridge is heard, as it were, distant thunder, and immediately after the barking of the watchdog from the angling place near, and again all was still. The trees formed a thick dome above, and scarcely and noiselessly waved their branches. The lights at the villas twinkled along the banks. What is the special charm that haunts the warm air on such nights? What is the secret wafted from flowers, from trees, from the grass, and floating with such inexplicable tenderness into the soul? Why are the thoughts, the emotions conceived within the soul, then quite other than those conceived among noise, among one's fellows? But what a moment for love in this slumber of nature, in darkness, among the silent trees, the sweet breathed flowers, in solitude! How powerfully it all attunes the soul to reveries, the heart to these rare emotions, which in the ordinary, regular, stern realities of life seem such profitless, injudicious, and ridiculous irregularities. Yes, profitless. And yet at these instants only the soul dimly apprehends the possibility of a happiness which at other times it seeks so zealously and never attains. Alexandr and Nadinka walked up to the river and leaned on the fence. Nadinka gazed long at the Neva, into the distance deep in thought. Alexandr gazed at Nadinka. Their souls were filled full of happiness, their hearts of a sweet and yet painful ache, but the tongue was silent. Alexandr gently touched her waist. She gently pushed away his hand with her elbow. He touched her again. She repelled him more feebly, not taking her eyes from the Neva. The third time she did not repel him. He took her by the hand. She did not take away her hand. He pressed it. The hand answered his pressure. So they stood in silence. But what were they feeling? "Nadinka," he said softly. She was silent. Alexandr bent over her, his heart swooning with rapture. She felt his burning breath on her cheek, shivered, turned away, and did not run away in righteous indignation, did not scream. She had not the force to dissemble and run away, the power of love kept reason silent, and when Alexandr's lips fastened on hers, she answered his kiss, though weakly, scarcely perceptibly. "Oh, how happy man may be!" said Alexandr to himself, and again bent over her lips and stayed so for some seconds. She stood pale, motionless, tears glittering on her eyelashes, her bosom panting violently and convulsively. "It is like a dream," murmured Alexandr. Suddenly Nadinka started. The minute of oblivion had passed. "What does this mean? You have forgotten yourself," she said, flinging herself a few steps away from him. "I will tell mamma." Alexandr fell from heaven. "Nadyezhda Alexandrovna, don't destroy my happiness with reproaches," he began. "Don't be like " She looked at him, and all at once laughed aloud, gaily, went up to him again, and again stood at the fence, and confidingly leaned her hands and her head on his shoulder. "So you love me so much?" she asked, wiping away a tear that had fallen on her cheek. Alexandr made an indescribable motion of the shoulders. In silence they looked as before at the water and at the sky and at the distance, as though nothing had passed between them. Only they were afraid to look at one another. At last they looked, smiled, and at once turned away again. "Can there be sorrow in the world?" said Nadinka, after a pause. "They say there is," replied Adouev thoughtfully, "but I don't believe it." "What sorrow can there be?" "Uncle says poverty." Poverty? Do the poor not feel as we do now? If they do, they are not poor." "Uncle says that it's not so with them. They want to eat and drink." "Ugh! Eat! Your uncle does not tell the truth. They may be happy without that. I have had no dinner to day, but how happy I am." He laughed. "Ah, at this minute I would give everything to the poor, yes, everything," Nadinka went on. "Only let the poor come. Ah, why can I not comfort and delight every one with pleasure of some kind?" "Angel, angel!" Alexandr uttered rapturously, pressing her hand. "Oh, how horribly you pinch me!" Nadinka interrupted suddenly, frowning and taking away her hand. But he seized the hand again and began to kiss it with warmth. "How I will pray," she continued, "to day, to morrow, always in thankfulness for this evening. How happy I am! And you?" Suddenly she grew thoughtful. There was a gleam of fear in her eyes. "Do you know," she said, "they say that what has been once can never return again." "Can it be that this minute will never return?" "Oh no," answered Alexandr, "it is not true. It will return. There will be happier minutes still. Yes, I feel it." She shook her head incredulously. And his uncle's lessons came into his head and he came to a pause suddenly. "No," he said to himself, "no, that can never be. Uncle knew nothing of such happiness, that is why he is so stern and suspicious with people. Poor fellow! I am sorry for his dry, cold heart. It has never known the intoxication of love. Of course that's the reason of his jaundiced railings against life. God forgive him! If he had seen my bliss, even he would not have tried to destroy it, he would not have insulted it by his impure doubts. I am sorry for him. No, Nadinka, no, we will be happy," he went on aloud. "Look round. Are not all things here rejoicing, looking on at our love? God himself blesses it. How gaily we shall go through life, hand in hand. We shall be proud, great in mutual love." "Oh, stop, stop looking forward," she interposed. "Don't prophesy. I begin to be afraid when you talk so. And now I feel sad." "What are you afraid of? Cannot you believe in yourself?" "No, I can't," she said, shaking her head. He looked at her and grew thoughtful. "Why?" he began again. "What can destroy this world of our happiness? Who can interfere with us? We will always be alone. We will withdraw ourselves from others. What have we to do with them? And what have they to do with us? They will not remember us, they will forget us. And then the rumours of sorrow and troubles will not trouble us, just as now here in the garden no sound disturbs the heavenly peace. "Nadinka! Alexander Fedoritch!" was suddenly heard from the steps. "Where are you?" "Listen," said Nadinka in prophetic tones. "It's an omen of fate. This minute will not return again. I feel it." She seized his hand, squeezed it, and looked at him somewhat strangely, mournfully, and suddenly rushed off into the dark avenue. He stood alone, musing. "Alexander Fedoritch!" sounded again from the steps. "The curds have been on the table a long while." He shrugged his shoulders and went into the room. "At the instant of ineffable bliss, all of a sudden curds," he said to Nadinka. "Will it be always so in life?" "I only hope it won't be worse," she answered gaily. "Curds are a very nice thing, especially for anyone who has had no dinner." Her happiness animated her. Her cheeks glowed, her eyes flashed with unwonted brilliance. How zealously she played the hostess, how gaily she chatted. There was not a shadow left of the momentary glimpse of sadness. The dawn was already filling half the heavens with light when Adouev took his seat in the boat. The boatmen, in expectation of the promised reward, spit into their hands and were beginning to rise from their seats as before, plying the oars with all their might. "Go slower," said Alexandr. "Another half rouble for vodka." They looked at him and then at one another. One scratched his throat, the other his back, and they began to row, scarcely moving the oars, hardly touching the water. The boat swam on like a swan. "And uncle wants to convince me that happiness is a chimera, that one cannot believe unreservedly in anything, that life he is too bad! Why does he want to deceive me so cruelly? No, this is life. So I imagined it to myself, so it must be, so it is, and so it shall be, otherwise it is not life." A soft morning breeze was lightly blowing from the north. Alexandr gave a little shiver, from the breeze and from his memories, then yawned, and wrapping himself in his coat, fell into reverie. Chapter 5 Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 1. Adouev had reached the zenith of his happiness. He had nothing more to wish for. His official duties, his journalistic work were all forgotten and thrown aside. They had already passed him over at his office, he would not have noticed it at all, except that his uncle reminded him of the fact. Piotr Ivanitch advised him to give up trifling, but Alexandr, at the word trifling, shrugged his shoulders, smiled compassionately, and said nothing. His uncle, seeing that his representations were useless, also shrugged his shoulders, smiled compassionately, and said nothing. Alexandr obviously avoided him. He had lost all kinds of trust in his gloomy prognostications, and feared his cold views of love in general and his offensive insinuations as to his relations with Nadinka in especial. There was something of triumph, of mystery in Alexandr's deportment, his glance, his whole bearing. He behaved with other people, like some rich capitalist on exchange with petty tradesmen, condescendingly, with consideration, thinking to himself, "Poor creatures! Which of you is master of a treasure like mine? Which of you can feel like me? Whose mighty soul?" and so on. He was convinced that he was the only person in the world who so loved and was so loved. However, he not only avoided his uncle, but all the herd, as he said. He was either worshipping his divinity, or sitting at home in his study alone, brooding over his bliss, analysing it, dissecting it to infinity. He called this creating a world of his own, and sitting in solitude he certainly did create for himself a world of some kind out of nothing, and lived for the most part in it, and he went to his office rarely and reluctantly, calling it a miserable necessity. Behold him sitting in his armchair, before him some sheets of paper on which were carelessly jotted a few lines of poetry. He is either bending over the manuscript, making some correction or adding a few lines, or doubled up in the depths of his armchair, dreaming. On his lips the smile is playing. It is clear that it is not long since they tasted the full cup of bliss. All around is still. Only in the distance from the great street is heard the rumbling of carriages, and from time to time Yevsay, weary of cleaning shoes, talking aloud to himself, "Mustn't forget. Borrowed a ha'porth of vinegar some time ago at the shop, and a penn'orth of cabbage. Must pay it to morrow, or the man maybe won't trust me again, such a cur as he is. Sell bread by the pound. Like the famine year. It's a shame. Oh Lord, I'm tired. There, I'll just finish that boot, and then to bed. At Grahae they've been abed this long time, no doubt. It's very different from here. When will the Lord grant I see—" Here he gave a loud sigh, breathed on the boot, and began again to polish it with the brush. He considered this occupation a most important one, and almost his sole duty, and measured the value of a servant and even of a man principally by his skill in cleaning boots. He cleaned them himself with a kind of passionate ardour. "Do stop, Yevsay! You prevent me doing my work with your fooling!" cried Adouev. "Fooling!" Yevsay muttered to himself. "It's not I, but you that are fooling, and I am doing work. Just see how he's mudded his boots, one can scarcely get them clean." He put the boots on the table and looked lovingly at the brilliant polish on the leather. "Get along! Polishing like that, fooling," he added. Alexandr grew always more deeply buried in his dreams of Nadinka, and then in his dreams of authorship. There was nothing on the table. Everything which recalled his former occupations, his office duties, his journalistic work, lay under the table or in the cupboard or under the bed. "The very sight of such sordid things," he said, "frightens the creative impulse, and it takes flight, like the nightingale from a thicket, at the sudden creaking of grating wheels on the road." Often the dawn found him over some lyric.
Every hour not spent at the Lubetzkys was devoted to composition. He wrote poetry and read it to Nadinka. She would copy it out on superfine paper and learn it by heart, and he experienced the poet's highest bliss, hearing his own creations from beloved lips. "You are my muse," he said to her. "Be the Vesta of the sacred fire which burns within my breast. If you abandon it, it will die out." Then he sent verses under noms de plume to the magazines. They printed them because they were not bad, in parts not without force, and all animated by ardent feeling, and the style was good. Nadinka was proud of his love and called him "my poet." "Yes, yours forever," he added. Fame seemed to smile before him, and Nadinka, he thought, would twine him the laurels to crown his brow, and then "Life, life, how fair a thing thou art!" he exclaimed. "And my uncle? He would destroy, he would corrupt my loving heart, he would pervert it." And he avoided his uncle, did not go to see him for whole weeks, then months, and if when they did meet the conversation turned on matters of feeling, he kept a contemptuous silence, or listened like a man whose convictions cannot be shaken by any arguments. He considered his judgments infallible, his feelings and opinions unsuitable, and decided in future to be guided only by them, declaring that he was no longer a boy, and why should he be bound by the opinions of others, and so on. But his uncle was always the same. He never asked his nephew about anything, and did not or would not notice his whims. He was as cordial with him as before, and lightly reproached him for coming so rarely to see him. "My wife is angry with you," he said. "She was accustomed to regard you as a relation. We dine every day at home, you must come in." But Alexandr rarely went in, for he had no time. In the morning at the office, after dinner till night at the Lubetzkys, night came, and at night he entered the world of his own he had created, and continued to create there. And besides, it did him no harm to sleep a little sometimes. In prose composition he was less happy. He wrote a play, 2 novels, some sketches and travels. His activity was amazing; the paper seemed to burn under his pen. His play and one of his novels he showed at first to his uncle, and asked him to say whether they would do. His uncle read a few pages at random and handed it back, writing above, "It will do to light the fire." Alexandr was furious and sent them to the magazines, but they returned him both of them. In 2 places on the margin of the play was noted in pencil, "Not bad," and that was all. On the novel the following criticisms were often to be met with: "Weak, untrue, unreal, tedious, not worked out," and so on. And at the end it was said, "There is noticeable throughout an ignorance of the heart, an excess of fervour, unreality, everything stilted, no real human being in it. The hero is a monstrosity, such people don't exist. Unsuitable for publication. However, the author is not without ability, he must work." "Such people don't exist," thought Alexandr, mortified and surprised. "Not exist? But I am myself the hero. Can I describe the common heroes whom one meets at every turn, who think and feel like the herd, and do what every one else does? The pitiful characters in small everyday tragedies and comedies, not distinguished by any special stamp? Is art to stoop to that?" He invoked the shade of Byron, he called on Goethe and Schiller to confirm the truth of the literary doctrines he professed. He considered that a hero fit for a drama or a novel could be nothing else than some corsair or great poet or artist, and he made them act and feel accordingly. In one novel he laid the scene of the action in America. The mise en scène was extravagant. American scenery, mountains, and in the midst of all this an exile who had borne away with him his beloved. The whole world had forgotten them. They loved each other and nature, and when tidings were brought them of pardon and the possibility of returning to their native land, they refused. 20 years after, a European arrived there, came with an escort of Indians to hunt, and found on a mountain a hut and in it skeletons. The European was the hero's rival. How beautiful this story seemed to him! With what delight he read it to Nadinka in the winter evenings! How eagerly she listened to him! And to think of not taking such a novel! Of this failure he did not speak to Nadinka. He swallowed the outrage in silence, and that was the end of it.
With a sigh he laid aside literary prose for some future time. When his heart should be beating more evenly, his thoughts would be more in order, then he promised himself to set to work properly. Day after day passed by, days of uninterrupted blissfulness for Alexandr. He was happy when he kissed the end of Nadinka's little finger, sat opposite her in a picturesque attitude for 2 hours at a stretch, not taking his eyes off her, sighing and melting with tenderness, or declaiming verses appropriate to the occasion. Truth compels one to state that she sometimes met his sighs and verses with a yawn. And no wonder. Her heart was employed, but her mind remained quite unoccupied. Alexandr never exerted himself to give it food. The year fixed for their probation by Nadinka had passed. She was living again with her mother at the same country villa. Alexandr began to speak to her of her promise, and begged permission to speak to her mother. Nadinka would have put it off till their return to town, but Alexandr insisted. At last, at parting one evening, she gave Alexandr leave to speak to her mother the following day. Alexandr did not sleep the whole night and did not go to his duties. He kept revolving the next day in his head. He thought of everything he would say to Maria Mihalovna. He was composing his speech and preparing himself, but as soon as he recalled that it was Nadinka's hand that was in question, he was lost in dreams and again forgot everything. So he arrived at the house in the evening without having prepared anything. But it was not needed. Nadinka met him as usual in the garden, but with a slight shade of pensiveness in her eyes, without a smile, and with a somewhat preoccupied air. " You can't speak to mamma now," she said. " That horrid Count is indoors." " Count ? What Count ?"" Why, don't you know what Count ? Count Novinsky, of course, our neighbour. That is his villa. How many times you have admired his garden." " Count Novinsky calling on you !" said Alexandr, surprised. " How did it happen ?"" I don't know very well myself," answered Nadinka. " I was sitting here and reading your book, and mamma wasn't at home ; she had gone to Maria Ivanovna. Then it began to rain a little, I went indoors, all at once a carriage drove up, dove coloured, with white cushions, the same that is always driving by us, you admired it once. I look out and see mamma stepping out with a man. They came in. And mamma said, ' Here, Count, this is my daughter, let me introduce you.' He bowed and so did I. I felt shy, I grew red and ran away to my room. But mamma, so horrible of her, I heard saying, ' Excuse her, Count, she is such a wild thing.' So I guessed that it must be our neighbour Count Novinsky. I suppose he brought mamma in his carriage from Maria Ivanovna's because of the rain." " Is he an old man ?" asked Alexandr. " An old man ! What an idea ! He's young, good looking." " You had time then to see he was good looking," said Alexandr with annoyance. " That's good. Does it take long to look at any one ? I just spoke to him. Ah, he is very polite. He asked what I do, talked of music, asked me to sing something, but I didn't. I really can't sing a bit. Next winter I shall certainly ask mamma to get me a good teacher of singing. The Count says it's all the fashion now, singing." All this was uttered with great vivacity. " I thought, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," observed Alexandr, " that next winter you would have other occupations besides singing." " What occupation ?"" What !" said Alexandr reproachfully. " Ah, yes ! Did you come by boat ?" He looked at her without speaking. She turned away and went into the house. Adouev went into the drawing room not altogether easy in his mind. What kind of man might the Count be ? How should he behave to him ? What would his manner be like, proud or nonchalant ? He went in. The Count rose first and bowed politely. Alexandr replied by a stiff and awkward bow. Their hostess introduced them. The Count, for some reason, did not please him, but he was a handsome man, tall, well made, fair, with large expressive eyes and a pleasant smile. His manners were marked by simplicity, refinement, and a kind of softness. He seemed likely to attract every one, but he did not attract Adouev. Alexandr, in spite of Maria Mihalovna's invitation to sit nearer, sat in a corner and kept reading a book, which was ill-bred, awkward, and injudicious. Nadinka stood behind her mother's armchair, looked with curiosity at the Count, and listened to what he said. He was a novelty for her. Adouev did not know how to conceal that he did not like the Count.
The Count did not seem to notice his rudeness; he was civil and turned to Adouev, trying to make the conversation general. But it was all in vain; he was silent, or answered yes and no. When Madame Lubetzky happened to mention his surname, the Count asked whether he was related to Piotr Ivanitch. " My uncle," replied Alexandr briefly. " I have often met him in society," said the Count. " Very likely ; what is there surprising in that ?" answered Adouev, shrugging his shoulders. The Count concealed a smile, biting his lower lip. Nadinka exchanged a look with her mother, crimsoned and dropped her eyes. " Your uncle is an intelligent and agreeable man," remarked the Count in a tone of slight irony. Adouev did not answer. Nadinka could not put up with it; she went up to Alexandr, and while the Count was speaking to her mother, whispered to him: " Aren't you ashamed ? The Count is so friendly to you, and you "" Friendly !" In his annoyance Alexandr answered almost aloud: " I don't want his friendship ; don't say that again." Nadinka darted away from him, and from a distance looked at him long and fixedly with wide open eyes, then she took up her position again behind her mother's chair, and paid no further attention to Alexandr. But Adouev kept expecting all the while that the Count would go, and that at last he would have a chance of speaking to her mother. But 10 o'clock, 11 struck, the Count did not go, and kept talking. All the subjects upon which conversation usually turns at the first stage of an acquaintanceship were exhausted. The Count began to make jokes. He did this cleverly; his jokes were not forced, affected, nor far fetched. He had a power of interesting, a special aptitude for telling things humorously, so that not anecdotes only, but simply a piece of news, an incident, or a serious matter he would turn into comedy by a single unexpected word. Both mother and daughter were heartily diverted by his sallies, and Alexandr himself hid more than once an involuntary smile behind his book. But he was raging inwardly. The Count talked of everything equally well, and with tact, of music, of people, and of foreign countries. The conversation turned on men and women. The Count was severe on men, himself among them, and subtly flattered women in general, paying a few compliments to the ladies of the house in particular. Chapter 6 Part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 2. Adouev thought of his own literary pursuits, of his poetry. "There I should put the Count to shame," he thought. They began to converse upon literature. The mother and daughter commended Alexandr as an author. " That'll take him down," thought Adouev. Far from it. The Count talked of literature as though he were exclusively devoted to the subject. He made a few just criticisms in passing on contemporary Russian and French writers of note. Further, it appeared that he was on terms of friendship with the leading Russian literary men, and in Paris had been acquainted with several French celebrities also. A few he commented upon with appreciation, others he slightly caricatured. Of Alexandr's verses he remarked that he did not know them, and had not heard of them. Nadinka looked rather queerly at Adouev, as though inquiring: " What does that mean, pray ? You have not done much." Alexandr's heart fell. His churlish and arrogant expression gave way to one of melancholy. He looked like a cock with bedraggled tail hiding from the storm under a shed. Presently there was a clinking of knives and glasses on the sideboard, the table was set, but still the Count did not go. All hope vanished. He even accepted Madame Lubetzky's invitation to stay and have a supper of curds. " A Count and eat curds !" said Adouev, casting a glance of hatred on the Count. The Count ate with appetite and continued to make jokes, as though he were at home. " The first time he's in the house, and eating enough for 3 ! He's shameless !" whispered Alexandr to Nadinka. " Why, he's hungry !" she answered simply. The Count at last went away, but it was too late to talk of things then. Adouev took his hat and was hurrying off, Nadinka overtook him and succeeded in pacifying him. " Then to morrow ?" asked Alexandr. " To morrow we shan't be at home." "Well, the day after to morrow, then." They parted. The next time Alexandr arrived rather earlier. While still in the garden an unaccustomed sound reached him from indoors — a violoncello — no, not a violoncello. He drew nearer. A manly voice was singing. And what a voice ! Sonorous, tender, a voice that one would think would penetrate a woman's heart. It penetrated Adouev's heart, but in a different way. It grew faint, it ached with anguish, envy, hatred, and a miserable undefined presentiment. Alexandr went from the courtyard into the hall. " Who have you here ?" he asked the servant. " Count Novinsky." " Has he been here long ?"" Since 6 o'clock." " Tell your young lady that I have been and will come back again." " Very well." Alexandr went away and went wandering about the villas, not noticing where he was going. In 2 hours he returned. " Well, is he still here ?" he asked. " Yes, and I think he will stay to supper. The mistress ordered roast woodcocks for supper." " And did you give the young lady my message ?"" Yes." " Well, what did she say ?"" She gave me no orders." Alexandr went home and did not appear for 2 days. God knows what revolutions of thought and feeling he went through. At last he went again. He came in sight of the villa, stood up in the boat, and, shading his eyes from the sun with his hand, looked before him. Yonder between the trees he caught a glimpse of the blue dress which fitted Nadinka so well, and blue was the colour most becoming to her complexion. She always put on this dress when she wanted to please Alexandr specially. A load seemed lifted from his heart. " Ah, she wants to make up to me for her past unintentional neglect," he thought. " It's not she, but I who am to blame. How could I behave so unforgivingly to her ? That's only the way to set her against one. A stranger, a new acquaintance. It's very natural that she as hostess — ah, here she comes out of the bushes from the narrow footpath, she is going to the trellis, there she will take her stand and wait for " She did in fact go on into the great avenue, but who is turning with her from the path ? "The Count?" Alexandr cried aloud in dismay, hardly believing his eyes. " Eh ?" ejaculated one of the boatmen. " Alone in the garden with him," muttered Alexandr, " just as with me." The Count and Nadinka walked up to the trellis and not looking at the river, turned round and walked slowly back to the avenue. He was bending over her, saying something in a low voice. She hung her head as she walked. Adouev remained in the boat, open mouthed, motionless, stretching out his hands to the shore, then he let them drop and sank into his seat. The boatmen went on rowing. " Where are you going ?" Adouev screamed furiously at them when he had recovered a little. " Back again." " Go back ?" repeated one of them, gazing at him open mouthed. " Yes, back ; are you deaf ?"" But don't you want to go this way ?" The other boatman began at once without speaking to row, with his left oar alone, then pulled vigorously with both, and the boat was quickly darting along homewards. Alexandr pulled his hat down almost on to his shoulders and sank into gloomy meditation. After this he did not go to the Lubetzkys for a fortnight. A whole fortnight — what an age for a lover ! But he kept expecting that they would send a servant to inquire what was the matter with him, whether he was ill, as this had always been done when he had been unwell, or perhaps had affected to be so. Nadinka at first would make such inquiries in her mother's name for form's sake, but afterwards, what did she not write on her own account ? Such tender reproaches, such fond anxiety, such impatience. " No, now I will not make it up at once," thought Alexandr. " I will punish her. I will teach her how she ought to behave with strange men. The reconciliation shall not come too easily." And he pondered harsh plans of revenge, dreamed of repentance, of how he would magnanimously pardon and lay down principles for the future. But till no servant was sent to him, no confession was brought. It seemed as though he no longer existed for the Lubetzkys. He grew thin and white. Jealousy is more agonizing than any disease, especially jealousy on suspicion without proof. When the proof is plain, then jealousy is at an end, and for the most part love itself as well. Then at least one knows what to do, but until then it is torture. And Alexandr experienced it to the full. At last he resolved to go in the morning, thinking he would find Nadinka alone and have an explanation with her. He arrived. There was no one in the garden, no one in the drawing room and the parlour. He went into the hall, opened the door into the courtyard. What a spectacle met him there! Two grooms in the Count's livery were holding saddle horses. On to one of them the Count and a servant were mounting Nadinka, the other stood ready for the Count himself. On the steps was standing Maria Mihalovna. She was looking on at this scene with a frown of anxiety. "Sit firmer, Nadinka," she said. "For heaven's sake, Count, look at her. Ah, I'm frightened. Hold on to the horse's ear, Nadinka. You see what a wicked thing she is to coax me into it." "Nonsense, maman," said Nadinka gaily. "Of course I can ride now. Look!" She switched the horse, which sprang forward and plunged and reared. "Ah, ah, keep still!" shrieked Maria Mihalovna, waving her hand. "Leave off, it'll be the death of you." But Nadinka pulled the curb and the horse stood still. "You see how she obeys me," said Nadinka, stroking the horse's neck. No one noticed Adouev. With a white face he looked at Nadinka without speaking, and as though in mockery of him, she had never looked so handsome as that moment. How well the hat with its green veil and the riding habit became her! How well it defined her figure! Her face was animated by a shy pride and the delicious feeling of a new sensation. The colour came and went on her cheeks from delight. The horse plunged slightly and made the slender rider bow gracefully backwards and forwards. Her figure was shaken on the saddle like the stem of a flower quivering in the wind. Next the groom brought a horse up to the Count. "Count, shall we go to the copse again?" asked Nadinka. "Again!" thought Adouev. "Very well," answered the Count. The horses were just starting. "Nadyezhda Alexandrovna!" cried Adouev suddenly, in a strange voice. All stood still, rooted to the ground as though they had been changed to stone, and looked in perplexity at Alexandr. This lasted for a minute. "Ah, it's Alexander Fedoritch!" said the mother, the first to recover herself. The Count bowed affably. Nadinka quickly drew her veil back from her face, turned round and looked at him with dismay. Her lips parted. Then she swiftly turned her back, switched her horse, who dashed forward, and in 2 bounds had disappeared through the gates. The Count followed her. "Gently, gently, for heaven's sake, gently!" screamed the mother after them. "Hold on! Ah, Lord have mercy on us, she'll be off to a certainty. What a frightful thing it is!" And all was gone. Only the sound of the horse's hoofs could be heard, and the dust was thrown up in a cloud from the road. Alexandr remained with Madame Lubetzky. He looked at her without speaking, as though asking her with his eyes, "What does this mean?" She did not keep him long waiting for an answer. "They have gone," she said, "out of sight now. Well, let the young people amuse themselves, and I will have a little chat with you, Alexander Fedoritch. But why has there been no sight nor sound of you this fortnight past? Have you grown tired of us?" "I have been ill, Maria Mihalovna," he replied sullenly. "Yes, one can see you have. You're so thin and pale. Sit down directly, rest a little. But won't you let me tell them to cook some eggs, soft boiled, for you? It's a long time still till dinner." "Thanks, I don't want anything." "Why not? They'll be ready in a minute, and they are capital eggs. The Finnish woman only brought them to day." "Oh no, thank you." "What's the matter with you? I kept expecting and expecting you. What does it mean? I thought he doesn't come himself, nor send any French books? Do you remember you promised me something? Peau de chagrin, wasn't it? I expect it and expect it. No, is Alexander Fedoritch tired of us, I thought? Upon my word, he's tired of us." "I'm afraid, Maria Mihalovna, haven't you grown tired of me?" "It's too bad of you to be afraid of that, Alexander Fedoritch. I love you as though you were one of the family. I can't tell, of course, about Nadinka, for she's still a child. What does she know? How can she value people properly? Every day I kept repeating to her, 'Why is it, I wonder, Alexander Fedoritch doesn't call? Why doesn't he come?' And I was always expecting you. Would you believe that I would not sit down to dinner every day till 5 o'clock? I kept thinking he's sure to come in. And Nadinka said sometimes, 'What is it, maman? Whom are you waiting for? I'm hungry, and so is the Count, I think.'" "And the Count, has he been here often?" asked Alexandr. "Yes, nearly every day, and sometimes twice in the same day. He is so kind, he has taken such a fancy to us." "Well," said Nadinka, "I want my dinner, and that's all about it, it's time to begin." "But since Alexander Fedoritch," said I, "will be coming?" "He won't come," she said. Would you like me to bet you a wager he won't? It's useless to wait." Madame Lubetzky stabbed Alexandr with these words as with a knife. She said so?" he asked, trying to smile. "Yes, that's just how she talked and hurried us. You know I am severe, though I do look good tempered. I scolded her. One time you're for waiting till 5 o'clock for him and won't eat any dinner, and then you don't want to wait at all. You're absurd. It's wrong of you. Alexander Fedoritch is an old friend of ours, he is fond of us, and his uncle Piotr Ivanitch has given us many proofs of his friendliness. It's not right to neglect people so. He is vexed, I dare say, and will not come." "What did she say?" asked Alexandr. "Oh, nothing. You know how saucy she is with me, skips away, begins to sing, and runs off, or says, 'He'll come if he wants to.' Such an imp she is. I too thought, 'He'll come.' I look out, another day passed, and no sign of you. I said again, 'What can it be, Nadinka? Is Alexander Fedoritch well?' 'I don't know, maman,' she said, 'how can I tell?' Shall we send to find out what's wrong with him?" We were going to send and going to send, and so we never sent. I somehow forgot it, left it to her, and she's so thoughtless. See now how she's given herself up to this riding. She saw the Count once on horseback from the window and kept on at me, 'I want to ride,' and so on again and again. I said this and that, but all of no use. 'I want to.' Mad thing! No, there was no riding on horseback in my young days. We were brought up altogether differently. But nowadays, shocking to relate, ladies have begun to smoke. Over opposite us lives a young widow. She sits on the balcony all day and smokes. People go by and pass on horseback. She doesn't care. Sometimes in our days if there were a smell of tobacco in the drawing room even from the men " "Has it been going on long?" asked Alexandr. "I don't know. They say it's been in fashion the last 5 years. I suppose it's from the French." "No, I asked, is it long since Nadyezhda Alexandrovna began to learn riding?" "Oh, 10 days about. The Count is so kind, so polite. What is there he isn't ready to do for us? How he spoils her! Look what heaps of flowers, all from his garden. Sometimes I'm really ashamed. Why do you, Count, I say, spoil her like that? There'll be no putting up with her soon. And I scold her too. I have been with Maria Ivanovna and Nadinka to see his covered court. As you know, I look after her myself. Who can see after a daughter better than her own mother? I myself undertook her education, and though I say it who shouldn't, God grant every one such a daughter, and Nadinka had her lessons in my presence. Then we breakfasted in his garden, and now they go riding every day. Ah, what a splendid house he has! We went over it. All in such taste, so luxurious." "Every day?" said Alexandr, almost to himself. "Why not let her enjoy herself? I was young myself once." "And do they go for long rides?" "For 3 hours at a time. Come, and what has ailed you?" "I don't know, there was something wrong with my chest," he said, laying his hand on his heart. "Didn't you take anything for it?" "No." "There, these young people, they keep doing nothing, keep putting it off from day to day, and then take steps when it's too late. What did you feel? Was it an ache, or a gripping, or a rheumatic pain?" "It was an aching and gripping and rheumatic pain," said Alexandr absently. "That was a chill. Oh, God forbid! You mustn't let it go on, you'll kill yourself like that. It might turn to inflammation of the lungs. And you took no medicine. Do you know what you must do? Take some opodeldoc and rub your chest vigorously at night, and rub it till it's red, and drink a herb in your tea. I will give you the receipt." End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 3 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 3. Nadinka returned, pale with fatigue. She fell on to the sofa, almost fainting. "Look at her," said Maria Mihalovna, laying her hand on her head. "How tired you are! You are half dead. Drink some water and go and undress and unlace your corset. This riding will do you no good." Alexandr and the Count remained the whole day. The Count was invariably courteous and affable to Alexandr, invited him to visit him, to look at his garden, suggested that he should share their next expedition on horseback, offered him a horse. "I can't ride," said Alexandr coldly. "Can't you?" said Nadinka, "and it is so delightful. Shall we go again to morrow, Count?" The Count bowed. "That's enough, Nadinka," remarked her mother, "you are troublesome to the Count." There was nothing, however, to show that any special relation had arisen between Nadinka and the Count. He was equally friendly to the mother and the daughter, he did not seek opportunities of speaking to Nadinka alone, did not follow her into the garden, and looked at her exactly as he did at her mother. The freedom of her intercourse with him and the expeditions on horseback showed on her part the whimsicality and impulsiveness of her character, her naivete, perhaps her want of experience, her ignorance of the conventions of the world, on her mother's part weakness and want of foresight. The civilities and attentions of the Count and his daily visits might be ascribed to the proximity of the villas and the warm reception he always received at the Lubetzkys. This thing seemed natural, looked at with a simple eye, but Alexandr looked at it with a magnifying glass and saw much, oh, much, which one would not see with the simple eye. Why, he asked himself, had Nadinka changed to him? She did not wait for him now in the garden, she did not meet him with a smile, but with a look of dismay. For some time she had dressed with special care, there was no carelessness now in her manners. She was more guarded in her behaviour, as though she had become more sensible. Sometimes one caught a glimpse in her eyes and her words of something like a secret. What had become of her sweet caprices, her wildness, her sallies, her frolicking? It had all disappeared. She had become serious, thoughtful, silent. It seemed as though something were tormenting her. She was like all other girls now, she was as hypocritical, told the same lies, asked with the same interest after your health, was so continually polite and friendly for form's sake, to him, to Alexandr. With whom? Oh God, his heart sank. "It is not for nothing, not for nothing," he kept repeating to himself, "there is something beneath it. But I will find out, come what may, and then woe to him." And that day, when the Count had taken his leave, Alexandr tried to snatch a moment to speak with Nadinka alone. What did he not do? He took the book with which she had once called him away from her mother into the garden, showed it to her and went out to the bank of the river, thinking she would run out at once. He waited and waited, she did not come. He returned to the room. She was reading the book and did not look at him. He sat down near her. She did not raise her eyes, and then asked casually in a superficial tone, was he busy with his literary work, had anything new come out? Of the past not a word. He began to talk to her mother. Nadinka went out into the garden. The mother left the room, and Adouev too rushed into the garden. Nadinka, seeing him, rose from the bench, did not come to meet him, but went quietly by a roundabout way towards the house, as though to avoid him. He quickened his pace. She did the same. "Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," he shouted from the distance, "I should like to say 2 words to you." "Come indoors, it's damp here," she answered. When she had gone in, she sat down again near her mother. Alexandr felt quite ill. "So you are afraid of the damp air?" he said with bitterness. "Yes, the evenings are so cold and dark now," she replied with a yawn. "We shall soon return to town," said her mother. "May I trouble you, Alexandr Fedoritch, to go to our apartments and remind the man in charge to renew 2 locks on the doors and the shutter in Nadinka's bedroom. He promised to do it, but he'll forget, depend upon it. They are all alike, care for nothing but making money." Adouev got up to go. "Come and see us before long," said Maria Mihalovna. Nadinka did not speak. He had already reached the door when he turned round to her. She made 3 steps towards him. His heart throbbed. "At last!" he thought. "Will you be with us to morrow?" she asked coldly, though her eyes were bent on him with eager curiosity. "I don't know. Why?" "Oh, I only asked. Shall you come?" "Would you like me to?" "Shall you come to morrow?" she repeated in the same chilly tone, but with greater impatience. "No," he answered with vexation. "And the next day?" "No, I shall not come for a whole week, perhaps 2, a long while," and he turned a scrutinizing glance upon her, trying to read in her eyes what impression his words produced. She did not speak, but her eyes dropped at the very instant of his reply, and what was to be seen in them?
Were they clouded with pain, or flashing with a gleam of pleasure? Nothing could be deciphered from that lovely marble face. Alexandr clutched his hat in his hand and went away. " Don't forget to rub your chest with opodeldoc !" screamed Maria Mihalovna after him. And now Alexandr had again a problem to solve. What was the aim of Nadinka's question ? What was to be inferred from it, desire or dread of seeing him ? "Oh, what torture, what torture!" he said in despair. Poor Alexandr could not hold out. He went on the third day. Nadinka was at the garden fence when he arrived. He was beginning to rejoice, but no sooner had he drawn near the bank, when she, as though she had not seen him, turned away, and after a few undecided steps on the path, just as if she were walking without an object, went towards the house. He found her with her mother. Two gentlemen from the town were there, their neighbour Maria Ivanovna, and the inevitable Count. Alexandr's sufferings were unendurable. Again the whole day passed in empty, useless conversation. How the guests wearied him ! They talked calmly of all kinds of trifles, argued, joked, laughed. " They laugh," said Alexandr, " they can laugh while Nadinka has changed to me. It's nothing to them, they are wretched, empty creatures, they are pleased with everything." Nadinka went into the garden. The Count did not go out with her. For some time he and Nadinka seemed to avoid one another in Alexandr's presence. He sometimes came on them alone in the garden or indoors, but then they separated and did not meet any more in his presence. A new dreadful discovery for Alexandr — a sign that there was an understanding between them. The guests broke up. The Count too took his leave. Nadinka did not know this, and did not hasten indoors. Adouev left Maria Mihalovna without ceremony and went into the garden. Nadinka was standing with her back to Alexandr, leaning with her arm on the trellis and her head propped on her hand, just as on that never to be forgotten evening. She did not see him and did not hear his approach. How his heart beat while he stole up to her on tiptoe. He could hardly breathe. " Nadyezhda Alexandrovna !" he said, hardly audibly in his emotion. She startled as though a shot had been fired off near her, turned round and moved a step away from him. " Tell me, please, what is that smoke there ?" she said in embarrassment, pointing with alacrity to the opposite side of the river. " Is it a fire, or some furnace in a factory ?" He looked at her without speaking. " Really, I thought it was a fire. Why do you look at me like that ? Don't you believe it ?" She broke off. " You too," he began, shaking his head. " You too, like others, like every one. Who could have expected this 2 months ago ?"" What do you mean ? I don't understand you," she said, and tried to go away. " Stop, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna, I am not able to bear this torture any longer." " What torture ? Really, I don't know." " Don't dissimulate, tell me, are you the same as you were ?"" I am always the same," she said with decision. " How ? Haven't you changed to me ?"" No, I think I am just as friendly with you. I am as glad to meet you." " As glad ? Why, then, are you running away from the trellis ?"" I run away ? See how you imagine things. I am standing at the trellis, and you say I am running away." She gave a forced laugh. " Nadyezhda Alexandrovna, give up this pretence," continued Adouev. " What pretence ? What are you worrying me about ?"" Is this you ? My God, 6 weeks ago at this very spot." " What is that smoke on the other side, I should like to know." " Oh, it's awful, awful !" said Alexandr. " What have I done to you ? You left off coming to us, you must admit ; there was no keeping you against your will," began Nadinka. " That's all pretence. Don't you know why I ceased coming ?" She shook her head, looking away. " And the Count ?" he said, almost menacingly. " What Count ?" She made a face as though she had heard of the Count for the first time. " What Count ? Tell me now," he said, looking her straight in the eyes, " that you are indifferent to him." " You are out of your senses," she answered, stepping away from him. " Yes, you are right," he continued, " my brain is failing day by day. How can any one behave so artfully, so ungratefully to a man who loved you beyond everything in the world, who had forgotten everything for you, everything, who thought soon to be happy for ever, and you "" Well, what about me ?" she said, still retreating. " What about you ?" he replied, maddened by her coolness. " You have forgotten Let me remind you that here on this very spot you have vowed 100 times to be mine. ' God hears these vows,' you said. Yes, He heard them. You must feel shame before Heaven, and these trees, and every blade of grass, every witness of our happiness. Each grain of sand here speaks of our love. Think, look at yourself, you have broken your oath." She looked at him with horror. His eyes glittered, his lips were white. "Ugh, how spiteful you are!" she said timidly. "What are you angry about? I did not prevent you, you still did not speak to maman. Why, you know best." "Speak to her after this behaviour?" "What behaviour? I don't know." "What? I will tell you at once. What is the meaning of these interviews with the Count, these expeditions on horseback?" "What? Should I run away from him when maman goes out of the room? And the riding means that I like riding. It's so delightful. You gallop. Ah, what a dear creature that horse Lucy! Have you seen her? She knows me already." "And the change in your behaviour to me?" he continued. "Why, the Count is with you every day from morning to night." "Ah, my goodness, do I know why? How ridiculous you are! Maman wishes it." "It's false. Maman wishes what you wish. For whom are all those presents, notes, albums, flowers? All maman?" "Yes, maman is so fond of flowers. Yesterday she bought from the gardener." "And what is it you talk about in whispers?" went on Alexandr, paying no attention to her words. "Look at me, you are pale, you yourself feel your guilt. To ruin a man's happiness, forget, destroy everything so quickly, so easily, hypocrisy, ingratitude, lying and treachery. Yes, treachery! How could you let yourself come to this? A rich count, a society lion, deigns to cast a glance of favour on you, and you were melted, you fell down before this tinsel god. Where is your modesty? Let there be no more of the Count here," he said in a suffocating voice. "Do you hear? Stop it! Break off all relations with him. Let him never find his way again into your house. I won't have it." He clutched her by the hand violently. "Maman, maman, here!" shrieked Nadinka in a piercing voice, tearing herself away from Alexandr, and directly she was free, making headlong towards the house. He sat on the bench, clutching his head in his hands. She ran into the room, pale and scared, and dropped into a chair. "What is it? What's the matter with you? Why did you shriek?" her mother asked in alarm as she went to meet her. "Alexander Fedoritch is unwell," she could only just articulate. "And what frightened you so?" "He is so dreadful, maman. For God's sake don't let him come near me." "How you frighten me, you mad thing! Well, what if he is unwell? I know his chest is bad. What is there dreadful in it? It isn't consumption. Let him rub it with opodeldoc, it will soon pass off. It's evident he didn't obey me, he did not rub it." Alexandr recovered himself. The delirium passed, but his tortures were redoubled. He had not cleared up his doubts, but had terrified Nadinka, and he certainly would not obtain an answer from her now. This was not the way to set to work. The thought came to him as it does to every lover: how if she is not guilty? It may be in reality she is indifferent to the Count. Her thoughtless mother invites him every day. What is she to do? He, as a man of the world, is attentive, Nadinka is a pretty girl. Perhaps even he wishes to please her, but still it does not follow that he has succeeded in pleasing her. She perhaps is pleased with the flowers, the rides on horseback and innocent recreation, but not with the Count himself? And even let us admit that there is some coquetry in it. Is not this pardonable? Other and older girls — God knows what they do." He drew a breath, a ray of happiness shone in his soul. Lovers are all like this, now very blind, now too sharp sighted. Besides, it is so sweet to defend the beloved object. "But why the change in her behaviour to me?" he suddenly asked himself, and grew pale again. "Why does she avoid me, and why is she silent, as though she were ashamed? Why was it yesterday, an ordinary day, she was dressed so smartly? There were no guests — except him. Why did she ask if the ballets would soon be beginning?" It was a simple question, but he remembered that the Count had airily promised to get her a box, however difficult it might be. Consequently he would be with them. Why had she gone out of the garden? Why had she not come into the garden? Why had she asked him this? Why had she not asked that? And again he fell into grievous doubts, and again suffered bitterly. and came to the conclusion that Nadinka had never loved him at all. End of chapter 5, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, part 4. Of a Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, part 4. My God," he said in despair. "How hard, how sad is life! Grant me the peace of death, the sleep of the soul." In a quarter of an hour he came into the room, downcast and apprehensive. "Good bye, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," he said timidly. "Good bye," she said shortly, not raising her eyes. "When may I come again?" "When you please. However, we go to town this week. We will let you know then." He went away. More than a fortnight passed. Every one had by then come to town. Aristocratic drawing rooms began to be lighted up. And the petty official lighted 2 lamps on the wall in his drawing room, bought 2 stones of wax candles, and set out 2 card tables, in expectation of Stepan Ivanitch and Ivan Stepanitch, and announced to his wife that they would be at home on Tuesdays. But all this time Adouev did not receive an invitation to the Lubetzkys. He met their cook and their maidservant. The maid, directly she saw him, began hurrying away. It was clear that she acted in the spirit of her mistress. The cook stopped. "Why is it, sir, you have forgotten us?" he said. "And it's 10 days already since we've been back." "But perhaps you are not settled yet? You don't receive?" "How not receive, sir? Every one has been to see us already, except you. The mistress is always wondering about it. Now his Grace is good enough to visit us every day. Such a kind-hearted gentleman. I went the other day with a copybook from our young lady to him. He gave me a bank note." "You idiot!" said Adouev, and turned on his heel away from the gossip. He went in the evening past the Lubetzkys. It was lighted up. A carriage was at the door. "Whose carriage?" he asked. "Count Novinsky's." The next day and the next it was the same thing. At last, one day he went in. The mother received him cordially, with reproaches for his absence, scolded him for not having rubbed his chest with opodeldoc, Nadinka calmly, the Count courteously. Conversation did not make much progress. This happened twice. In vain he looked expressively at Nadinka; she did not seem to observe his looks, and how she had observed them of old! Sometimes when he was talking to her mother, she used to stand facing him and make faces at him from behind Maria Mihalovna, play tricks and make him laugh. He was a prey to intolerable wretchedness. He thought of nothing but how to force himself from the bondage he had entered upon so light-heartedly. He wanted to obtain an explanation. Whatever the answer was, he thought, it would not matter so long as doubt were changed into certainty. He was a long while deliberating how to attack the matter. At last he made a plan of some sort and went to the Lubetzkys. Everything was in his favour. That carriage was not at the door. He went quietly into the drawing room and stopped a minute at the door of the inner room to take breath. Nadinka was there playing on the piano. At the further end of the room Madame Lubetzky was sitting on a sofa and knitting at her shawl. Nadinka, hearing steps in the outer room, went on playing more softly and stretched her head forward. She waited with a smile for the guest to appear. The guest made his appearance, and instantly the smile vanished, and a look of dismay took its place. Her face changed a little, and she rose from her seat. This was not the guest she was expecting. Alexandr bowed without speaking and moved on like a shadow towards her mother. He walked softly without his old self-confidence, with hanging head. Nadinka sat down and went on playing, looking round restlessly now and then. In half an hour the mother was summoned from the room on some matter or other. Alexandr went up to Nadinka. She rose and tried to escape. "Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," he said mournfully, "stay a little, spare me 5 minutes, no more." "I cannot listen to you," she said, moving away. "The last time you were " "I was to blame then. Now I will speak in a very different way. You shall not hear a syllable of reproach. I give you my word. An explanation is inevitable. You know you gave me permission to ask your mother for your hand. Since that so much has happened that that I must repeat my request. Sit down and go on playing. Your mother will hear less then, it's not the first time, you know." She obeyed mechanically. With heightened colour she began to touch a chord and bent her eyes upon him in a tremor of expectation. "Where have you gone, Alexander Fedoritch?" asked mother, returning to her place. "I wanted to have a little talk with Nadyezhda Alexandrovna about literature," he answered. "Well, do, by all means. Indeed, it's a long time since you have had a talk together." "Answer me briefly and sincerely, one question only," he began in an undertone, "and our explanation will be over directly. You no longer love me?" "Quelle idée!" she answered in confusion. "You know how maman and I have always valued your friendship, how glad we always have been to see you." Adouev looked at her and thought: "Are you that capricious but sincere child, that freakish, frolicsome creature? How quickly she has learnt to dissemble! How soon the feminine instincts have awakened in her! Can it be that her sweet caprices were the germs of dissimulation and hypocrisy? To think, even without my uncle's method, how quickly this girl has been trained into a woman, and all the Count's training, and all in some 2 or 3 months. Oh, uncle, uncle, here again you are only too right." "Listen," he said in such a voice that the mask of dissimulation dropped off. "Let us leave mamma out of the question. Be for an instant the Nadinka of old days, when you loved me a little, and answer me straight out. I must know, by God, I must." She did not speak, but changing the music before her, began mechanically to look at it and play a difficult passage. "Very well, I will alter my question," continued Adouev. "Tell me, has not someone, I do not even ask who, but simply has not someone supplanted me in your heart?" She snuffed the candle and was a long while setting the wick straight, but she did not speak. "Answer, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna. One word will release me from torture and you from an unpleasant explanation." "Ah, for God's sake, leave off! What am I to say to you? I have nothing to say," she answered, turning away from him. Another man would have been satisfied with such a reply, and would have seen that there was no need to trouble himself further. He would have understood everything from the unspoken anguish written on her face and expressed in her gestures. But Adouev was not content. He was like an executioner torturing his victim, and was himself animated by a kind of wild, despairing desire to drink the cup once for all and to the dregs. "No," he said, "let us put an end to this torture to day. Doubts, one blacker than another, are distracting my mind and tearing my heart to pieces. I have suffered agony. I believe my heart will break with the strain. I cannot feel convinced of my suspicions. You must resolve it all yourself, or I shall never be at rest." He looked at her and waited for an answer. She did not speak. "Have pity on me," he began again. "Look at me, am I like myself? Every one is frightened of me, no one recognizes me. Every one pities me except you." It was true. His eyes glowed with a strange fire. He was thin and white. The perspiration stood in large drops on his brow. She looked stealthily at him, and there was something like sympathy in her eyes. She even took his hand, but let it fall directly with a sigh, and still she did not speak. "Well?" he asked. "Ah, leave me in peace," she said in a tone of anguish. "You torture me with your questions." "I beseech you, for God's sake," he said, "make an end of all with one word. Of what use is concealment to you? I cannot get rid of a foolish hope. I will not leave off, I will come to you every day, pale, distracted. I shall bring you misery. Forbid me the house, I will linger under your windows, will meet you at the theatre, in the street, everywhere like a ghost. All this is foolish, laughable very likely, to any one who can laugh, but it is agonizing to me. You don't know what passion is, what it leads to. God grant you may never find out. What is the good of it? Wouldn't it be better to speak at once?" "But what are you asking me about?" said Nadinka, throwing herself back in her chair. "I am utterly bewildered, my head is in a fog." She pressed her hand spasmodically to her forehead and withdrew it again at once. "I ask you, has someone taken my place in your heart? One word, yes or no, will decide everything. Will it take long to say it?" She tried to say something but could not, and dropping her eyes, struck a note with one finger. One could see that there was a violent struggle going on within her. Ah !" she groaned at last in anguish. Adouev wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. " Yes or no ?" he repeated, holding his breath. Some seconds passed. " Yes or no ?"" Yes," whispered Nadinka, hardly audibly, then bent over the piano and, as though unconsciously, began to strike some loud chords. This " yes " was a scarcely perceptible sound, like a sign, but it stunned Adouev. His heart seemed torn, his limbs shook beneath him. He dropped into a chair near the piano and said nothing. Nadinka looked at him in alarm, he gazed senselessly at her. " Alexander Fedoritch !" shrieked her mother suddenly from her room, " which of your ears is tingling ?" He did not answer. " Maman is asking you a question," said Nadinka. " Eh ? Which of your ears is tingling ?" cried the mother. " Quick !"" Both !" Adouev uttered gloomily. " You're wrong, it should be the left. And I have been foretelling the future, and whether the Count will be here to day." " The Count !" ejaculated Adouev. " Forgive me," said Nadinka in a voice of entreaty, turning towards him. " I don't understand myself, this has all happened without my foreseeing it, against my will, I don't know how, I could not deceive you." " I will keep my word, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna," he replied. " I will not utter a single reproach to you. Thank you for your sincerity, you have done much, much to day. It was hard for me to hear that ' yes,' but it was still harder for you to say it. Farewell ! You will not see me again ; it's the only return I can make for your honesty. But the Count, the Count !" He ground his teeth and walked to the door. " Ah !" he said, turning back, " what will this bring you to ? The Count will not marry you. What are his intentions ?"" I don't know," answered Nadinka, shaking her head mournfully. " My God, how blind you are !" cried Alexandr with horror. " He can have no bad intentions," she replied in a weak voice. " Take care of yourself, Nadyezhda Alexandrovna." He took her hand, kissed it, and with uneven steps went from the room. It was dreadful to look at him. Nadinka remained motionless in her place. " Why are you not playing, Nadinka ?" asked her mother in a few minutes. " Directly, maman," she replied, and with her head bent pensively on one side, began uncertainly to touch the keys. Her fingers were trembling. She was evidently suffering from the pricks of conscience, and from the doubt flung at her in the words, " Take care of yourself." When the Count arrived she was silent and depressed, and there was some constraint in her manner. On the pretext of a headache she went early to her room. And that night life seemed a sorrowful thing to her. Adouev had scarcely got down the staircase when his strength failed him. He sat down on the last step, covered his eyes with his handkerchief, and broke into loud tearless sobs. The hall porter was passing near the vestibule at the time. He stood still and listened. " Marfa, Marfa !" he called, going up to the dirty door. " Come here, listen, how some one is groaning like an animal. I thought it might be our dog escaped from her chain, but no, it's not." " No, it's not the dog," repeated Marfa listening. " What a strange thing." " Come and bring a lantern, it hangs there behind the stove." Marfa brought the lantern. " Is he still groaning ?" she asked. " Yes." " Could some tramp have got in ?"" Who is there ?" asked the porter. No answer. " Who is there ?" repeated Marfa. Still the same sound. They both went off quickly. Adouev rushed away. " Ah ! it was some gentleman," said Marfa, looking after him, " and you thought it was a tramp. There, it's just what was on the tip of my tongue to say. Would a tramp be groaning in other people's passages ?"" Well, he must have been drunk then." " That's better still," answered Marfa. " Do you suppose every one's like you ? It's not every one groans like you when he's drunk." " Then why was it ? From hunger or what ?" remarked the porter with vexation. " Why," said Marfa, looking at him and not knowing what to say, " how can one tell ? He had lost something perhaps — money." They both squatted down at once and began to search with the lantern on the ground in every corner. " Lost something," repeated the porter as he turned the light on the ground. " Where could he lose anything here ? The staircase is clean and made of stone, you could see a needle here. Lost something indeed ! We should have heard if he had lost anything ; it would have tinkled on the ground. Of course he would have picked it up. Where could one lose anything here ? There is nowhere. Lost something. He didn't lose anything. Was he likely to have lost something ? Lose anything, I dare say ! No, he'd be more likely, you depend upon it, to find a way of putting things in his pocket instead of losing them. I know them, the pickpockets. Lost indeed. Where did he lose it ?" And they spent a long time crawling on the ground looking for the lost money.
"No, no," said the porter at last with a sigh. Then he put out the light, and pinching the wick with two fingers, wiped them on his coat. CHAPTER VI. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 1. That evening at 12 o'clock, when Piotr Ivanitch, with a candle and book in one hand, while he held his dressing gown off the ground with the other, went from his study into his bedroom to go to bed, his valet informed him that Alexander Fedoritch wished to see him. Piotr Ivanitch knitted his brows, thought a minute, and then said calmly, "Take him into the study, I will come at once." Returning there, he greeted his nephew with, "Good evening, Alexander. It's a long time since we have seen you. We have given up expecting you by day, and here all at once you burst on us at night. Why so late? But what's wrong with you? You are quite pale." Without answering a word, Alexandr sat down in an armchair in extreme exhaustion. Piotr Ivanitch looked at him with curiosity. Alexandr sighed. "Are you well?" asked Piotr Ivanitch anxiously. "Yes," replied Alexandr in a feeble voice. "I move, I eat, I drink, and therefore I am well." "Don't make light of it, though. Consult a doctor." "Other people have already given me that advice. But no doctors or opodeldocs can be of use to me. My disease is not physical." "What is the matter with you? You haven't been gambling or lost money?" asked Piotr Ivanitch with lively interest. "You can never imagine trouble apart from money matters," replied Alexandr, trying to smile. "What is the trouble then? Everything is all right at your home. I know that from the letters to which your mother treats me every month. At the office nothing can be worse than it was. Then come trifling matters — love, I suppose." "Yes, love. But do you know what has happened? When you know, you will be horrified." "Tell me. It's a long while since I've been horrified," said his uncle, taking a seat. "However, it's not difficult to conjecture. No doubt they have deceived you." "You can reason so calmly, uncle, while I," said Alexandr, "am suffering in earnest. I am wretched, I am really ill." "Is it possible that you have grown so thin through love? What a disgraceful thing! No, you have been ill, and now you are beginning to recover, and it's high time. Seriously. This folly had been dragging on for a year and a half. A little longer, and upon my word I should have begun to believe in eternal and unchanging love." "Uncle," said Alexandr, "have pity on me. There is a hell now in my heart." "Eh? What then?" Alexandr drew his armchair up to the table, and his uncle began to move away from his nephew's proximity the inkstand, the paper weights, etc. "He comes at midnight," he thought, "hell in his heart. He'll infallibly smash something." "Sympathy I don't get from you, and I don't ask it," began Alexandr. "I ask for your help, as my uncle, my relation. I seem foolish to you, isn't it so?" "Yes, you would, if you were not to be pitied." "You feel pity for me?" "Great pity. Do you suppose I am a flint? A good, clever, well brought up boy, throwing himself away — and what for? A mere trifle." "Show me that you feel for me." "In what way? Money, you say, you don't want." "Money? Oh, if my trouble had been only from want of money, how I would have blessed my fate." "Don't speak so," observed Piotr Ivanitch seriously. "You are a boy, you would curse and not bless your fate. I have cursed it more than once in bygone days — even I." "Give me a patient hearing." "Shall you be staying long?" asked his uncle. "Yes, I want all your attention. Why?" "So as to know whether we shall want to have supper. As a rule, I am in the habit of going to bed without supper, but now, since we shall be sitting up a long while, we will have a little, and will drink a bottle of wine, and meantime you tell me everything." "You can eat supper?" asked Alexandr in amazement. "Yes, indeed I can, and won't you?" "I? Supper? Why, even you will not be able to swallow a morsel when you know that it is a matter of life and death." "Of life and death," repeated his uncle. "Well, that is certainly a grave matter. However, we will try. Perhaps we shall manage to swallow some." He rang the bell. "Bring in," he said to the valet who appeared, "whatever there is for supper, and tell them to fetch a bottle of Lafitte with a green seal." The valet disappeared. " Uncle, you are not in a suitable frame of mind to listen to the sad story of my unhappiness," said Alexandr, taking his hat. " I had better come to morrow." " No, no, not at all," interrupted Piotr Ivanitch briskly, keeping his nephew by the hand. " I am always in the same frame of mind. To morrow — not a doubt of it — you will break in upon breakfast, or, worse still, on business. It would be far better to have it all over at once. Supper will not hinder matters. I shall hear and understand all the better. On an empty stomach, you know, it's not well." They brought in supper. " Now, Alexandr, let me " said Piotr Ivanitch. " No, I don't want anything to eat, uncle," said Alexandr impatiently, shrugging his shoulders, as he saw his uncle busying himself over the supper. " At least drink a glass of wine ; it's not bad wine." Alexandr shook his head in refusal. " Well then, take a cigar and tell your story, and I will be all ears," said Piotr Ivanitch, setting briskly to work upon his supper. " Do you know Count Novinsky ?" asked Alexandr, after a short pause. " Count Platon ?"" Yes." " We are friends. Why ?"" I congratulate you on such a friend. He's a scoundrel." Piotr Ivanitch at once ceased munching and gazed in surprise at his nephew. " What a discovery !" he said. " Do you know him ?"" Very well." " Have you known him long ?"" 3 months." " How is that ? I have known him for 5 years, and always considered him an honourable man, and indeed you will not hear from any one — all praise him, but you run him down. Is it long since you have taken up to standing up for people, uncle ? In the past it used to be "" Even in the past I always stood up for honourable men." " Show me where there are any honourable men," said Alexandr scornfully. " Why, such as you and I. In what are we not honourable ? The Count, if the talk of him can be believed, is also an honourable man. Still, who knows, there is something bad in every one, but all men are not bad." " Yes, all," said Alexandr with decision. " How about you ?"" I ? I, at least, bear away from the world a heart broken but unstained from baseness, a spirit shattered but free from the reproach of lying, hypocrisy, treachery. I am not corrupted." " So much the better. Come, let us see. What has the Count done to you ?"" What has he done ? He has robbed me of everything." " Be more precise. By the word everything one may understand God knows what all — money, for instance. He is not doing that." " Of what is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world," said Alexandr. " What might this have been ?"" Everything — happiness, life." " And here you are alive." " More's the pity, yes ; but this life is worse than 100 deaths." " Tell me straight out what has happened." " It's awful !" exclaimed Alexandr. " My God, my God !"" I have it. Hasn't he enticed your charmer away from you, that — what's her name ? Oh yes, he's masterly at it. It would be hard for you to compete with him. Oh, the rascal !" said Piotr Ivanitch, raising a piece of turkey to his mouth. " He shall pay dearly for his masterliness," said Alexandr fuming. " I am not going to give way without a struggle. Death shall decide which of us is to gain Nadinka. I will call out this vulgar gallant. He shall not live, he shall not enjoy the treasure he has robbed me of. I will wipe him off the face of the earth." Piotr Ivanitch began to laugh. " Oh, the provinces !" he said. " Apropos of the Count, Alexandr, did he say whether they had sent him the china from abroad ? He ordered the set in the spring. I should like to have a look at "" We are not talking about china, uncle. Did you hear what I was saying ?" interrupted Alexandr severely. " Hm !" his uncle mumbled in assent, picking a small bone. " What do you say ?"" Oh, nothing. I am listening to what you are saying." " Answer me one word. Will you do me the greatest service ?"" What is it ?"" Will you consent to be my second ?"" The cutlets are quite cold," remarked Piotr Ivanitch with annoyance, pushing away the dish. " You are smiling, uncle." " Well, how is one to listen to such stuff ? You ask for a second ?"" What is your answer ?"" It's a matter of course. I will not come." " Very well. Some one else shall be found, some outsider, who will come to my aid in this bitter wrong. I only ask you to take the trouble to communicate with the Count, to learn what conditions." " I cannot. I could not bring my tongue to propose such an imbecility to him." " Then good bye," said Alexandr, taking his hat. " What, are you going already ? And won't you have any wine Alexandr walked to the door, but he sank down on a chair near the door in utter exhaustion. " Whom can I go to ? Whose help can I get ?" he said in a low voice. " Listen, Alexandr," began Piotr Ivanitch, wiping his lips with a napkin and moving an armchair to his nephew. " I see that I must talk to you in earnest. Let us talk it over. You have come to me for assistance. I will assist you, only not in the way you imagine, and on condition that you be guided by me. Don't ask any one to be your second, there will be no use in it. For a trifle you will make a scandal, it will be spread about everywhere, people will laugh at you, or worse still, make use of it to injure you. No one will consent, but even if some madman could be found to second you, it would be all for nothing. The Count will not fight, I know him." " Not fight ! Is there no grain of manliness in him ?" observed Alexandr with bitter malice. " I should not have suspected he was as base as that." " He is not base, but only sensible." " Tell me with whom you are chiefly angry, with the Count or with her — what's her name — Aniuta, is it ?"" I hate her, I despise her," said Alexandr. " Let us begin with the Count. Let us suppose that he accepts your challenge, let us even suppose that you find a fool to second you — what will come of it ? The Count will kill you like a fly, and every one will laugh at you afterwards — a fine revenge ! Let us even suppose that you did by some accident kill him — what sense is there in it ? Would you bring back your charmer's love by that ? No ! She would only hate you for it, and besides they would send you for a soldier. And what is the chief consideration ? You would tear your hair in despair at your behaviour another day, and would quickly have grown cold to your charmer. Is she the only one in the world, your Maria or Sophia — what's her name ? They call her Nadyezhda." " Nadyezhda ? Then who is Sophia ?"" Sophia ? Oh, that was in the country," said Alexandr reluctantly. " Do you see," continued his uncle, " there it was Sophia, here it's Nadyezhda, somewhere else it will be Maria. The heart is a very deep well ; it's a long while before you sound it to the bottom. It goes on loving till old age." " No, the heart loves once." " And you go on repeating what you have heard from others. The heart goes on loving as long as its strength is not all spent. It lives its life and also, like everything else in man, has its youth and its old age. If one love has failed, it only dies away and is still until the next. If a second time it's thwarted, it still has the power, so long as its love is unavailing, to love again for a third and a fourth time, until at last the heart puts all its strength into some one happy union when nothing thwarts it, and then it slowly and gradually grows cold. With some men love was successful the first time, so they go crying out that one can love once only." " So long as a man is in good health and not in decrepitude." " You always talk of youth, uncle, meaning of course material love." " I talk of youth because love in old age is a blunder, an abnormality. And how about material love ? There is no such love, or rather it is not love, just as there is no love purely ideal. Where was I ? Oh, you'd have been sent for a soldier. Besides this, after this scandal your charmer wouldn't allow you in her sight. You would have injured her and yourself too for nothing. Do you see ? I hope we have worked out this question conclusively on one side. Now " Piotr Ivanitch poured himself out some wine and drank it. " What a blockhead !" he said, " he has sent up cold Lafitte." Alexandr sat in silence with drooping head. " Now tell me," continued his uncle, warming the glass of wine with both hands, " why did you want to wipe the Count off the face of the earth ?"" I have already told you why. Has he not blasted my happiness ? He has pounced like a wolf." " On the fold," put in his uncle. " He has robbed me of all," Alexandr went on. " He has not robbed, he only came and took it. Was he bound to inquire whether your charmer was taken or not ? I don't understand that absurdity of which lovers have been guilty from the creation of the world — that of getting angry with a rival. Can anything be more senseless — wipe him off the face of the earth ? Why ? Because he is found agreeable ? But was your — what's her name — Katinka averse to him ? She yielded of herself, she has ceased to love you. It's useless to quarrel, you won't bring her back. And to insist is egoism. To demand fidelity from a wife — there is some sense in that. In that case an obligation has been entered into ; the essential welfare of the family often depends upon it. But even then one can't demand that she should not love any one. You can only demand that she well, and haven't you yourself done everything you could to give her away to the Count? Have you made any fight for her?" "Why, here I am wanting to fight," said Alexandr, jumping up from his place, "and you would put a stop to my honourable impulse." "Fight with a cudgel in your hand, I dare say," interrupted his uncle. "The civilised world has other weapons. You ought to have fought a duel of another kind with the Count before the beauty's eyes." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 2. Alexandr looked in perplexity at his uncle. "What kind of duel?" he asked. "I will tell you directly. How have you acted up till now?" Alexandr, with a great deal of circumlocution, in chaotic fashion, told him the whole course of the affair. "Do you see? It is you who have been to blame in everything all round," was Piotr Ivanitch's comment after listening with a scowl. "How many stupid things you have done! Ah, Alexandr, what evil genius brought you here? It wasn't worth while for you to come. You might have been doing all these things at home by the lake with your aunt. Ah, how can any one be so childish, make scenes, fly into a fury? Fie! Who does these things nowadays? What if your what's her name, Julia, tells it all to the Count? But no, there's no danger of that, thank goodness. She's so sensible, of course, that in answer to his questions about your relations she has said "" What has she said ?" asked Alexandr hastily. " That she's been making a fool of you, that you had been in love with her, that she hated you, could not bear you, as they always do in such cases." " Do you suppose that she has said that?" asked Alexandr, turning paler. " Without the least doubt. Can you imagine that she is relating to him how you used to pick yellow flowers together there in the garden? What simplicity !"" What kind of a duel, though, with the Count ?" asked Alexandr with impatience. " Why, you ought not to have been rude to him and avoided him and given him sulky looks, but quite the contrary, you should have replied to his friendliness by twice, 3 times, 10 times as much friendliness. As for the what's her name, Nadinka? I fancy that's not it. You shouldn't have exasperated her with reproaches. You should have been indulgent with her caprices, and have maintained an appearance of noticing nothing, as though any change were something quite impossible. You ought not to have let them get so far as an intimate acquaintance. You should have broken in on their tete a tete skilfully, as though accidentally. You should have been everywhere with them, have even gone riding with them, and all the while you should be silently challenging your rival before her eyes, and should lay bare his weak points as though in surprise at them, without forethought, good naturedly, even reluctantly and compassionately, and little by little draw off him the disguise in which a young man gets himself up before a pretty girl. You ought to have taken notice what struck and dazzled her most in him, and then have skilfully touched on those very points, presented them plainly, and shown them in their everyday light, and have proved that the new hero is nothing particular in himself, and has only assumed this exalted get up for her benefit. And to do all this coolly, patiently, skilfully, that's the duel as it is in our age. But it's not a game for such as you." At this point Piotr Ivanitch drank off a glass and at once poured out some more wine. " Despicable dissimulation ! Have recourse to double dealing to gain a woman's heart !" remarked Alexandr indignantly. " You would have recourse to the cudgel. Pray, is that any better? By dissembling one may keep some one's affection ; by force, I hardly think so. The desire of getting rid of your rival I understand. In that way you would have succeeded in keeping the woman you love for yourself, you would have forestalled or averted danger — it's very natural. But to kill him because he has inspired love is exactly as though you had stumbled and hurt yourself and then hit the place on which you stumbled, as children do. You may think as you please, but the Count is not to blame. I see you know nothing of the mysteries of the heart,
That's why your amours and your novels are both in such a poor way." "Amours," said Alexandr, shaking his head contemptuously. "But is a love very flattering or very lasting that is inspired by dissimulation?" "I don't know about it being flattering, that's as a man likes to look at it, it's quite a matter of indifference to me. I haven't the highest opinion of love in general, you know that. As far as I'm concerned, I should be glad if there were no such thing at all, but that such a love is more lasting, I am sure. There is no dealing straightforwardly with the heart. It is a strange instrument. Inspire a passion however you like, but retain it by your intelligence. Dissimulation — that is one side of intelligence, there is nothing despicable in it. There is no need to disparage your rival and resort to slandering. You would set your charmer against you in that way. You must only shake off him the spangles in which he dazzles her, and set him before her as a plain ordinary man, and not a hero. I think it is quite excusable to defend one's own interests by honourable forms of dissimulation, which are not disdained even in warfare. Why, you were wanting to get married. A pretty husband you would have been if you had begun to make scenes with your wife and show your rival a stick, and you'd none the less have won. Ahem." Piotr Ivanitch pointed to his forehead. "Your Varenka was 20% more sensible than you when she made the condition that you should wait a year." "But could I have acted a part even if I had the ability? To do this one must not love as I do. Some people pretend sometimes to be cold and stay away for a few days from policy, and that produces an effect. But for me to try to be politic, when at the sight of her my soul caught fire and my limbs shook and trembled under me, when I was ready to endure any torture if only I might see her — no. Whatever you say, for me there is more rapture in loving than in being loved without loving, or in loving in a half-hearted way, as an amusement, on a repulsive calculated system, and playing with a woman as if she were a lap dog and then throwing her aside." Piotr Ivanitch shrugged his shoulders. "All right then, suffer, if it's so agreeable to you," he said. "Oh, the provinces ! Oh, Asia ! You ought to have lived in the East. There they give the women orders whom they are to love, and if they don't obey they drown them. No, here," he continued, as if to himself, "to be happy with a woman can't be managed on your principles, a madman's really. But it can be done by prudence. Many conditions are necessary. One must know how to turn a girl into a woman on a well thought out plan, on a method, if you like, so that she may understand and fulfil her destination. One must trace a magic circle round her, not too narrow, so that she may not be conscious of its limits and may not overstep them. One must artfully gain the mastery not only of her heart — that's something, but it's a slippery and unstable possession — but of her intelligence, her will, and must make her tastes, her disposition subject to your own, so that she may look at things with your eyes, think with your brain." "That means make her a doll, or the silent slave of her husband," interposed Alexandr. "Why? You must manage so that she shall lose nothing of her character and dignity as a woman. Allow her liberty of action in her own sphere, but let your shrewd wit keep watch over her every action, every breath, every step, so that the husband's eye, ever wakeful, however outwardly indifferent, may note every passing emotion, every whim, every germ of feeling, everywhere and always; establish, without her observing it, a perpetual control over her without any kind of tyrannizing, and lead her into the ways you desire. Oh, a wonderful and difficult training is wanted, and the best training it is — a husband of intelligence and experience — that's where it all is." He coughed significantly and tossed off a glass at one draught. "Then," he continued, "a husband can sleep in peace when his wife is not beside him, or can sit with his mind at rest in his study while she is asleep." "Since I see, uncle," continued Alexandr, "that you sit with mind at rest in your study while my aunt is asleep, I surmise that the husband is " "Sh — be quiet," his uncle began to say, lifting his hand. "It's a good thing my wife's asleep, but " At this moment the door of the study began very quietly to open, but no one was visible. "But the wife," said a woman's voice in the corridor, "must not show that she understands her husband's grand system of training, and must set up a little system of her own, without chattering about it over a bottle of wine." Both the Adouevs rushed to the door, but a sound of quick steps, of fluttering skirts came from the corridor, and all was still again. The uncle and nephew looked at one another. "What do you say now, uncle?" asked the nephew, after a pause. "What? Nothing," said Piotr Ivanitch, knitting his brows. "I have chosen a bad time to boast. Learn, Alexander, that it's better not to marry, or else choose a fool. You'll not be a match for a clever woman. It's a difficult task to train her." He fell into thought, then clapped his hand to his brow. "How came I not to consider that she would know of your visit so late?" he said with annoyance. "That a woman will never sleep when there's a secret between two men in the next room, that she'd be certain either to send her maid or come herself. Not to have foreseen it. Stupidity! And it's all your doing, and this cursed glass of Lafitte. I've been blabbing. What a lesson from a girl of 20!" "You're uneasy, uncle." "What is there to be uneasy about? Not much. I have made a mistake. I must not lose my self possession, but must extricate myself skilfully." He grew thoughtful again. "She was boasting," he began again. "What sort of training could she use? No, that could not be in her power. She is young. She only said that — from irritation. But now she has discovered this magic circle, she too will begin to play a part. Oh, I know a woman's nature! But we shall see." He smiled confidently and cheerfully, and his brow grew smooth again. "What were we talking of? Oh yes, I think you were wanting to murder your — what's her name?" "I despise her from the depths of my soul," said Alexandr with a heavy sigh. "There, you see, you're already half way to recovery. But is that the truth? You are still angry, I fancy. You will very likely go back there again." "What an idea! After this?" "Men do go back after more than that. Your word of honour now — not to go?" "On my word of honour then." "Well then." "If we — I will tell you then, there's nothing to despise her for." "Nothing to despise her for? No, uncle, that's beyond everything. The Count, he did not know, but she — who is to blame then? I?" "Well, almost so, but in reality no one is to blame. Tell me, why do you despise her?" "For her base conduct." "In what does it consist?" "In repaying with ingratitude a lofty and unbounded passion." "What has gratitude to do with it? Did you love her for her sake, to oblige her? Did you want to do her a service, eh? According to that you should have loved your mother a little better." Alexandr looked at him and did not know what to say. "You ought not to have displayed your feeling in its full strength before her. A woman begins to grow cool when a man comes out altogether. You ought to have found out her character and behaved in accordance with it, and not have lain down at her feet like a dog. How is one to get on without understanding the companion with whom you have to do in any relation? You would have seen then that you must not expect more from her. She had played her romance with you to the end, just as she is playing it with the Count, and as she very likely will play it again with someone else. She cannot go deeper or further. That's not in such a nature. And God only knows what you were expecting." "But why did she love another?" interposed Alexandr with bitterness. "Oh, what a crime you have discovered! What a sensible question! Ah, you primitive creature! Why did you love her? Come, get over loving her just as easily." "Does it depend on me?" "Well, then did her loving the Count depend on her? You maintained yourself that the impulses of the heart ought not to be held in check, but as soon as you are touched by it yourself, then you ask why did she love him? Why did so and so die? Why did what's her name go out of her mind? How is one to answer such questions? Love must end some time, it can't last for ever." "Oh, I will be revenged on her," said Alexandr. "You are ungrateful," continued Piotr Ivanitch. "It's too bad. Remember that for a year and a half you have been ready to fall on every one's neck with joy, and haven't known what to do for happiness. A year and a half of unbroken pleasure. Whatever you say, you are ungrateful." "Ah, uncle, for me there was nothing in the world so sacred as love. Life without her is not life." "Ah," Piotr Ivanitch broke in with vexation, "I am sick of listening to such nonsense." "I could have worshipped Nadinka," continued Alexandr, "and I would not have grudged her any happiness in the world. I had dreamed of spending my whole life with Nadinka, and what has happened? What has become of that sublime, immense passion of which I dreamed? It has been transformed into a stupid, petty comedy of sighs and scenes, jealousy, lying, and hypocrisy. Oh, my God!" "Why did you imagine what does not happen? Didn't I tell you plainly that up to now you have been trying to live a kind of life that's never possible? According to you, a man's only business was to be a lover, a husband, father, and of anything else you won't even hear. Man is something beyond this; he is a citizen as well, and has a calling, an occupation of some kind. He's an author, a landowner, a soldier, an official, or a manufacturer. You have read novels, and listened to your auntie out there in the wilds, and have come up here full of these ideas. You still imagined a sublime passion." "Yes, sublime." "Oh, please stop. Is a sublime passion possible?" "What?" "Why, this. By a passion we mean, I suppose, when feeling, inclination, attraction has reached such a pitch that it ceases to be guided by reason? Well, what is there sublime in that? I don't understand it. It's only a madness. The man falls below the dignity of man. And why do you present only one side of the medal? I am speaking of love. Turn the other side and you will see that love was not such a bad thing. Remember your moments of happiness. You keep buzzing into my ears." "Oh, don't remind me, don't remind me," said Alexandr with a gesture of his hand. "It's very well for you to reason so, because you believe in the woman you love. I should like to see what you would have done in my place." "What should I have done? I should have sought distraction — at the factory. Won't you like to try it to morrow?" "No, I can't feel at one with you in anything," Alexandr exclaimed mournfully. "Your views do not reconcile me to life, but make me more averse to it. It makes me miserable, it is a chill breath in my soul. Hitherto love has saved me from this chill, it is no more. And now there is torture in my heart. I am frightened, I am weary." "Turn to work." "It is all true, uncle, you and those like you can reason so. You are a cold man by nature. You think, feel, and speak just as a steam engine rolls along a railway line — evenly, smoothly, easily." "I hope there's no harm in that. It's better than dashing off the track, pitching into the ditch, as you are now, and not knowing how to keep upright." Piotr Ivanitch looked at his nephew and stopped short at once. "What is it? I do believe you're crying," he said, and his face grew dark — that is to say, he blushed. Alexandr did not answer. He remembered his lost happiness and all that was now so different, and the tears streamed down his cheeks. "Oh, oh, for shame!" said Piotr Ivanitch. "Are you a man? Don't cry, for goodness' sake, before me." "Uncle, remember the years of your youth," said Alexandr sobbing. "Could you have calmly and indifferently endured the bitterest injury which fate ever sends upon a man? To live for a year and a half such a full life, and all to end so suddenly — nothing — emptiness." "If I had the consolation," he went on, "of having lost her through circumstance, if they had forced her against her will, even if she had died, then it would have been easier to bear. But that another — that's terrible, insufferable. What am I to do? I am suffocating, I am ill, it's torture, agony, I shall die, I shall shoot myself." He leaned his elbows on the table, covered his head with his hand, and sobbed aloud. Piotr Ivanitch's self-possession was gone. He walked up and down the room twice, then stopped opposite Alexandr and scratched his head, not knowing how to begin. " Drink a little wine, Alexandr," said Piotr Ivanitch as gently as he could. " Perhaps that " Alexandr did nothing, but his head and shoulders shook convulsively. He kept on sobbing. Piotr Ivanitch frowned, and with a wave of the hand went out of the room. " What am I to do with Alexandr ?" he said to his wife. " He is sobbing there in my room and has driven me out. I am quite worn out with him." " And did you leave him like that ?" she said. " Poor boy !"" Let me, I will go to him." " But you will do no good, he is such a nature, just like his aunt. She was just as lachrymose. I have been arguing with him not a little already." " Only arguing ?"" And convincing him. He agreed with me. Oh, I don't doubt it, you are so clever and hypocritical," she added. " Thank goodness, if I am ; that, I should suppose, is all that was wanted." " Ah, I daresay you would ; still he is crying." " I'm not to blame, I did everything to comfort him." " What did you do ?"" What didn't I ? I've been talking a whole hour ; my throat's quite sore. I laid down the whole theory of love as plain as possible, and offered him money, and tried him with supper and wine." " And he's still crying." " Yes, and groaning more than ever." " That's astonishing. Let me try, and you meanwhile think out your new method." " What, what ?" But she had glided like a shadow from the room. Alexandr was still sitting with his head dropped on his arms. Some one touched his shoulder. He lifted his head. Before him stood a young and beautiful woman in a dressing gown and a cap a la Finnoise. " My aunt," he said. She took a seat near him and looked steadily at him, as only women can, and kissed him on the forehead, and he pressed his lips to her hand. They talked a long while. An hour later he had gone away thoughtful, but with a smile, and slept soundly for the first time after many sleepless nights. She returned to her bedroom with tear stained eyes. Piotr Ivanitch had long ago been snoring. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, Part 1 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861-1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, Part 1. About a year had passed since the scenes and events related in the last chapter. Alexandr changed by slow degrees from the depths of despair to the numbness of despondency. Lizaveta Alexandrovna consoled him with all the tenderness of a friend and a sister. He willingly yielded himself to this sweet guardianship. All such natures as his love to give their will into the keeping of another. For them a nurse is a necessity. Passion had at last died away in him, his genuine grief had passed, but he was sorry to part with it. He kept it up by force, or, better to say, created an artificial sorrow for himself, played with it, beautified it and revelled in it. It pleased him somehow to play the part of a victim. He was subdued, dignified, gloomy, like a man supporting in his own words, a blow from fate. Lizaveta Alexandrovna listened indulgently to his lamentations, and comforted him as she could. It was not altogether disagreeable perhaps to her, because in spite of everything she found in her nephew sympathy for her own heart, she heard in his complaint against love the expression of sufferings not unfamiliar to her. She eagerly listened to the utterances of his grief, and answered them with imperceptible sighs and tears unseen by any one. She even found for her nephew's feigned and mawkish sorrows words of consolation in a like tone and spirit. But Alexandr would not even listen. " Oh, don't speak to me, my aunt," was his reply. " I don't want to dishonour the holy name of love by using it for my relations with that " here he made a disdainful face, and was ready, like Piotr Ivanitch, to say, that what's her name. However, he would add, with still greater disdain, it was pardonable in her. I was on a higher level than she and the Count and all their pitiful and petty circle. It is not strange that I remained misunderstood by her. " My uncle declares that I ought to be grateful to Nadinka," he continued. " For what ? Her love was all vulgarity and commonplaceness. Was there any heroism or self sacrifice to be seen in it ? No, everything was carried on by her, almost with her mother's knowledge. Did she once for my sake overstep the conventions of the world and duty ? Never ! That love indeed !"" What kind of love would you expect from a woman ?" asked Lizaveta Alexandrovna. " What ?" replied Alexandr. " I should expect from her the first place in her heart. The woman I love ought not to notice, not to see any man except me. Every minute not spent with me should be for her a minute lost." Lizaveta Alexandrovna tried to conceal a smile. Alexandr did not notice it. " For my part," he went on with flashing eyes, " she ought to be ready to sacrifice every pitiful consideration of profit and advantage, throw off the despotic yoke of her mother or her husband, flee with me if need be to the ends of the earth, bear resolutely every privation — that is love, but "" And how would you have rewarded such love ?" asked his aunt. " I ? Oh !" began Alexandr, casting his eyes up to heaven, " I would have consecrated my whole life to her, I would have lain down at her feet, but did I not show Nadinka how I could love
So you don't believe in feeling at all when it is not shown as you wish it to be. Strong feeling is often concealed." "You don't want to persuade me, ma tante, that such is the feeling concealed by my uncle, for instance?" Lizaveta Alexandrovna suddenly blushed. She could not but agree inwardly with her nephew, that emotion without any kind of expression was a somewhat dubious thing, that possibly it was non existent altogether, that if it did exist it would have forced its way out, and that over and above love itself, its external manifestations were possessed of an inexpressible charm. Here she passed in mental review every period of her married life and fell into a deep reverie. Her nephew's indiscreet hint stirred in her heart the secret which she was hiding in its depths and roused it to the question: was she happy? She had no right to complain. All the outward conditions of happiness, of which the world is in pursuit, were fulfilled according to the programme laid down. Her husband had worked untiringly and continued still to do so. But what was the real aim of his labours? Did he work for the common ends of humanity, fulfilling the task laid on him by destiny, or only for petty objects to attain the consideration of rank and wealth among people, or perhaps that he might not become the slave of poverty, of circumstance? God only knew. Lizaveta Alexandrovna could only come to the mournful conclusion that she and love for her were not the sole aim of his effort and activity. He had toiled as much before his marriage, before he knew anything of his wife. He neither spoke to her of his love nor asked for love from her, and he met her questions on the subject with a joke or an epigram. Soon after his acquaintance with her he had begun to talk of marriage, as though giving her to conclude that love was an understood thing in it, and that it was useless to talk much about it. He had an aversion to scenes of all kinds, that was well enough, but he did not like genuine demonstrations of feeling, and did not believe in the need of them in others. Meanwhile he might by a single glance, a single word, have created in her a deep passion for him, but he did not say the word, he did not care to. The fact did not even flatter his vanity. She tried to arouse his jealousy, thinking that then love must find expression. Nothing came of it. Directly he noticed that she preferred the society of a certain young man, he hastened to invite him to the house and show him friendliness, was untiring in his praise of his character, and was not afraid of leaving him alone with his wife. Lizaveta Alexandrovna sometimes deceived herself, imagining that perhaps Piotr Ivanitch was acting from policy. Might not his secret method consist in maintaining perpetual doubt in her, and in that way maintaining love itself? But at her husband's first mention of love she was immediately disillusioned. If he had been coarse, unpolished, narrow, slow-witted, one of those husbands whose name is legion, whom it is so excusable, so necessary, so consoling to deceive, for their own sakes even, who seem to have been created for their wives, to look round them and fall in love with their diametrical opposites, then it would have been a different matter. She would very likely have behaved as the majority of wives do behave in like case. But Piotr Ivanitch was a man of an intelligence and tact not often to be met with. He was subtle, quick-witted, skilful. He understood all the agitations of the heart and troubles of the soul, but he understood them and nothing more. A complete index to the affairs of the heart was in his head, but not in his heart. In his reasoning on this subject it was clear that he was talking as of something he had heard and learnt by rote, but had not felt at all. Lizaveta Alexandrovna felt his intellectual superiority to all surrounding him and was tortured by it. If only he were not so clever, she thought, I should have been saved. He was bent on positive aims, that was clear, and he expected that his wife should not lead a life of dreams. But my God, thought Lizaveta, if he only married to have a lady at the head of his house, to give his bachelor quarters the fullness and dignity of a family home, so as to have greater weight in society, a housekeeper, a wife, in the most prosaic sense of these words? But with all his intelligence, didn't he understand that love is present even in the positive aims of a woman? Oh, let me pay for passion and agony, let me endure every suffering that is inseparable from love, if only I may live a complete life, if only I may feel that I am living and not stagnating. She looked at her luxurious furniture and all the toys and costly knick-knacks of her boudoir, And all this luxury seemed to her a cold mockery of real happiness. She had to look on at two monstrous extremes in her husband and her nephew. One enthusiastic to folly, the other frozen to hardness. How little both of them, and the greater part of men, understand real feeling, and how well I understand it, she thought. And what is the good of it? Why? Oh, if only She hid her eyes and stayed so some instants, then uncovered them, looked round, sighed heavily, and at once resumed her ordinary calm demeanour. Unhappy woman! No one knew of it, no one saw it. One day Alexandr came to his aunt in a paroxysm of ill humour with the whole human species. Lizaveta Alexandrovna began to inquire the cause. " You want to know," he began in a subdued, rapt tone, " what is now my frenzied ill ? I will tell you. You know I had a friend whom I had not seen for some years, but who had always kept a niche in my heart. When I was first here, uncle forced me to write a queer letter to him in which were inserted his favourite maxims and ways of thinking, but I tore it up and sent another as it happened, so there was no lessening of our friendship from that. After that letter our correspondence dropped and I lost sight of my friend. What has happened now ? 3 days ago, walking along the Nevsky Prospect, I suddenly saw him. I was on fire in a minute and tears were starting into my eyes. I stretched out my hands to him but could not utter a word for joy. I was quite faint. He took one hand and shook it. " How are you, Adouev ?" he said in a voice as though we had only parted the day before. " Have you been here long ?" He was surprised that we had not met before, lightly inquired what I was doing, what office I was in, thought it needful to inform me at length that he had a splendid position and liked his work, his superiors, and his companions, and everybody, and his fate, then said he had no time to spare, that he was hurrying to a dinner party he had been invited to. " Do you hear, ma tante ? I'm meeting a friend after this long separation, he could not put off a dinner party !"" But perhaps they would have been waiting for him," observed his aunt. " Propriety does not permit." " Propriety against friendship ! And you too, ma tante ! But there is something more I had better tell you. He pressed his address into my hand, and that he would expect me the evening of the next day, and was gone. So be it then, I thought, I will go. I arrived. There were some 10 people there, friends of his. He held out his hand to me in a more friendly way than the day before, it's true, but then, without uttering a word, at once proposed that we should sit down to cards. I said that I did not play, and took a seat alone on the sofa, expecting that he would throw down his cards and come to me. " Don't you play ?" said he in surprise. " What will you do then ?" A nice question ! So I waited an hour, 2 hours ; he did not come to me. I reached the limit of my patience. He offered me first a cigar, then a pipe, regretted that I did not play, that I was bored, tried to occupy me — how, do you imagine ? By constantly turning to me and describing every successful and unsuccessful card he played. At last I could bear it no longer. I went up to him and asked, did he intend to devote any time to me that evening ? And my heart seemed boiling within me, my voice shook. It seemed to surprise him. He looked at me curiously. " Very well," he said, " let us finish the rubber." As this was all he said to me, I seized my hat and was about to go, but he noticed it and stopped me. " The rubber is just over," he said, " we will have supper directly." At last they finished the game. He took a seat near me and yawned — that was how our friendly conversation began. " You wanted to say something to me ?" he inquired. This was said in such a matter of fact, unfeeling voice that I simply gazed at him with a mournful smile. Then he suddenly seemed to thaw and began to ply me with questions. " What's the matter with you ? Isn't there something you are in want of ? Couldn't I be of use to you in your official work ?" and so on. I shook my head, and told him that I did not want to talk to him of my work, but of what was nearer to my heart. Then I began to tell him of my love, of my sufferings, of the emptiness of my heart. I began to be carried away, and thought that the story of my sufferings was breaking through the crust of ice, that his eyes were not quite unbedewed by tears, when suddenly he burst out laughing. I looked at him, he had a handkerchief in his hands ; he had been trying to control himself all the time I was talking ; at last he could hold out no longer. I stopped in dismay. " Enough, enough !" he said, " better drink some vodka and we will have supper. Boy, some vodka ! Come, come ! Ha, ha, there's some capital roast ! Ha, ha ! Roast beef He was going to take me by the hand, but I tore myself away and fled from the monster. There, that's what men are like, ma tante," said Alexandr in conclusion, then, with a wave of the hand, he was gone. Lizaveta Alexandrovna felt pity for Alexandr. " Piotr Ivanitch," she said to him affectionately one day, " I have a request to make of you." " What is it ?"" Guess." " Tell me ; you know your requests are never refused. I daresay it's about a country villa. Well, it's still rather early." " No," said Lizaveta Alexandrovna, " Alexandr was with me the day before yesterday." " Ah, I feel there's something wrong," interposed Piotr Ivanitch. " Well ?" Then Lizaveta Alexandrovna told him all she had heard from her nephew. Piotr Ivanitch gave a vigorous shrug. " What do you want me to do in the matter ? You see what a fellow he is." " You show him sympathy, ask him what is the state of his heart." " You don't want me to weep with him ?"" It would do no harm." " Ugh, that Alexandr ! He is a burden !" said Piotr Ivanitch. " A terrible burden ! Once a month to receive a letter from an old lady and to throw it, without reading it, under the table, or to talk a little to your nephew ! Why, it keeps you from your whist ! You men, you men ! If you have a good dinner, Lafitte with a gold label and cards — it's everything, and no trouble about any one. If you have a chance of boasting and showing off as well, then you are happy." " Just what flirtation is for you," observed Piotr Ivanitch. " Every one to his taste, my dear. What more would you have ?"" Why, some heart ; of that there is never anything. It's vexing and sad to see you," said Lizaveta under her breath. " Come, come, don't be angry, I will do all you ask me, only teach me how," said Piotr Ivanitch. " Explain to him in a kind way what can be asked and expected of friends in these days. Tell him that his friend is not so much to blame as he imagines. But can I teach you ? You are so clever and so good at dissembling," added Lizaveta Alexandrovna. Piotr Ivanitch knitted his brows a little at the last word. " Have you been going in for sincere outbursts, pray ?" he said with irritation, " and now you want to drag me into it." " It's for the last time, however," said Lizaveta Alexandrovna. " I hope that after this he will be pacified." Piotr Ivanitch shook his head incredulously. " There's some one rang the bell, isn't it he ? What am I to do ? Tell me again : give him a lecture ? What else ? Money ?"" A lecture indeed ! Why, you'll make it worse. I asked you to talk a little — of friendship, of affection — but more kindly, more sympathetically." Alexandr made his bow in silence, and in silence ate a hearty dinner, and between the courses rolled up little pellets of bread and looked from under his eyebrows at the bottles and decanters. After dinner he was going to take his hat again. " Where are you off to ?" said Piotr Ivanitch. " Sit with us a little." Alexandr obeyed in silence. Piotr Ivanitch thought how he could approach the subject in a gentle and discreet manner, and at once asked, speaking briskly: " I have heard, Alexandr, that your friend has treated you badly in some way." At these unexpected words Alexandr drew back his head, as though he had been wounded, and bent a gaze full of reproach upon his aunt. She too had not anticipated such a crude opening of the subject, and at first let her head droop over her work, then looked also with reproach at her husband. But he was under the combined influence of digestion and drowsiness, and did not perceive the import of these looks. Alexandr answered his question by a scarcely audible sigh. " Seriously," continued Piotr Ivanitch, " what treachery ! What a friend ! He had not seen him for 5 years, and when they met he did not smother his friend with embraces, but invited him in the evening, tried to make him play cards and to give him supper, and then, treacherous creature, noticed the sulky looks on his friend's face, and set to questioning him about his affairs, his circumstances, his needs. What base curiosity ! No sincere outpourings ! Awful, awful ! Please let me see this monster. Bring him on Friday to dine. But what stakes does he play for ?"" I don't know," said Alexandr angrily. " You may laugh, uncle, you are right, I alone am to blame. To believe in men, to seek sympathy — in whom ? To cast pearls — before whom ? All around me is baseness, cowardice, pettiness, and I still keep my youthful faith in goodness, virtue, constancy." CHAPTER VIII. CHAPTER VII, Part II, of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter VII, Part II. Piotr Ivanitch was tranquilly beginning to nod. "Piotr Ivanitch," said Lizaveta Alexandrovna sotto voce, taking his hand, "you are asleep?" "Me asleep?" said Piotr Ivanitch, rousing himself. "I heard everything. Virtue, constancy... When did I fall asleep?" "Don't disturb my uncle, ma tante," remarked Alexandr. "He won't go to sleep, then his digestion would be deranged, and man is lord of creation, no doubt, but he is also the slave of his stomach." At this he tried to smile bitterly, but only succeeded in smiling sourly. "Tell me what you wanted from your friend. Sacrifices of some sort, I suppose? Did you want him to climb over a wall or jump out of a window? How do you understand friendship?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. "Now I ask no sacrifices, don't alarm yourself. Thanks to others, I have been brought down to a pitiful comprehension of friendship as well as of grief," said Alexandr. "I feel in myself the power of loving, and I am proud of it. My unhappiness only results from my not having met a creature capable of such love and endowed with the power of loving." "Power of loving?" repeated Piotr Ivanitch. "It's just as if you said the power of weakness." "It's not your way, Piotr Ivanitch," observed Lizaveta Alexandrovna. "You are not willing to believe in the existence of such love even in others." "And you, is it possible you believe in it?" demanded Piotr Ivanitch, going up to her. "But no, you are joking. Do men love in that sentimental way?" Lizaveta Alexandrovna paused in her work. "How then?" she asked in an undertone, taking his hand and drawing him to her. Piotr Ivanitch quietly loosened his hand from hers and pointed at Alexandr, who was standing at the window with his back to them, and then began again his interrupted pacing of the room. "How?" he said. "As though you had not heard how men love." "Oh, they love," she repeated gloomily, and slowly took up her work again. The silence lasted a quarter of an hour. Piotr Ivanitch was the first to break it. "You are rather bitter against men. Is it your love for that what's her name has made you so?" "Oh, I had really quite forgotten about that foolishness." "You see, it's just as I told you. What has made you so averse to men in general?" "What indeed? Their baseness, their pettiness of soul." "But what concern is it of yours? Do you want to correct mankind, pray?" "What concern of mine? Am not I myself bespattered by the filth in which mankind is wallowing? You know what has been my experience. After all that, how can I help hating, despising my fellow creatures?" "What has been your experience?" "Infidelity in love, hard, cold neglect in friendship." "You've an attack of the spleen. You ought to busy yourself with work," said Piotr Ivanitch, "then you won't abuse mankind for nothing. What's wrong with the people you know? They're all decent people." Alexandr made a gesture of supreme disgust. "Well, but what of yourself?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. "I have done no harm to my fellow men," Alexandr retorted with dignity. "I have a loving heart. I open my eyes wide to people, but how they have treated me." "What next? How ridiculously he talks!" observed Piotr Ivanitch, turning to his wife. "Everything is ridiculous to you," she replied. "And I myself did not ask from people," continued Alexandr, "either heroic achievements or greatness of soul, or self-sacrifice. I only asked what was my due by every right." "So you are all right, you have come out of things quite unspotted. Allow me to show it in a fresh light." Lizaveta Alexandrovna noticed that her husband was beginning to speak in a stern voice, and she trembled. "Piotr Ivanitch," she whispered, "do stop." "No, let him hear the truth. I will finish in a minute. Kindly tell me, Alexandr, when you stigmatized all your friends as cold and neglectful, did you feel something uneasy in your heart like a prick of conscience?" "Why, uncle?" "Oh, well, let us go a step further. You say you have no friends, but I always thought you had three." "Three!" cried Alexandr. "I once had one, and he "" Three," repeated Piotr Ivanitch persistently. "The first, let us begin with the oldest, is this one. Any other man, after not having seen you for some years, would have turned his back on you, but he invited you to go and see him, and when you arrived with sulky looks, he asked you sympathetically whether you were in want of anything, began to offer you his services and his help, and I'm convinced he would have given you money. Yes, in our times not every feeling stands that test. No, you must make me acquainted with him. I see he's a good fellow, though you think him a traitor." Alexandr stood with downcast head. " Well, and who do you think is your second friend ?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. " Who ?" repeated Alexandr quite at a loss. " Why, no one." " He's no conscience," broke in Piotr Ivanitch, " eh ? Liza, and he doesn't blush ! And what am I reckoned for, allow me to ask ? It's too bad, Alexandr ! This is a trait which even in school copy books is called base." " But you have always repulsed me," said Alexandr timidly, not raising his eyes. " Yes, when you tried to embrace me." " You have laughed at me, at my feelings." " Ah, it is out at last ! Sit down, I have not finished yet," said Piotr Ivanitch coldly. " Your third and best friend I hope you will name yourself." Alexandr gazed at him again and seemed to ask, " Who is it ?" Piotr Ivanitch pointed to his wife. " Here she is." " Piotr Ivanitch," interposed Lizaveta Alexandrovna, " don't be clever ; for goodness' sake, stop." " No, don't interfere." " I know how to value my aunt's friendship," murmured Alexandr indistinctly. " No, you don't. If you did, you would not have looked up to the ceiling for a friend, but would have pointed to her. If you had appreciated her friendship, you would have valued her qualities too well to have despised men in general. She alone would have redeemed in your eyes the failings of others. Who has dried your tears and wept with you ? Who has shown you sympathy in every foolishness, and what a sympathy ! I suppose only your mother could have taken so warmly to heart everything that concerned you, and she would not have known how to do it. If you had felt it, you would not have talked of nothing but hard cold neglect and friendship." " Ah, ma tante !" said Alexandr, overwhelmed and utterly annihilated by this reproach. " Do you suppose that I don't value this, and don't recognise you as a shining exception to the common herd ? My God, I swear." " I believe you, Alexandr," she answered. " Don't listen to Piotr Ivanitch ; he makes a mountain out of a molehill. He likes an opportunity of showing his cleverness. Leave off, for heaven's sake, Piotr Ivanitch." " Directly, I will finish directly. One utterance more — the last." " You said that you performed everything demanded by your duties to others." Alexandr did not answer another word, nor raise his eyes. " Come, tell me, do you love your mother ?" Alexandr woke up at once. " What a question !" he said. " Whom should I love if not ? I am devoted to her, I would lay down my life for her." " Good. You must know very well that she lives only for you ; that every pleasure, every pain of yours is a pleasure and a pain for her. She does not count time now by months nor weeks, but by the news of you or from you. Tell me, is it long since you wrote to her ?" Alexandr gave a start. " 3 weeks," he murmured. " No, 4 months. What am I to call such behaviour ? The old lady is ill with sorrow." " Is it possible ? Good God !"" It's not true, not true !" said Lizaveta Alexandrovna, and running at once to the bureau, she brought out from it a letter which she handed to Alexandr. " She is not ill, but she is very worried." " You are spoiling him, Liza," said Piotr Ivanitch. " And you are severe to excess. Alexandr has had affairs which have for a time drawn him away." " Forget his mother for the sake of a bit of a girl ! Important affairs, on my word !"" Well, that's enough," she said persuasively, with a gesture at her nephew. Alexandr, after reading his mother's letter, had hidden his face behind it. " Don't check my uncle, ma tante ; let him thunder in reproaches. I have deserved worse, I am a monster !" he said with a face of despair. " Come, calm yourself, Alexandr," said Piotr Ivanitch. " There are many such monsters. You have been led away by foolishness and have forgotten your mother for a time ; that is natural. Love for a mother is a quiet feeling. She had one thing in the world, it's natural she should be grieved. There is no reason to hang you for that. That's all. Well, I will go and have a nap." " Uncle, are you angry ?" said Alexandr in a voice of deep penitence. " What makes you imagine that ? What have I to be vexed about ? I never even thought of being angry. Well, have I done well ? Liza, eh ?" He tried in passing to kiss her, but she turned away. " I fancy I carried out your behests exactly," added Piotr Ivanitch. " What is it ? Oh, I forgot one thing. What's the state of your heart, Alexandr ?" he asked. Alexandr made no answer. " What must my uncle think of me ?" said Alexandr after a pause. "Just what he did before," replied Lizaveta Alexandrovna. "Do you suppose he said all this to you from his heart, feeling it?" "But do you, ma tante, cease to respect me? Good God! Poor mamma!" Lizaveta Alexandrovna gave him her hand. "I shall not cease to respect your heart, Alexandr," said she. "It is feeling which leads it into errors, and so I shall always pardon them." "Ah, ma tante, you ideal woman!" "No, simply a woman." Alexandr was powerfully affected by his uncle's reproof. Sitting with his aunt he sank into painful reflections. He felt as though he had had a bucket of cold water poured over him. "What is it? Why are you like this?" inquired his aunt. "Nothing, ma tante. There is melancholy in my heart. My uncle has let me understand myself; he was a splendid interpreter." "Don't you pay attention to him. He sometimes doesn't speak the truth." "No, don't try to comfort me. I am disgusted with myself now. I have been despising and hating others, and now I despise myself as well. One can escape from other people, but where is one to take refuge from oneself?" "Ah, that Piotr Ivanitch!" exclaimed Lizaveta Alexandrovna with a deep sigh. "He would drive any one to melancholy." "Only one negative consolation I still have, that I have not deceived any one. I have not been inconstant in love or in friendship." "You have not found people able to value you," his aunt replied. "But believe me, a heart will be found to appreciate you, I will guarantee that. You are still so young; forget all this and set to work. You have talent, write. Are you writing anything now?" "No." "Begin to write." "I'm afraid, ma tante." "Don't pay attention to Piotr Ivanitch. You will write, won't you?" "Very well." "You will begin soon?" "As soon as I can. It's all I have left to hope for." Piotr Ivanitch, awakened from his nap, came up to him in full dress, his hat in his hand. He too advised Alexandr to set to work in his office, and at the subject of agricultural economy for the journal. "I will try, uncle," answered Alexandr, "but I have just promised my aunt " Lizaveta Alexandrovna made a sign to him to be silent, but Piotr Ivanitch noticed it. "What is it? What have you promised?" he asked. "To bring me some new music," she replied. "No, it's not true. What was it, Alexandr?" "To write a novel or something." "Haven't you yet given up literature?" said Piotr Ivanitch, picking a grain of dust off his clothes. "And you, Liza, lead him wrong, all to no purpose." "I have not the right to give it up," observed Alexandr. "Who wants to prevent you?" "One hope in the world remains to me, and am I to destroy that too? If I waste what has been entrusted me from above, then I waste myself." "But what is it has been entrusted to you? Explain to me, please." "That, uncle, I cannot explain to you. One needs to understand it of oneself. Have you felt a tempest of passion in you? Has your fancy fermented and created artistic visions for you which craved embodiment?" "Oh, high flown! Well, what of this?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. "Why, to the man who has not felt this it is impossible to explain the desire to write, when some restless spirit keeps repeating to one day and night, asleep and awake, 'Write, write.'" "But when you haven't the ability to write?" "Enough, Piotr Ivanitch. You haven't the ability yourself, so why interfere with any one else?" said Lizaveta Alexandrovna. "Excuse me, uncle, if I remark that you are not a judge in this matter." "Who is a judge? Is she?" Piotr Ivanitch pointed to his wife. "She says it to make fun of you, and you believe her," he added. "But you yourself, when I first arrived here, advised me to try myself." "Well, what of it? You tried, nothing came of it, and you should throw it aside." "Ah!" said Lizaveta Alexandrovna with annoyance, turning away to the table. "As for the emotions and the rest of it, who does not feel it?" "You, I should think, for the first," observed his wife. "Come now, but you know even I have been in ecstasy." "Over what? I've no recollection of it." "Every one experiences such things," continued Piotr Ivanitch, turning to his nephew. "Every one has been stirred by the silence or the darkness of night, or what not, by the sound of the forest, by a garden, or lake, or the sea. If none but artists felt it, there would be no one to understand them. But to reflect all these sensations in their works is a different matter. Talent is needed for it, and that, I fancy, you have not." "Piotr Ivanitch, it's time you started," said Lizaveta Alexandrovna. "Directly. You want to be distinguished," he continued.
You have something by means of which you may be distinguished. The editor praises you. He says that your articles on agriculture are capitally worked up, that there is thought in them, they all show a trained hand and not an amateur. I was delighted. Bah, thought I, the Adouevs were all good heads. You see, even I have vanity. You may both gain distinction in your official work and win a reputation as a writer. A fine reputation! A writer on manure! Every one in his place. One man is destined to soar into heavenly regions, another to burrow in manure and extract a treasure from it. I don't understand why one should despise the humbler calling. It too has its poetry. You would do your work as an official, gain money by your labours, marry suitably like most people. I don't know what more you want. You do your duty, your life is passed with honour and industry, that's what happiness consists in. In my opinion it is so. Here am I, councillor of state by official rank, a manufacturer by trade. Offer me the title of greatest poet in exchange, and God knows I would not take it." "Piotr Ivanitch, you really will be late," interrupted Lizaveta Alexandrovna. "It will soon be 10 o'clock." "Indeed, it's time. Well, au revoir. But as for imagining ourselves God only knows why exceptional people," muttered Piotr Ivanitch as he went out, "it's the End of chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 8 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov, translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8. After this conversation, Alexandr began again to create a world of his own, rather a wiser one than the first. His aunt encouraged this inclination in him, but secretly, when Piotr Ivanitch was asleep, or had gone out to the factory or to the English club. She questioned Alexandr about his occupations. And how this delighted him now! He explained to her the plan of his works, and sometimes asked, under the guise of advice, for her approval. She often differed from him, still oftener agreed. Alexandr clung to his work as one clings to the last hope. "After this," he said to his aunt, "there is nothing for me. Then the barren desert, without water, without greenness, obscurity, emptiness. What will life be then? A living tomb." And he worked without ceasing. He spent over it a great deal of reflection and feeling and sheer hard work in nearly half a year of time. At last the novel was finished, corrected, and a fair copy written out. His aunt was enraptured. In this novel the scene was not laid in America, but in a village of Tambov. The persons of the plot were ordinary people, slanderers, liars, and wretches of every kind, in frock coats, jilts in corsets and hats — everything respectable and in place. "I think, ma tante, this I might show to my uncle." "Yes, yes, of course," she replied. "But, however, wouldn't it be better to send it to be published as it is, without him?" "No, better show it," answered Alexandr. "After your criticism and my own judgment, I am afraid of nobody." They showed it. Piotr Ivanitch frowned a little when he saw the manuscript, and slightly shook his head. "Wait a little before you shake your head," said his wife, "and just hear it. Read it aloud to us, Alexandr. Only listen attentively, don't go to sleep, and afterwards tell us your opinion of it. One can find defects everywhere if you like to look for them. But you must make allowances." "No, why? Only be impartial," added Alexandr. "There's nothing for it, I will listen," said Piotr Ivanitch with a sigh. "Only on condition, first, that you don't read directly after dinner, or else I cannot pledge myself not to fall asleep. Don't take that to yourself, Alexandr. Whatever is read to me directly after dinner I begin to get sleepy. And secondly, if there is anything good in it, I will say what I think of it. If not, I will only say nothing, and then you will do as you choose." The reading was begun. Piotr Ivanitch didn't once fall asleep. He listened without taking his eyes off Alexandr, once or even twice smiled, and twice nodded his head approvingly. "You see," said his wife in a whisper, "I told you so." He nodded to her too. The reading continued for 2 evenings in succession. On the first evening after the reading, Piotr Ivanitch, to his wife's astonishment, told them all that was to happen later. "But how do you know?" she asked. "Is it so strange? It's not a new idea, that has been written of 1,000 times over. It would not be necessary to read further, only we will see how it is developed by him." On the second evening, while Alexandr was reading the last page, Piotr Ivanitch rang. A servant appeared. " I am ready to dress," he said. " Excuse me, Alexandr, for interrupting. I am in a hurry, I am late for whist at the club." Alexandr finished. Piotr Ivanitch was going away at once. " Well, au revoir," he said to his wife and Alexandr. " I shall not look in here again." " Stop, stop !" cried his wife. " Why are you saying nothing about the novel ?"" I ought not by the agreement," he replied, and was just going. " It's obstinacy," she said. " Oh, he is obstinate ! I know him. Don't think about it, Alexandr." " It's ill natured," thought Alexandr ;" he wants to drag me into the dust, to pull me down to his sphere. All the same he is a clever official, a manufacturer, and nothing more, but I am a poet." " This is beyond everything, Piotr Ivanitch," began his wife, scarcely able to restrain her tears. " Say something at least. I saw you nodded in token of approval, so you liked it a little ; only you won't acknowledge it out of obstinacy. How can we acknowledge that we like the novel ? We are too clever for that. Confess that it's good." I nodded, because even from this novel one can see Alexandr is clever, but he did not do a clever thing in writing it. " However, uncle, justice of some kind." " Listen, of course you won't believe me, and it's useless to dispute, we had better await the result. I will do something to put an end to this between us for ever. I will call myself the author of the novel, and will send it off to my friend who is on a journal. We shall see what he says. You know him, and certainly would have confidence in his opinion. He is a man of experience." " Very well, we shall see." Piotr Ivanitch sat down to the table and at once wrote a few lines, then passed the letter to Alexandr. " In my old age I have taken to authorship," he had written. " What's to be done ? I want to be famous, to succeed in it. I have gone a little crazy. I have sent the novel enclosed. Look at it, and if it is suitable print it in your journal, for payment of course — you know I don't like working for nothing. You will see it and hardly believe it's mine, but I authorise you to sign my name to it, to prove I am telling the truth." Relying upon a favourable reply about the novel, Alexandr awaited the answer tranquilly. 3 weeks passed by, however, still there was no answer. At last one morning a large parcel and letter was brought in to Piotr Ivanitch. " Ah, they have sent it back !" he said, glancing slyly at his wife. He did not break open the note nor show it to his wife, as she did not ask to see it. That same evening before going to the club he himself started to his nephew. The door was not closed, he went in. Yevsay was snoring, stretched diagonally across the entry on the floor. The candle wanted snuffing badly, and hung down out of the candlestick. He looked into the inner room ; it was dark. " Oh, the provinces !" muttered Piotr Ivanitch. He roused Yevsay, showed him the door and the candle, and threatened him with a stick. In the third room Alexandr was sitting, his arms on the table and his head on his arms. He too was asleep. Some papers were lying before him. Piotr Ivanitch looked — verses. He took a sheet and read as follows :" My springtide fair is over now, Love's burning moments gone for ever. Love in my heart is deeply slumbering, Nor stirs with fiery breath my blood. Upon her altar shrine deserted Another deity I've raised, To whom I pray." " He is deeply slumbering himself too. Go on praying, my dear boy, don't be lazy," said Piotr Ivanitch aloud. " Your own verses, but how they have exhausted you ! What need of any other opinion ? You have spoken for yourself." " Ah !" said Alexandr, stretching, " you are always hostile to my compositions. Tell me candidly, uncle, what makes you so persistently persecute talent when you cannot help confessing — envy, to be sure, Alexandr. I have lived my life quietly, obscurely, have only fulfilled my duty — and was even proud and happy in it. When I am dead, that is when I shall feel and know nothing, the harps of minstrel seers shall not tell of me. How different with you ! Do you know that your future fame, your immortality is in my pocket ? What glory !"" The answer to your note. Ah, for heaven's sake, give it me directly. What does he write ?"" I haven't read it. Read it yourself aloud." Alexandr began to read aloud, while Piotr Ivanitch tapped his boot with his finger. This is what was in the letter: " What mystification is this, my dear Piotr Ivanitch ! You writing novels ! And you thought you could catch an old bird like me. But if you had really produced the novel lying before me, then I should tell you that the most fragile products of your factory have far more solidity than this creation." Alexandr's voice suddenly dropped. "But I repudiate anything so insulting to you," he went on in timid and subdued tone. "I don't hear, Alexandr. A little louder," said Piotr Ivanitch. Alexandr continued in a low voice. "Since you take an interest in the author of the novel, you no doubt wish to know my opinion of it. Here it is. The author must be young. He is not stupid, but is not very happily at feud with the whole world. He is truly disillusioned. Oh Lord, when will the race be extinct? What a pity that through a false view of life so much ability among us is wasted in empty, profitless dreams, in vain efforts after what they are not fitted for." Alexandr paused and took breath. Piotr Ivanitch began to smoke a cigar and blew a ring of smoke. His face, as usual, expressed perfect calm. Alexandr continued to read in a low, hardly audible voice: "Vanity, sentimentality, premature emotionalism with their inevitable consequence, indolence — these are the causes of this evil. Discipline, work, practical business — that's what our sickly and indolent young people want to sober them." "The whole matter might have been made clear in 3 lines," said Piotr Ivanitch, looking at his watch, "but he is writing a complete essay in a letter to a friend. Isn't he a pedant? Are you going to read any more, Alexandr? Throw it away, it's a bore. There is something I want to say to you." "No, uncle, let me drink the cup to the dregs. I will read to the end." "Well, I hope it will do you good." "This lamentable bent of mind," Alexandr read, "is apparent in every line of the novel you have sent me. Tell your protege that an author only writes successfully, in the first place, when he is not under the sway of his personal feelings and passions. He must survey with calm, untroubled gaze the world and life generally. Otherwise he will express only his ego, with whom no one else has any concern. This defect is glaringly apparent in the novel. The second and principal condition, which pray do not tell the author out of compassion for his youth and vanity of authorship — talent is essential, and he has no trace of it. The language, however, is throughout correct and good, the author even shows a sense of style." With difficulty Alexandr read to the end. "At last he comes to the point," said Piotr Ivanitch, "and what a rigmarole first! Let us discuss the rest without him." Alexandr let his hands hang limp. In silence, like a man stunned by an unexpected blow, he gazed with hazy eyes at the opposite wall. "Come, Alexandr, how do you feel now?" asked Piotr Ivanitch. Alexandr did not hear this observation. "Can it too be a dream? Has this too cheated me?" he muttered. "A bitter loss! What, can't one get used to being deceived? But why, I can't understand, was this overmastering impulse to creative art entrusted to me?" "Come, come, the impulse was entrusted to you, but the creative art itself they forgot to entrust to you," said Piotr Ivanitch. "I've explained it." Alexandr answered by a sigh and sank into thought. Then suddenly he rushed vehemently to open all the drawers, took out several manuscript books, sheets of paper and scraps, and began in exasperation to throw them into the stove. "Here, don't forget this," said Piotr Ivanitch, passing him the sheet of unfinished verses that lay on the table. "That too may go," said Alexandr in despair, throwing the verses into the stove. "Is there nothing more? Look round thoroughly," said Piotr Ivanitch, glancing round him. "For once you will be doing a sensible thing. There, what's that in the cupboard in a bundle?" "In with it," said Alexandr, taking it. "It's my articles on agriculture." "Don't burn that; give it to me," said Piotr Ivanitch, holding out his hand. "That's not rubbish." But Alexandr did not heed him. "No," he said bitterly, "since the great power of creation has failed me in the sphere of art, I don't want it in the sphere of industry. Fate shall not subdue me to that." And the bundle flew into the hearth. "That's a pity," observed Piotr Ivanitch, while he rummaged with a finger under the table to see whether there was not something more to throw in the fire. "But what shall we do with the novel, Alexandr? It's at home." "Don't you want it to paste on screens?" "No, not now. Shouldn't we send Yevsay for it? He has gone to sleep again. Look out, or they will steal my greatcoat under your very nose. Go to my rooms, ask Vassily there for the thick manuscript book which is lying in the study on the bureau, and bring it here." Alexandr sat, leaning on his elbows, and gazed into the stove. The manuscript was brought. Alexandr looked at the fruit of his 6 months' labour and grew thoughtful. Piotr Ivanitch noticed it. " Come, make an end, Alexandr," he said, " and then let us talk of something else." " In with it then too !" shrieked Alexandr, flinging the book into the grate. Both began to look at it burning, Piotr Ivanitch apparently with satisfaction, Alexandr with grief, almost with tears. Now the uppermost page quivered and started up as though an unseen hand had turned it back, its edges scorched, it grew black, then contracted and suddenly caught fire, quickly after it a second and a third caught, and then suddenly a few sprang up and burnt in a mass, while those following after them were still white, and 2 seconds later they too began to blacken at the edges. Alexandr, however, had time to read — chapter 3. He remembered what was in that chapter and was smitten with compunction. He rose from his chair and clutched the snuffers to save the fragments of his work. " Perhaps still " hope murmured to him. " Stop, I will do it better with my stick," said Piotr Ivanitch. " You will burn your fingers." He moved the book into the furthest recesses of the stove, right into the corner. Alexandr stopped in hesitation. The book was thick and not readily subdued by the action of the fire. A thick smoke began to appear from under it. The flames sometimes would snatch it from below, lick it at the edge, leave a black stain and sink down again. It was still possible to save it. Alexandr stretched out his hand, but at that very second the flames threw a bright glare upon the chair and Piotr Ivanitch's face and the table. The whole book was alight, and in a minute was burnt up, leaving a heap of black ash amongst which in parts crept little snakes of fire. Alexandr threw down the snuffers. " All is over !" he said. " It is over !" repeated Piotr Ivanitch. " Ah !" ejaculated Alexandr, " I am free !"" Now I have helped you a second time to clear your room," said Piotr Ivanitch. " I hope that this time "" It is irrevocable, uncle." " Amen !" said his uncle, laying his hand on his shoulder. " Come, Alexandr, I advise you not to delay. Write at once to Ivan Ivanitch to send you work on the subject of agriculture. He always says, ' What is your nephew about ?' Alexandr shook his head mournfully. " I cannot," he said, " no, I cannot. All is over." " What are you going to do now ?"" What ?" he asked, and relapsed into gloom. " Now there is nothing to do." " But it's only in the provinces people are able to do nothing, but here — why did you come here ? It's incomprehensible. Meantime, enough about that. I have a request to make to you." Alexandr slowly raised his head and looked inquiringly at his uncle. " I think you know," began Piotr Ivanitch, moving his armchair up to Alexandr, " my partner Surkoff." Alexandr nodded assent. " He is a good fellow, but rather frivolous. His ruling weakness is women. Unluckily, as you have seen for yourself, he's not bad looking — that's to say, he is rosy, sleek, tall, always curled and scented, dressed like a fashion plate. And so he imagines all the women are out of their senses over him. Yes, the coxcomb ! Directly he's smitten by a fresh flame he begins spending money. Then he is taken up with surprises, presents, polite services, he gives himself up too to extravagant smartness, begins to get new carriages, horses — it's simply ruin ! He even ran after my wife. I used not to trouble to send a servant to get theatre tickets, Surkoff was certain to send them. He was invaluable. You couldn't get such a man for any salary. But he bored my wife, so I was obliged to get rid of him. Now, when he abandons himself to extravagance in this way, his income is not enough for him. He begins to ask me for money, to talk about his capital. ' What's your factory to me ?' he says. I never have any cash to spend. It would be all very well if he would fix on some but no, he always seeks his liaisons in society. He says to me, ' I must have an honourable intrigue ; I can't live without love.' Isn't he an ass ? Not far off 40, and he can't live without love." Alexandr thought of himself and smiled gloomily. " Meantime," continued Piotr Ivanitch, " the result is that these so called honourable intrigues, curse them, are far more expensive than dishonourable ones. It's not worth the cost, the idiot." " What is all this leading up to, uncle ?" asked Alexandr. " I don't see what I can do in the matter." " You shall see. The young widow, Julia Pavlovna Taphaev, has lately returned here from abroad. She is rather good looking. Surkoff and I were friends of her husband's. Taphaev died abroad. Come, do you guess at last? I guess so much. Surkoff has fallen in love with the widow. Yes, he is completely crazy. But what more? More? I don't know. What a fellow! Come, I will tell you. Surkoff has twice announced to me that he will soon want money. I at once surmised what this meant, only which quarter the wind was in I couldn't conjecture. I tried to find out what he wanted money for. He hesitated and hesitated. At last said he wanted to rent a suite of rooms at Litaynoi Street, and I recollected that Madame Taphaev lived there, and just opposite the place he has fixed on. Trouble is threatening, and no escape unless you aid me. Now do you guess? Surkoff is asking for money, you have none, you want me to " He did not say what. Piotr Ivanitch smiled. Alexandr did not finish the sentence and looked at his uncle in perplexity. " No, not at all," said Piotr Ivanitch. " Am I ever without money ? Try applying when you want some, you will see. But this is what it is. Madame Taphaev, through him, reminded me of my acquaintance with her husband. I went to see her. She asked me to go often. I promised to do so, and said I would bring you. Come now, I hope you understand." " Me ?" repeated Alexandr, looking with round eyes at his uncle. " I'll be hanged if I understand." " This is the matter in question. You are to make Madame Taphaev fall in love with you." Alexandr raised his eyebrows at once and looked at his uncle. " You are joking, uncle ; it's absurd !" he said. " What is there absurd in it ? This is all I want you to do : lay yourself out to please Madame Taphaev. Be attentive, don't let Surkoff be with her tete a tete, in fact, to put it simply, make him angry. He is vain to folly. Then he will not want his new apartments, his capital will not be touched, the factory business will go on its usual course. Come, do you understand ? This will be the fifth time I have played him a trick. Before, when I was unmarried and rather younger, I used to do it myself, but since now I can't, I get one of my friends to." " But I am not acquainted with her," said Alexandr. " For that reason I will introduce you on Wednesday. On Wednesday some of her old friends meet at her house." " But if she responds to Surkoff's love, then you must allow that my civilities and attentions will make her too angry." " Oh, that's enough ; she is a good sort of woman. When she sees he is a fool, she will cease to take any notice of him, especially before others ; her vanity would not allow her to. In this case another will be at hand, cleverer and better looking. She will be persuaded to get rid of him the quicker. That's why I fixed on you." Alexandr bowed. " Surkoff is not so formidable," continued his uncle, " but Madame Taphaev sees very few people, so that he might perhaps in her little circle pass for a great man and a wit. Externals produce a great effect upon women ; even clever women fall in love when a man commits follies for their sake, especially expensive follies." " But Surkoff very likely will not be there on Wednesdays. I might interfere with him a little on Wednesdays, but how about other days ?"" Find out all that for yourself. You must flatter her a bit, play the lover a little. The next time she will invite you not for Wednesday, but for Thursday or Friday. You redouble your civility and I will prepare her a little. I will drop a hint as if you were really — she seems, as far as I can observe, so emotional, she must be over nervous. She too, I fancy, is not averse to sympathy — outpourings." " How is it possible ?" said Alexandr, ruminating. " If I could fall in love myself — but since I cannot, there can be no success for the scheme." " On the contrary, for that very reason it will be successful. If you fell in love, you could not play your part ; she would notice it at once and would proceed to make fools of you both. As it is, you have only to make Surkoff angry. As soon as he sees that he won't gain the day, he won't spend his money for nothing, and that's all I want. Let me tell you, Alexandr, this is a very important matter to me. If you do this, you remember those 2 vases you liked in the factory ? They shall be yours." " Really, uncle, can you imagine that I "" But why should you take trouble and waste your time for nothing ? That's a fine idea. No, the vases are very handsome." " It's a strange commission," said Alexandr irresolutely. " I hope you won't refuse to carry it out for me. I am really on my part to do what I can for you. When you want money, apply to me. So on Wednesday. This business will last a month or two. I will tell you when it will not be necessary to do more, then drop it." " Certainly, uncle, I am ready, but it's a queer
I won't answer for the success. If I could fall in love myself, then... but since I can't "" Indeed, it's very well you can't ; that would spoil the whole thing. I answer for the success of it myself. Good bye." He went away, and Alexandr sat long by the fire over the ashes of his treasures. When Piotr Ivanitch returned home, his wife asked him: " How was Alexandr ? What of his novel ? Would he ever be a writer ?"" No, I have cured him of that for ever." Adouev told her the contents of the letter he had received with the manuscript, and related how they had burnt everything. " You have no pity, Piotr Ivanitch," said Lizaveta Alexandrovna. " You did well indeed to set him scribbling. Do you mean to tell me he has talent ?"" No." Piotr Ivanitch looked at her in surprise. " Then why did you ? Why, didn't you understand, didn't you guess all this time ?" He was silent. " He doesn't understand, and yet he's a very clever man. Why has he been cheerful, while almost happy all this time ? Because he had something to hope for." " So you have been playing a part with him throughout." " I consider it justifiable. But what have you done ? You are absolutely pitiless ; you have taken away his last hope." " Nonsense ! What last hope ? He has plenty of absurdities still before him." " What is he to do now ? Will he go about again with downcast looks ?"" No, he won't. It won't come to that. I have given him work to do." " What ? Some translation again about potato starch ? Do you suppose that can occupy a young man, especially an ardent, enthusiastic one ? With you the head only needs occupation." " No, my dear, it's not about potato starch, but something concerning the factory." CHAPTER IX Expatriate in Bangor, Maine CHAPTER IX Of a Common Story by Ivan Goncharov Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER IX Wednesday arrived. 12 or 15 guests were gathered together in Julia Pavlovna's drawing room. 4 young ladies, 2 bearded foreigners who had made the hostess' acquaintance abroad, and an officer formed one group. Apart from them, in an easy chair, was sitting an old man, obviously a retired military officer, with 2 tufts of grizzled hair under his nose and a number of decorations in his buttonhole. He was arguing with an elderly man about some impending contracts. In the other room an old lady and 2 men were playing cards. At the piano was seated a very young girl, another was talking to a student. The Adouevs made their appearance. Few men knew how to enter a drawing room with such ease and dignity as Piotr Ivanitch. After him, with a certain air of indecision, walked Alexandr. What a contrast there was between them ! One a whole head taller, well built, stout, a man of robust temperament, with self confidence in his eyes and manners. But not by a single glance, nor gesture, nor word could one guess the thought or character of Piotr Ivanitch. All was so veiled by his polished manners and power of controlling himself. It seemed as if even his gestures and glances were the result of calculation. In Alexandr, on the contrary, there was every sign of a weak and soft temperament, and in the changing expression of his face, and a certain indolence or slowness and unevenness in his movement, and his lack lustre eyes, which at once revealed what emotion was agitating his heart, or what thought was stirring in his head. He was of medium height, but thin and pale, pale not by nature, like Piotr Ivanitch, but from the continual agitation of his feelings. His hair did not grow like his uncle's in bushy thickness on his head and cheeks, but hung down over his temples, and on his neck in thin, weak, but exceedingly soft and silky locks of a light coloured bright hue. The uncle presented his nephew. " But is not my friend Surkoff here ?" asked Piotr Ivanitch, looking round with surprise. " He has forgotten you." " Oh no," replied their hostess, " he often comes to see me. You know, except my late husband's intimate friends, I scarcely see any one." " Where is he then ?"" He will be here directly. Only imagine, he has promised my cousin and me to get us a box without fail for to morrow's performance, though they say there's not a chance of getting one, and he has gone about it." And he has got it, I will answer for him. He is a genius at that. He will always get one for me when no influence or favour are of use. How he manages it, and with what money, is his secret." Surkoff came in. His clothes were new, and in every fold of his linen, in every detail, was clearly discernible the pretension to be a dandy, to excel in every fashion, and even to excel the fashion itself. "Well, have you got it?" sounded from all sides. Surkoff was just going to answer, but catching sight of Adouev and his nephew, he suddenly paused and looked at them with surprise. "He suspects," said Piotr Ivanitch, sotto voce to his nephew. He pointed out of window at the house opposite. "Remember that the vases are yours, and be bold," he added. "Have you tickets for the performance to morrow?" Surkoff asked Madame Taphaev, going up to her with an air of triumph. "No." "Permit me to hand them to you," he continued, and repeated the whole speech of Zagoryetsky from "Sorrow from Wisdom." The officer's lips were slightly relaxed in a smile. Piotr Ivanitch looked meaningly at his nephew, and Julia Pavlovna blushed. She began to invite Piotr Ivanitch to her box. "I am very grateful," he said, "but I shall be in attendance on my wife at the theatre to morrow. But let me present a young man as a substitute." He indicated Alexander. "I should have liked to ask him too. We are only three, my cousin and I." "He will make a good substitute for me as well," said Piotr Ivanitch, "and for this scapegrace too, if necessary." He pointed to Surkoff and began to say something in an undertone to her. She twice stole a look at Alexander and smiled while she did so. "Thank you," replied Surkoff, "only it would have been as well to have proposed such an exchange a little sooner, before the tickets were taken. I would have considered then how I should be replaced." "Ah, I thank you very much for your kindness," said the hostess quickly to Surkoff, "but I did not invite you to the box because you have a stall. You certainly prefer to be just opposite the stage, especially at a ballet." "No, no, you are making fun of me. You did not think that. Give up a place by you? Not for anything." "But it is already promised." "How? To whom?" "Monsieur Rene." She indicated one of the bearded foreigners. "Oui, madame, m'a fait ce honneur," the latter promptly murmured. Surkoff gazed open-mouthed at him and then at Madame Taphaev. "I will change with him. I will offer him my stall," he said. "You can try." The bearded one gesticulated the negative in every limb. "Allow me to thank you," said Surkoff to Piotr Ivanitch, with a sidelong look at Alexander. "I am indebted to you for this." "Don't mention it. But won't you care to use my box? There are only two of us, my wife and I. You have seen nothing of her for a long while. You may pay your court to her." Surkoff turned his back on him in vexation. Piotr Ivanitch quietly took his leave. Julia made Alexandr sit by her and talked to him for a whole hour. Surkoff broke in on the conversation several times, but always in some infelicitous manner. He began to make some remark about the ballet, and received the answer yes when it ought to have been no, and vice versa. It was clear that she was not attending to him. Then he made a sudden transition to oysters, expressing the conviction he had eaten in the morning 170 and did not even receive a glance. He uttered a few commonplaces more, and as nothing came of it, seized his hat and stood about close to Julia, so that she might observe that he was not pleased and was preparing to take his leave. But she did not notice it. "I am just off," he said at last expressively. "Good bye." His ill-concealed annoyance was perceptible in his voice. "So soon?" she replied. "Let us see you to morrow in the box, if only for 1 minute." "What treachery! 1 minute, when you know that I would not give up a place by you for a place in Paradise." "If it were a place in a theatre, I believe you." Now he did not want to go. His vexation vanished at the friendly words Julia had uttered at leave taking. But every one had seen him make his bow; he had to go, however unwillingly. Julia Pavlovna was 23 or 24 years old. Piotr Ivanitch's surmise had been correct. She was, in fact, of a nervous temperament, but this did not prevent her from being a very pretty, clever, and graceful woman. But she was timid, dreamy, sensitive, like most nervous women. Her features were soft and refined, her glance mild, and always thoughtful, often sad without reason, or, if you like, by reason of her nerves. Her views on life and the world were not at all optimistic. She reflected on the problem of her existence,
and arrived at the conclusion that she was not needed here. The bright side of life quite escaped her notice. At the theatre she always chose to see a tragedy, seldom a comedy, never a farce. She was deaf to the strains of any lively song which chanced to reach her, she never smiled at a joke. At times her face expressed exhaustion, not the exhaustion of suffering or of illness, but rather a luxurious exhaustion. One could see she had been through an inward conflict with some seductive dream and had been too weak for it. After such a conflict she was a long while silent, mournful, and then all at once would fall into an unaccountable liveliness of spirits, always preserving her characteristic temperament, however. What made her lively would not have made any one else lively. All her nerves. " How well you have divined me !" said Madame Taphaev to Alexandr at parting. " No man, not even my husband, has been able to understand my character fully." The fact was that Alexandr was not far from being of the same type himself. No wonder he felt in his element with her. " Au revoir." She gave him her hand. " I hope now you will find the way here without your uncle ?" she added. The winter came. It had been Alexandr's habit to dine with his uncle every Friday. But 4 Fridays had now gone by without his making his appearance, nor did he come any other day instead. Lizaveta Alexandrovna grew vexed. Piotr Ivanitch grumbled at his keeping them waiting half an hour beyond dinner time for him for nothing. Meanwhile Alexandr was not without occupation, he was carrying out his uncle's commission. Surkoff had long ago given up going to Madame Taphaev's, and declared everywhere that all was over between them. In a stormy interview with Piotr Ivanitch he complained bitterly of Alexandr's treachery, and informed the uncle that his nephew was head over ears in love with Madame Taphaev, and spent his whole time with her. Surkoff had not spoken falsely. Alexandr loved Julia. Almost with dread he had felt the first symptoms of this passion, as though they were the symptoms of some plague. He was tortured both by fear and by shame — fear of being again at the mercy of all the caprices of his own and of another's heart, shame before other people, above all before his uncle. He would have given a great deal to be able to hide it from him. Was it long — only 3 months back — since he had so proudly, so decisively forsworn love, had even written in verse an epitaph on this disturbing passion which his uncle had read, and above all had shown openly his contempt for women, and all at once he was again at a woman's feet. He would gladly have run away to avoid his new passion. But how could he run away ? What a contrast between his love for Nadinka and his love for Julia. His first love was nothing more than an unfortunate mistake of a heart which craved for food, and at that age the heart has so little discrimination ; it takes what comes first. But Julia — she was not a capricious child, who did not understand him, or herself, or love. She was a woman in full maturity, weak in body, but ardent in spirit, for love — she was all love. She recognized no other conditions as needful for happiness and life. People say love is a pastime. No, it is a gift, and Julia had a genius for it. This was the love he had dreamed of, a love conscious, intelligent, but still overmastering, heeding nothing outside its own sphere. Like a rightful sovereign, he had stepped proudly into possession of the wealth that was his heritage, and had been recognized with submissive loyalty. What consolation, what bliss, thought Alexandr, to know that there is a being in the world who, wherever she may be, whatever she may be doing, is remembering me, is bending all her thoughts, all her occupations, all her actions to one end and one idea, that of her beloved one. It is like a second self. Whatever he hears or sees, whatever he comes near, or comes near him, every impression is confided to the other, his second self. The impression is shared by both, both teach the other, and then the impression confided in this way is received and imprinted on the soul in indelible characters. The second self would renounce her own sensations if they could not be shared or adopted by the other. She likes what the other likes, and hates what the other hates. They exist inseparably in one thought, one feeling ; they have one spiritual sight, one hearing, one mind, one soul. Julia loved Alexandr still more fervently than he did her. She was not even conscious of the full force of her passion, and did not meditate upon it. She was in love for the first time.
That would have been nothing, for there is no real falling in love a second time, but the misfortune was that her heart had been overdeveloped to an impossible degree, cultivated by romances, and prepared not so much for first love as for that romantic passion which exists only in some novels, not in nature, and which therefore is bound always to be unhappy because it is not possible in fact. She could never imagine a calm, simple love without tempestuous demonstrations and excesses of tenderness. Hence arose the romanticism in which she created a world of her own. Directly anything in the real world was done not in accordance with the canons of her world, her heart rose in revolt and she was wretched. Her feminine organization, weak enough without this strain, endured a shock, often a very violent one. Repeated emotions shook her nerves, and at last reduced them to a state of complete derangement. This is the reason of the pensiveness and melancholy without cause, the pessimistic view of life in so many women. This is why the order of human existence, marvellously and harmoniously framed and carried on according to immutable laws, seems to them a heavy bondage. In a word, this is why they are frightened by reality. She had been educated on French novels, music, and theatre going. At 18 she had first tasted the sweetness of Russian poetry, and her imagination was in quest now of an Onegin, now of some hero of a masterpiece of the new school, pale, melancholy, disillusioned. When she had been displayed to the world in the drawing rooms, with a constantly melancholy gaze, an interesting pallor, an ethereal shape, and slender foot, she attracted the notice of Taphaev, a man with every qualification of a suitor. That is to say, of respectable rank, good circumstances, with a decoration on his breast, in fact, with a career and a fortune. The pale, melancholy girl, through some strange inconsistency in his robust temperament, made a strong impression on him. He retreated from the cards at evening parties, and fell into unwonted reverie, gazing at the half ethereal shape that flitted before him. When her languid glance fell, of course accidentally, upon him, tried fencer in drawing room conversation as he was, he grew abashed before the timid girl, attempted to say something to her sometimes and could not. This annoyed him, and he resolved to act with more decision through the medium of several aunts. His inquiries concerning her dowry seemed fairly satisfactory. "Why, we are well matched," he argued with himself. "I am only 45, she is 18. With our fortunes more than two can live comfortably. As to externals, she is rather pretty, and I am what is called presentable. Yes, we are a suitable match." And so, directly Julia had emerged from childhood, there met her at the very first step a most grievous actuality — an ordinary husband. How far removed he was from those heroes created for her by her fancy and the poets. She had passed 5 years in this weary dream, as she called marriage without love, and suddenly freedom and love had appeared. She smiled and stretched out her arms to fold it in feverish embraces, and abandoned herself to her passion, as a rider at a fast gallop abandons himself to his horse. He is borne along by the powerful beast, heedless of distance, breathless with all things racing past, with the wind blowing fresh in the face. The heart is almost overmastered by the voluptuous sensation. The romantic moment of life had come at last for her. She began to love that bitter-sweet shudder of the soul, to seek emotion for its own sake, to devise both torture and bliss for herself. She had become a slave to her passion, as men become the slaves of opium, and eagerly drank the sweet poison. End of chapter 9, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9, part 2 of A Common Story by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by Constance Garnett, 1861 to 1946. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9, part 2. One evening Julia was already agitated by expectation. She stood at the window, and her impatience grew greater every minute. She was pulling a china rose to pieces and throwing the petals on to the ground in her vexation, but her heart failed her. It was one of her moments of torture.
She played a mental game of question and answer. Would he come or would he not? All the power of her mind was bent on solving that hard problem. If it gave an affirmative answer, she smiled; when it did not, she grew pale. When Alexandr arrived she had sunk pale and exhausted into an armchair, so powerfully her nerves wrought upon her. When he came up to her, impossible to describe the look with which she met him, the rapture which lighted up every feature in an instant, as though they had not met for a year, though they had seen each other the evening before. Without speaking she pointed to the clock on the wall. But he had hardly opened his lips to explain before she accepted his words without listening to them, and forgave him, and forgetting all the agony of suspense, gave him her hand, and they sat long, talking and silently gazing at one another. Had not the servant reminded them, they would infallibly have forgotten to have dinner. What blissfulness! Alexandr had never dreamed of such full perfection, of sincere outpourings of the heart. In the summer they took walks alone together out of the town. If people were thronging together anywhere attracted by music or fireworks, they hovered afar off among the trees, walking hand in hand. In winter Alexandr arrived at dinner time, and afterwards they sat side by the fire till midnight. Sometimes they ordered a sledge to be brought round, and after flying through the dark streets they hastened back to continue their unfinished conversation by the samovar. Everything that presented itself, every passing stir of thought or feeling, all was felt and done in common. Alexandr feared meeting with his uncle above all things. He sometimes went to see Lizaveta Alexandrovna, but she never succeeded in moving him to confidences. He was always uneasy lest his uncle should appear and should make him figure in some scene of comedy again, and so he always cut his visits short. Was he happy? Of other men in the like case one may answer yes and no at once, but of him one can only say no. With him love began with suffering. At moments when he succeeded in forgetting the past, he believed in the possibility of happiness, in Julia and in her love. At another time he would grow troubled in the midst of the fire of the most sincere outpourings, and would listen with apprehension to her passionate enthusiastic rhapsodies. He fancied that she must certainly change to him, or some other blow from destiny would lay waste his glorious world of bliss. Even while he was enjoying the moment of happiness, he knew that it must be bought with suffering, and melancholy took hold of him again. The winter passed, however, summer came, and his love still continued. Julia had become still more fervently devoted to him. There was no change on her part, nor any blow from destiny. What did happen was altogether different. His face grew more serene. He had grown used to the idea of the possibility of a permanent attachment. Though this love is not now so passionate, he thought one day as he looked at Julia, yet in compensation it is lasting, perhaps eternal. Yes, there is no doubt of it. Ah, at last I understand thee, destiny. Thou wouldst atone to me for my past sufferings and lead me after long wanderings into a quiet harbour at last. So here is the haven of happiness. Julia!" he cried aloud. She started. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing, only " "Nothing? Tell me, you had some idea." Alexandr was obstinate. She continued to press him. "I thought that to make our happiness complete there is wanting " "What?" she asked with anxiety. "Oh, nothing. An idea occurred to me." Julia was troubled. "Ah, don't torture me, tell me directly," she said. Alexandr spoke musingly in an undertone as though to himself. To gain the right not to leave her for an instant, not to go away home, to be everywhere and always with her, to be her rightful protector before the eyes of the world, she to call me hers aloud without blushing or turning pale, and to be so all our lives and to take pride in it for ever. Speaking in this lofty strain, a word at a time, he at last reached the word marriage. Julia trembled, then burst into tears. She gave him her hand with a feeling of unutterable tenderness and gratitude, and they both revived and both began talking at once. It was decided that Alexandr should talk to his aunt and beg for her aid in this complicated matter. They did not know what to do for joy. It was a glorious, lovely evening. They started off to a place out of town, a wood, and succeeding after much pains in finding a little hillock, where they sat the whole evening looking at the setting sun and fancying their future way of life, They made plans to limit themselves to a narrow circle of acquaintances and not to waste their time in useless visiting. They then returned home and began to discuss the future arrangement of their house, the distribution of their rooms, and so on. They got as far as furnishing them. Alexandr proposed to turn her dressing room into his study, so that it might be near their bedroom. " What kind of furniture would you like in the study ?" she said. " I should like walnut wood with blue velvet draperies." " That would be pretty, and would not get dirty. One must be sure to choose dark colours for a man's study ; light colours are so soon spoiled by smoking. But here, in the little passage which leads from your future study to the bedroom, I will arrange a conservatory. Won't it be lovely ? There I shall place one easy chair, so that I could sit there to read or work and see you in the study." " I shall not have to part from you much longer," said Alexandr at parting. She put her hand over his mouth. The next day Alexandr set off to see Lizaveta Alexandrovna, to disclose to her what she had long been aware of, and to beg her advice and assistance, begging her, till the matter was concluded, not to say a word about it to Piotr Ivanitch. The summer was quickly over, and the dull autumn too dragged slowly to an end. Another winter had begun. Adouev's visits to Julia were still as frequent. It seemed as though she kept a strict account of the days, hours and minutes which could possibly be spent together. She let no opportunity pass. " Shall you start early for the office to morrow ?" she would ask sometimes. " At 11." " Then come to me at tea, we will have breakfast together." " But could not you stay away altogether ? As though they could not do without you." " What, duty to one's country," Alexandr would begin. " A fine idea ! You must say that you love and are beloved. Can it be that your chief has never loved ? If he has a heart, he will understand or bring your work here. Who hinders you from working here ?" Another time she would not let him go to the theatre, and as for seeing friends, she almost always absolutely prevented it. When Lizaveta Alexandrovna came to call on her, for long after Julia could not get over the discovery that Alexandr's aunt was so young and handsome. She had imagined her as an aunt after her own fancy, elderly and plain, like the majority of aunts, and here, if you please, was a woman of 26 or 27 and a beauty. She had a scene with Alexandr, and from that time permitted him very rarely to go to his uncle's. But what was her jealousy and tyranny compared with Alexandr's tyrannizing ? He was by now convinced of her attachment, and saw that her nature did not admit of change or diminution of feeling, and still was jealous. And what a jealousy ! It was not the jealousy that comes of too much love, the jealousy of tears and sighs and complaint springing from the pangs of a heart that dreads to lose its happiness. No, it was a hard, cold, cruel jealousy. He tyrannized over the poor woman from love more than others would have done through hate. He would fancy, for instance, some evening, in the presence of guests, that she did not look long and tenderly or often enough at him, and then, if there were any young man near Julia, or even not a young man, simply a man, or a woman, sometimes even a thing, then woe betide her. Insult, bitterness, the blackest scorn and reproach were showered upon her. Then she was forced to exculpate herself and to make atonement by various sacrifices and unqualified submission. She had to give up speaking with this person, give up staying in one place, give up going to another, to put up with the significant smiles and whispers of the slyly observant, to blush, to grow pale, to be compromised. If she received an invitation to go anywhere, before replying she would turn a questioning look on him, and he need only frown for her to decline instantly, pale and trembling. Sometimes he would give her permission. She would prepare, be dressed and ready to get into the carriage, when suddenly, from some caprice of the moment, he would pronounce a threatening veto, and she would take off her things and countermand the carriage. Afterwards he would very likely begin to beg her forgiveness, and offer to go, but too late to dress and order the carriage again. So it had to be given up. He was jealous not only of handsome or intelligent or talented people, but even of the most unattractive, and at last simply of those whose faces he did not like. But Julia put up with it all. She cut herself off from friends, never went out anywhere, and sat alone with Alexandr. They went on, now of set design, living upon their bliss. Having come to the end of all the natural ordinary delights, she began to devise fresh ones, to diversify that world which is rich enough in pleasures without such aid. What an inventive faculty Julia displayed! But even that power was exhausted. Repetitions were reached. There was nothing left to desire or to experience. They had learnt each other's feelings, ways of thinking, powers and limitations, and nothing now hindered them from carrying out the plan they had formed. Sincere outpourings grew less frequent. They sometimes sat for hours together without saying a word, but Julia was happy even in silence. At times she would address Alexandr with a question and receive a yes or no and be content. If she did not receive even this, she would fasten her eyes upon him. He would smile, and she would be happy again. If he did not smile nor make any reply, she would begin to watch every movement, every look, and interpret it in her own way, and then reproaches would follow. They had ceased talking of the future because Alexandr was conscious on that subject of an embarrassment, a discomfort which he could not explain to himself, and he tried to change the conversation. He began to ponder, to grow thoughtful. The magic circle in which his life was enclosed by love was broken through in places, and the faces of his friends appeared to him from afar, together with a whole sequence of stormy dissipation. At times, brilliant balls with crowds of pretty girls, at other times his ever occupied and busy uncle, his own neglected pursuits. In such a mood he was sitting one evening at Julia's. There was a snowstorm outside. The snow drifted on the window and stuck in frozen lumps on the panes. The wind rushed up the chimney and whistled mournfully. In the room the only sound was the monotonous ticking of the clock on the table, and now and then a sigh from Julia. Alexandr, from want of anything to do, cast a glance round the room, then looked at the clock. 10, and he would have to stay another 2 hours. He yawned. His eyes rested on Julia. She stood leaning with her back to the fireplace. Her white face bent over her shoulder, and followed Alexandr with her eyes, but not with an expression of doubt or interrogation, but one of tenderness, love and happiness. It was clear that she was struggling against a secret emotion, with some dream of sweetness, and she seemed worn out by it. Her nerves wrought so powerfully upon her that even the thrill of tenderness itself reacted on her with the exhaustion of illness. Torture and bliss were inseparable for her. Alexandr responded with a cold, uneasy stare. He went up to the windows and began to drum lightly on the pane with his finger, looking into the street. From the street a mingled sound of voices and the rattle of carriages reached them. At all the windows were bright lights and flitting shadows. He fancied that where the light was brightest there was a lively party assembled. There, most likely, there was a lively interchange of thoughts and ardent, versatile feelings. There life was noisy and merry. And over there at that dimly lighted window, no doubt, some noble, hard-working man was sitting busily occupied. And Alexandr began to reflect that for 2 years now he had been dragging on an indolent, senseless existence. 2 years gone from the sum total of life, and all through love. Here he began an onslaught on love. And what a love, he thought, a sleepy, spiritless sort of love. This woman gave way to her feelings without a struggle, without an effort, without opposition, like an unresisting victim. A weak woman, lacking character, she would have bestowed her love on the first man who came across her. If it had not been me, she would have loved Surkoff exactly the same, indeed she had already begun to love him. Yes, it's no good for her to justify herself, I saw it. If someone had appeared a little more adroit and active than I, she would have yielded to him. It's simply immorality. Is that love? Where is the sympathy of souls of which sentimental people are always preaching? And what an affinity of souls there seemed to be in our case. It seemed as though they would be one for ever, and what has it come to? Devil knows what it is, there's no understanding it," he muttered with irritation. "What are you doing there? What are you thinking about?" asked Julia. "Oh, nothing," he said, yawning, and sat down on the sofa rather further from her, clutching with one hand a corner of the embroidered cushion. "Sit here, closer." He did not move and made no answer. "What is the matter with you to day?" she said, going up to him. "You are unbearable to day." "I don't know," he said drowsily. "I'm somehow — as if I " He did not know what answer to make to her and to himself. He had not yet made thoroughly clear to himself what was happening to him. She sat down near him, began to talk of the future, and by degrees grew animated. She drew a happy picture of family life, jestingly for a little time, but with a very tender conclusion. " You, my husband ! Look," she said, pointing round, " soon all this will be yours. You will be the master here in the house, as you are already in my heart. Now I am independent, I can do what I like, and go wherever I please, but then nothing here can stir from its place without your permission. I myself shall be in bondage to your will. What a sweet slavery ! Rivet the chains as soon as may be. When is it to be?" All my life I dreamed of such a man, of such a love, and now my dream has come true, and happiness is near. I can scarcely believe it. Do you know, it seems like a dream to me. Is it not a recompense for all my past sufferings?" It was torture to Alexandr to listen to these words. " But suppose I got tired of you ?" he asked suddenly, trying to give a jesting accent to his voice. " I should box your ears," she said, pinching his ear. Then she sighed and grew pensive even at the suggestion in jest. He did not speak. " But what's the matter with you ?" she asked suddenly and insistently. " You don't speak, you scarcely hear what I say, you look away." Then she moved up to him, and laying her hand on his shoulder began to speak softly, almost in a whisper, on the same subject, but not so positively. She recalled the beginning of their intimacy, the beginning of their love, her first feelings and first happiness. She almost fainted from the tenderness of her emotion, and in her pale cheeks there were two spots of crimson, which by degrees grew hot, her eyes glowed, then grew languid and half closed, her bosom heaved. She spoke hardly audibly, and with one hand played with Alexandr's soft hair, then looked straight into his eyes. He gently disengaged his head from her hand, drew a comb out of his pocket, and carefully combed the locks she had ruffled. She got up and looked fixedly at him. " What is the matter with you, Alexandr ?" she said uneasily. " There she is at it again ! How can I tell ?" he thought, but did not speak. " Are you bored ?" she said, and in her voice was a tone of question and of doubt. " Bored !" he thought, " the word is found. Yes, it's terrible, deadly boredom. That's the worm which has been gnawing at my heart for months. Good God, what am I to do ? And she talks of love, of marriage, how can I undeceive her?" She sat down to the piano and began to play some of his favourite pieces. He did not listen, but kept thinking his own thoughts. Julia let her hands fall. She sighed, wrapped herself in a shawl, and flung herself into the other corner of the sofa, and from there watched Alexandr with mournful eyes. He took up his hat. " Where are you going ?" she said with surprise. " Home." " It is not 11 o'clock yet." " I have to write to mamma. I haven't written to her for a long while." " A long while ! You wrote the day before yesterday." He did not speak, there was nothing for him to say. He really had written, and had incidentally mentioned it to her at the time, but had forgotten it. But love does not forget the smallest detail. In the eyes of love everything which relates to the beloved object is a fact of importance. A complex web is woven in a lover's mind from observations, subtle imaginations, recollections, and surmises about everything which surrounds the beloved, which takes place in his sphere, or has any bearing upon him. One word, a hint, no need of a hint, a glance, a scarcely perceptible movement of the lips, is enough for love to found a conjecture on, then to pass from it to imagination, and thence to a decisive conclusion, and then to suffer torture or to be blissful in his own thoughts. The logic of lovers, sometimes false, sometimes amazingly correct, quickly builds up an edifice of conjectures and suspicions, but the strength of love still more quickly levels it to the ground. Often a single smile is enough for this, a tear, two or three words, and the suspicions are gone. This kind of supervision there is no means of lulling to sleep or deceiving. The lover at one time suddenly takes some idea into his head which no one else would have thought of in his wildest dreams, at another time he fails to see what is taking place under his nose, at one time acute to clairvoyance, at another short-sighted to blindness. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.